my nephew, with that mighty Skywalker blood. And in my hubris, I thought I could train him. I could pass on my strengths. By the time I realized I was no match for the darkness rising in him, I went to confront him. And I was left with shame and with consequence. Because I was Luke Skywalker, Jedi Master. A legend.
Hey! Hey! Are you crazy? What's the matter with you? What happened?
What do you want?
You don't know who I am, do you?
Well, should I know who you are?
Not much time. Hang on, kid. I thought they smelled bad on the outside.
This is Rogue 2. Echo Base, this is Rogue 2. I found them. Repeat, I found them.
Fade in.
This is where the fun begins.
Hello there.
Crap. 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 Crap.
You know, hey! You guys sure are friendly, aren't you?
I'll probably never meet him.
Might. There's something different about him.
The Force is strong with you.
Had enough?
What do you want? I'm busy.
No, we have a race!
No. There's nothing special about you. You're nothing.
Now stand aside, worthy adversary. 'Tis but a scratch. A scratch? Well, what's that then? I've heard worse. You liar! Come on, you pansy! Victory is mine. Just a flesh wound.
You will each be part of me, and together we will be complete.
Use the Force. Let go.
The Force is strong in this one.
I have you now. What? You're all clear, kid. Now let's blow this thing and go home.
I once got busy in a Burger King bathroom. Cocainum. Like a rock.
Perhaps you referred to the imminent attack of your rebel fleet. Yes, I assure you, we are quite safe from your friends here.
He saved us. He really did it. May the Force be with us.
Greetings, program! Together, we have achieved a great many things.
Greetings, programs. Welcome to the Not My Star Wars live stream. Star Wars, Return of the Jedi. Not My Star Wars deep dive. How is everyone doing? Don't underestimate my powers. Happy Friday, friends. Glad to see you guys here. Just 1 second. All right. How is everyone? I'm very happy to, well, I'm always happy to do these streams, but Return of the Jedi is my favorite Star Wars. And when I say my favorite Star Wars, more than any book, comic, movie, cartoon, story, behind the scenes interview, Return of the Jedi is, to me, the pinnacle of Star Wars. I know that most people love Empire Strikes Back. That is a glorious film. And the purpose of this stream is not to convince anyone about Return of the Jedi. But I'm going to remind you all of the power, the beauty, the magic of the finale of the Skywalker saga. The height of Lucasfilm, the height of Luke Skywalker. You could see this film alone. And while you would have questions of who these people are in the past and how a lot of these things connect, it's a film in itself. It tells a complete story. And it gives us the most important part of all of it. Anakin Skywalker, Darth Vader, his redemption, the love of his son, the hope of the rebellion, and the saving of the galaxy. So, I'm very, very happy to look at Return of the Jedi today. It will be a deep dive as always. I will give you some insights and little things here and there. And we'll have a great time with, in my opinion, the greatest piece of Star Wars media ever created. So let's see what you guys are talking about. What is the best lightsaber duel? Well, I put up the poll there. For me, Vader, Luke Skywalker, Throne Room. It's not even close. Not even close. Excellent choreography, fantastic fighting. The emotion and weight of it all is completely unrivaled. And we'll talk about it some more when we get to it. Return of the Jedi, Vader, Luke. Obi-Wan, yeah. Yeah, you were throwing them all out there. It's there. If anyone wants to go to the community, there is the poll. Han versus Tauntaun is quite the lightsaber battle. I hope you had a good nap. Oh boy. What can I say? I have admirers. It is what it is. I'm so mad they took out the 90s Spider-Man cartoon from Disney Plus. Disney really hates everything good in this world. They do. Especially you. Not you, James, but you, whoever's watching this live stream. Disney hates you. Know that. Hope you got some rest. Video Man is indeed in the house. Greetings, programs, and the occasional Highlander. Yes, indeed. All are welcome. Glad to see you, D. As always, I got your email. Thank you very much. I will talk about it in a little bit. I appreciate it. Programs. There you go. That's cool, too. Good to see you. If I'm not here, I'll be taking over the world with Pinky in the Brain. And that sounds like a fantastic idea. I loved Pinky in the Brain. Yes, there it is. Yes, I did put it. I pushed it back half an hour. I don't know if you just meant now. I was a few minutes late, but evening, D. Carre. Good to see you. Let's start the stream, and we are. The Ewoks are great. We'll talk about the Ewoks later. I saw your Ewok comment. So many people have this thing against the Ewoks. I think they're awesome. We'll talk about them. Just found out that Disney tried to have Rey be retconned in The Empire Strikes Back, even though Rey wasn't born yet. Or Rey be connected. It's not that she's directly connected. It's Luke's hand. We can talk about that. I actually talked about this months ago, but we can talk about it. Polar, not that toxic. Yeah. Luke and OT. My father has killed countless, but is redeemable. Luke and sequels. Oh, my nephew has a bad dream. Time he dies. Yep, that's Disney. Disney's fan fiction. Yeah, James, I didn't watch that video. Watch it later, though. Disney's Soy Wars is not canon. Correct. Disney Star Wars is Starwooks. It's just feminist bullshit. A lot of it is. There's other agendas and other things going on there, too. SJW is maybe better. Activist. But a lot of it is feminist bullshit, yes. Welcome, Shindig listener. I don't recognize you, so welcome. Squadrons. I heard that game was terrible. I don't know. What did you think of it? Bobs are still afraid and nothing will be done until her contract is up. Cowards. Yeah, well, she's not going anywhere. She'll be around for another 5-10 years, if not longer. She's going to get promoted. She's going to become a Disney executive. Kathleen Kennedy's not going anywhere, so prepare yourselves, because I know a lot of people are like, oh, September, it's going to fun. She's not going anywhere. And I just made her go away. Now what? Still Disney. It's still Disney Lucasfilm. All the employees there are nutballs, don't care about Star Wars, and they certainly don't care about you. So it really doesn't matter, but prepare yourselves. Kathleen Kennedy is not going anywhere. Lucentius, welcome. Squadrons of December, only played it once because it made my sister sick. How? Like epilepsy type of thing? Or I'm curious about that. I know a lot of people that bought that game, all excited, played it once, played it for like an hour, and never played it again. So fade in. Indeed. Do fade in. You always fade in on Not My Star Wars.
Fade in.
Absolutely. And don't forget that you must always respect Video Man.
One last target, and no one will be able to stop me.
Good to see you, Idena. Denai. I'm not sure where that's coming from, but okay. Tombstone or Jude. I mean, they're really kind of the same thing, aren't they? We're going to have a lot of fun tonight, I think. We're going to do a lot of fun homages. I have a few little silly surprises. Welcome, welcome. Happy Friday. Happy Friday to you too as well. Love you guys. Love all you guys. Greetings, programs. Hey, Adaptive. Nice to see you, buddy. Thanks for the messages, by the way. Yub Nub. I love Yub Nub. I do like the new song, but I love Yub Nub. We'll talk more about that. Loved it too. Jedi, I assume you mean. Don't wanna. Yes. The dives are always a treat. I'm glad to see you, Mojo, Jojo, as always, and thanks. I'm glad you enjoy them. It annoys me the Cosmonaut Variety Hour thinks Han is really stupid in Return of the Jedi and does nothing. Bro, he was heavily involved in the Battle of Endor. You know, I gotta watch some of these guys' videos so I can laugh, because everything you tell me, I've heard of them. I think I've seen a video or two of them before, but I probably don't watch them because of this stupidity. It baffles me sometimes how a bunch of people can see the same damn movie, and I guess most people get it or see the same thing, but there's just people that see something totally different. And it's not because they're smart and like, oh, I saw what you couldn't see. It's because they're just plain stupid and don't get it. It's amazing. Well, anyways, yeah, Han was a little bit important in all of Star Wars. Favorite toy is still Scout Speeder. Damn, left exhaust hatch kept on popping off. That is one of my favorite toys. The Scout Trooper is arguably my favorite Stormtrooper or Imperial troop. Love them. And the speeder bikes is one of the biggest reasons why I love Jedi. We'll talk more about it. George Lucas said the throne room duel still gets him in the feels every time he watches it. Yes, he did. Return of the Jedi, definitely the movie with the best ending. Yeah. No Theory. Hey, I don't recognize you. That's so cool. I like your avatar. It's very simple, but it's nice. It's clean. Welcome. F you, Disney Star Wars. Can't agree enough. I just noticed that the May the 4th picture looks like Luke. He's wearing eyeliner and lipstick. He is. It's because they want to make him feminine. KK will fail upward and ruin even more than our childhood. She sure will. She will be getting promoted. The screen moves a lot. And touching on that, she'll become a Disney executive. She may not be tied directly to Lucasfilm anymore. They'll probably pull her from Lucasfilm. But I'm guessing she's going to slide into Alan Horn's position. So essentially, she'll be in charge of Lucasfilm anyways. So it's really, again, nothing's going to change, guys. As long as you support anything that Disney does, we're going to continue with this bullshit. It's up to you guys. Bad Batch is in a few days. Everybody's all excited. Okay, do your little watch parties and get together and be happy and enjoy it. And then a year from now, when we're in the same bullshit, don't cry. Don't fucking cry. Screen moves a lot. The game was also pretty disappointing. I thought after Jedi Fallen Order, we would be getting Silver Age of Star Wars games. No, you won't be getting any Silver Age of anything with Disney Lucasfilm. Hello there. Hey there, that guy says. Nice to see you, buddy. I didn't recognize you with long hair in your hemp videos. Yeah, I had a ponytail. I was never like a hippie I don't like long hair. I've always had very short hair. In fact, like buzzed short hair. But since you brought it up, the reason I did that, and I grew it for 5 years, is for a kid with cancer. I've been so busy. I cut it 6 months, a year ago. Not long before Rinsler, when I came on camera, not like right around that time when I did the Rinsler, What Star Wars Means to Us. I hated it. I don't like long hair, but I did it because I've been an activist for like over 35 years. And I've done a lot of stuff with like cancer research, and back then you couldn't do like fundraisers on YouTube, so I traveled around the country. I wrote papers and did a lot of different things to raise money and help people however I could. And one big thing to me is kids with cancer. So when I was growing my hemp clothing company, I said, screw it. I'm just going to let my hair grow so that I feel it on the back of my head, on the back of my neck, as a reminder every day, not only of the growth of the company and myself and progress in the industrial hemp world, but also, I didn't in the initial part decide to grow it that long, but after not long, I remembered that my mother had done exactly that many years ago, cut her ponytail and donated it. And, it just made sense because I was heavily involved in the hemp world and activism. And I was researching CBD and had CBD products before people even knew what it was or wanted it. I used to have this whole line of CBD products. Nobody wanted it. Now everybody's like, oh, CBD. In any event, so not long after I decided just going to let it grow for some cancer kid. So I've just been so busy, but I do need to I've been meaning to make a video actually for my other channel to try to get someone. But while I'm on the topic, if any of you know a cancer child, if you know someone, I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be cancer, but I just figured because of the relation, a kid maybe was in a fire or, who knows. But if you know a child that needs hair, please let me know. That's what I grew it for. And I hope that someday a child can have that hair. My hair is more recently gray. I know it's hard to see on the stream, but I had very blonde, awesome hair. And that's not gray. It became darker and then it turned gray, but it's blonde. So it just needs to be made into a wig, but the hair's there and it's blonde and it was very healthy and nice hair. Women used to tell me all the time, you have such beautiful hair. Anyways, so that's the story with that. It was never my thing, but I did it. I grew it for 5 years for a child, and I hope to find a child that needs it sometime. So just putting that out there. If anybody sees this stream or any of you know someone, that's what I did that for. Yes, my hair was considerably longer. It was like at least the middle of my back. So, and it's funny how people would perceive me, People thought I was like some other person because I had long hair and didn't even know why I grew it or anything. People just have a perception of things. You have tattoos or long hair or whatever. It's just funny. Well, whatever. It was worth it. I was thinking of doing this stream as a fundraiser. And in fact, I can make it a fundraiser, but I just don't know that anybody is too many people are I figure set up a fundraiser, and I don't know. I can't really get guests because nobody answers my emails or seems to like talking to me. So I don't know what I'm going to do there, but I don't know. If some of you are feeling generous, I can turn this into a fundraiser and we can try to raise some money for cancer kids. I have no problem with that. So anyways, yes. Welcome. Yes, I hope you are. Marcus's prequels video, he says these movies fall in almost every level of filmmaking. Poor thing, never enjoyed the greatest movies ever made. Return of the Jedi to me was the greatest of the films. Empire Strikes Back is the best though film. A New Hope, Star Wars is the most spectacular. Jedi's my favorites. I love them all, obviously, but Wizard Wiz, thank you for being here. Welcome. The Jedi Master. If Disney hadn't bought Star Wars, we would have gotten all 8 seasons of the Clone Wars, maybe even more. I hate Disney for that already. We would have gotten a proper sequel trilogy, which is much more important than those cartoons. But yeah, that too. To me, Star Wars died in 85. Just thought the vision was not the direction I would have taken. I think JL changed, and so did his vision. I don't really agree with that. It died in 2012, but okay. In Falcon and Winter Soldier, Sam said that the terrorists aren't terrorists. They just want stuff. So the moral is, let people destroy your stuff and kill for free, or you're racist. Correct. Welcome to 2021. That's awesome. Both my mom and dad passed away at 5 and 20 of breast cancer and lung cancer, respectively. My mad respect for dealing with long hair for 5 years in order to donate it. Yeah. First of all, sorry to hear that. Sometimes those types of things are very difficult, but they also shape who you are. They make you stronger. I'm not at all religious, but there is a God. And there's a plan. Man, I've been through some shit in my life. If you guys knew half that shit. But I'm here. I'm healthy. And most important is this: never stop growing. So, there's sometimes people will ask you, what would you go back and change? And I would never change anything. Sure, there's isolated instances like, man, I would have done that. But when you think about it as a whole, I wouldn't be here right now or who I am if you changed anything. So, 5 years, yes. I got this one long dreadlock that happened in the back. It got all twisted. It was a whole, man, that hair was a pain. But again, I did it for a child, and hopefully I can find a child for that. Yeah, sorry to hear that. Luke's Black Jedi suit in Return of the Jedi was so iconic. Very clean, bestest dressed ever. Correct. That is, I don't know. I think this guy has the best suit in all of Star Wars. Vader, of course, is amazing. There's a lot of really great stuff. Palpatine's awesome. But, yeah, Luke's Jedi suit is pretty freaking badass. Definitely. Speeder bike scene was my favorite as a kid's and still gets me in my feels every time I watch it. Yeah. I tell people that I know who ask what 150, 186 miles an hour on a motorcycle is like. It is exactly like speeder bike scene from Return of the Jedi. Yeah, I think they're a little bit faster. It's funny. I at least don't remember how fast they go. But they're pretty freaking fast. And they handle like crazy, which is pretty silly how they act in The Mandalorian. Anyways, that's tough, yeah. Best of luck to everyone. All right, wow, you guys are not so chatty today. Okay. No worries. No worries. We have a guest. Hello there, princess. What's that? Oh, yeah, of course. You want me to? Okay. Yeah, of course, I'll be more than happy. The princess wanted me to mention Revenge of the Jedi in the top corner. The original script of this film was Revenge of the Jedi. There were toys made. There were, card backs. There were trailers and commercials with Revenge of the Jedi. And in fact, there was also t-shirts and posters with Revenge of the Jedi. That was the original name of this film. Through my videos, you will see glimpses of it. One I just put up when Return of the Jedi opens, as that guy says, had pointed out. I was wondering who was going to spot it. The kid there waiting for Return of the Jedi 5 days early had a Revenge of the Jedi shirt. So Leia wanted me to mention that, but also why the name changed. There are two stories. One is a bit myth and one is the actual reality, although they both are an influence on it. So the first is that for the theaters and for the rating of the film, there was a question about Revenge of the Jedi, the title. So the most common story is that people believe that the name was changed because of the movie rating, which I'm not saying that wasn't part of it or an influence, but that is the most common story behind it. The actual real reason, and I haven't seen the interview or found it in a while, but it is there and I remember very clearly. And furthermore, I can't remember because it has been a while if I have a video of it or it was something in like a magazine or something in text. But the real reason why the title was changed from George Lucas is because a Jedi would never seek revenge. That is not the Jedi way. So therefore, the name was changed from Revenge of the Jedi to Return of the Jedi. So thank you, Princess Leia, for bringing it up. We appreciate you, as always. Hi, Baby Jen. I don't know. Not sure. The Fortnite guy. Yeah, that's right. The Fortnite guy. Ah, yes. The teaser advance poster. I have 2 rolled. Oh, wow. Amazing, dude. That's one thing I never had was any of the Revenge of the Jedi stuff. I knew about it, but I never got like a toy, a poster, or anything. I guess it just didn't occur to me. I mean, I was 9, 10 years old. And I guess I was more focused on the toys and just wasn't thinking about it. But I've never owned anything that I don't believe that I can remember that had Revenge of the Jedi on it. Wow, that's awesome. Those posters are very rare. Now, I don't know if you got like a reprint, but the original, there was a few of them printed. And if you have one of those, that shit is money. A lot of money. That poster in particular, any of the Revenge stuff, but that poster in particular is worth a lot of freaking money. And furthermore, dude, unroll one, put it in a frame. That's so awesome. That guy says you didn't put it into Fallout New Vegas terms. Who is Dan? Yes. I noticed the kid in one of the latest videos who was wearing, yes, correct. The kid is reading the book, waiting in line. Yes. Every fight scene and chase scene in the OT and PT serve a purpose. What's the point of the Rathtar scene? What purpose does the chase with the horses have to do with anything? Correct. All of that shit is mumbo jumbo. I did like the Rathars. I thought they could. I mean, not what they did with them and not how they used them or the, you know, but I thought that was a cool creature and they could have done all kinds of stuff with those. But okay. Han doesn't know where his damn ship is. Han is some incompetent blockhead throughout the film. Yet he's got like 5 Rathars that he's captured. 3 or 5. I mean, God, Disney's so freaking dumb. Fallout Vegas. Yeah, I never played that one. I've seen like a lot of clips of it. It looks very cool, but I never played that one. I had like 800 hours on Fallout 3. I played the shit out of that game. I think we need an Uba. You most certainly get an Uba on Not My Star Wars. Oh man, you nutballs.
Uba. Uba. Uba.
Usage of Revenge of the Jedi prompted change of Star Trek II from Vengeance of Khan to Wrath of Khan. Yes. Which again, the movie rating thing had an influence on it. So it's not to say that it didn't, but just wanted to, mention that the true thing there was, and this is again, George Lucas said this, is because Jedi would never seek revenge. Get it on Steam. What on Steam? Squadrons? Ugh. Revenge of the... Yeah, man, I would kill for one. And I would make one, but Disney will freaking probably try to sue me. Well, I don't know. Would they have the rights to that? It never got made. Do you like Palpatine's return in the EU, or are you totally against it? I personally prefer the EU version more, but in my opinion, Palpatine's end in Return of the Jedi was a great ending to his arc. Well, as you're new, or at least I don't remember you. I see so many names, so sorry if I forgot you from last week. Canon is canon. Palpatine died. George Lucas and Ian McDiarmid both said Palpatine died. So, period, end of conversation. Canon. I love the EU. And because the EU was never truly canon and doesn't interfere with canon, I also love the Dark Empire and the whole thing of Palpatine's clone and all that. That is a cool side story. I like it. I have no problem with it because it's not canon and doesn't influence canon, so it doesn't matter. So as far as liking it as a Star Wars fan, I think it's awesome. It's fun. I don't have anything against it. As far as canon, he died. I mean, there's not, even a conversation. So, so to answer your question, am I against it? If we're talking canon, yes, absolutely. Am I against it as far as like EU and Star Wars universe? No, it was fine. It was awesome. It was fun. No problem with it. So. I had something of it in the 80s, but I can't remember if it was a brooch or a pamphlet or something. Yeah, hindsight, if you kept that kind of stuff, man, that stuff is probably got to be some of the most valuable Star Wars stuff because it was so rare and never actually got made. That, the original Boba Fett toy with the rocket, those old Boba Fetts are some of the most expensive toys in history. To this day. Revenge of the Jedi, yeah. Plus Han is deadbeat dad and a failure. Yeah, it's so stupid. Everything with Han was wrong and off and disrespectful. All of them. Luke, Leia, Chewie, R2. Every last OT character got disrespected. And even just now, they released another comic and further disrespecting. For some reason, when I saw your face, I just went, looks like Adam Savage. Hey, Julian, I remember you from last week. Welcome back. Adam Savage. I know the name, but I can't put a finger on him. Who's Adam Savage? Special effects. Adam from Mythbusters? Oh, Lord, are you insulting me? I'm far more handsome than that doofball. Oh, boy, that's funny. Han in Return of the Jedi is a moron. Han in Force Awakens is so likable. Oh, Lord. She said Uba. Yeah, Uba. I like Marcus, but his Star Wars videos are just the worst. They show that he has very little knowledge and only wants action. Yeah. Who gets into more hijinks and misadventures? Jar Jar Binks or Din Djarin? I want to say Din. Jar Jar is a clumsy goofball. But he never gets anyone killed. He never gets anyone in major trouble. On the contrary, his mistakes end up helping out the situation. And he is one of the most important characters in all of Star Wars, whether you like it or not. Whether you like Jar Jar or not, he is one of the top most important characters in all of Star Wars by design, by the maker. Din Djarin is just a plain fucking idiot that is constantly on his ass, failing, making mistakes, making messes, making everything a further mess, and everyone around him has to save him and do everything. The show is about everyone but him. So Din Djarin far and away wins that. It's funny because people hate Jar Jar because he's goofy. But if you actually had a brain and objectively look at the two, Din Djarin is one of the most worthless characters in all of Star Wars history. And Jar Jar is actually one of the most important. Revenge of the Jedi shirts on eBay, $100+ each. Original? No idea. I just searched it. Well, you see the thing in the top right? I'm thinking about making a shirt tonight. I don't know that Disney even has rights to that. Honestly. If anything, maybe in that exact font and design, I can alter it, but I don't know that it's not a product that they have or own or sell or market that they can't touch the OT, and they certainly can't touch Revenge of the Jedi, so I don't think they could do anything about it anyways. So don't be surprised if you see a shirt pop up. There is the 2011 line of toys that say Revenge of the Jedi. They may have it copyrighted. Yeah, I seem to remember something about that. I'll look into it. Then again, I already have an idea that's can get around it. And we'll see who really is a Star Wars fan. Here's Marcus's ranking of all the Star Wars movies from worst to best. 1, 2, 3, Rogue One, 6, 9, 8, Solo, 7, 5, 4. Oh, Lord. What a confused person. What's more rare in Star Wars? What's more rare is the Star Wars birthday cake one sheet. Nice. Sadly, when I lost all my things, I lost all my old pictures. But I used to have this picture that I loved so much. I was, I don't know, 5 maybe. And I had this beautiful big birthday cake. And it had Chewie and Han and Luke and Leia. I'm pretty sure R2 and 3PO were there too. Boba, and I think 1 or 2 of the other bounty hunters. And they were actually like their feet were in my cake. You know what I mean? Like they were standing in my cake. I'll never forget that. Love that picture so much. I miss my toys. I have 99% of the figures mint on card from episode 1 and 2. I had them perfectly slaves, like wallpaper, on 2 of my bedroom walls. Nice. Special stuff. I agree with you. For me, the George Lucas canon will stay the #1 canon, and the EU got some amazing side stories which aren't necessarily required. Yeah. They weren't required, but they were good. They were respectful, and they were very well written. And they grew, they expanded the universe. So, love the EU, absolutely love it. Please consider channel membership. You ever read Revenge of the Jedi script? It's pretty good. I want to say that many years ago I read some of it, but I don't have a copy. In fact, I've been thinking about it lately because of Return of the Jedi. I would love to get my hands on it. I haven't. I've been so busy, I haven't even looked. I don't know. Maybe there's a PDF somewhere. I do remember like skimming it or knowing parts of it, but it's been forever. But like sat down and read the whole script, I don't recall. Front to back. Han was supposed to be a general. They ruined the OG characters so badly. If they wanted to pass the torch, they burnt the whole house down. They sure did. They sure did. Muzz the Phenom, welcome. Who's Marcus? Marcus, I guess, is the guy from Cosmonaut Hour or whatever that channel is. Darth Jar Jar, he was just overdone. Well, that's another thing. He might have been a thing, so. Jar Jar doesn't kill anyone. Droids lives matter. Droid lives matter. Yes, they do. That's another good shirt, too. Could one make a Return of the Sith t-shirt? I mean, I suppose you could. Because there's no such thing. The only thing is will they be little bitches about the word Sith? But potentially. Jar Jar proposed the vote for giving the Chancellor emergency powers, so he's actually the cause of the fall of the Republic. Yes, exactly. I didn't say that what he did was all good, but he is one of the most important characters in all of the Star Wars saga. By influencing the fall of the Republic, he also influenced the fall of Anakin Skywalker. Indirectly, but again, he's very important. Very pivotal character in the saga. And there was other little things. He got Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan to the Gungan City. Very important. Which in turn got them to Padme. So obviously very important. Which in turn they find Anakin. Kind of important. So Misa back, MFers. Yes. Hello. And welcome E-Hall, if that's correct. E-Hal 256. I thought Rose was the most useless character along with Finn, Rey, Kylo, and the rest of Disney trash. I mean, you have an argument for all of those are a perfect argument. Rose literally accomplishes nothing. On the contrary, she's counterproductive and violates Finn. Not only by shocking him, you're rebels, dude. If the dude wants to leave, let him leave. Rebels. I don't know about the Resistance, Disney fan fiction, but rebels aren't going to hold you hostage and be like, you have to fight. That's not how rebels function. Not Star Wars rebels. So she shocks him and violates him, and then she later grabs. Then she, instead of letting him take out the fucking battering ram to save the entire resistance. No, she crashes him, and then she takes a step further and rapes him and kisses him. Oh, Rose. Finn, I wouldn't say he's totally useless. He's lame as fuck. Ray! But he does do a few things. He leads Han and Chewie to the get into Starkiller base, and he does a few things. He's just lame. But useless? No, I wouldn't say he's totally useless. And he was trying to be the hero, right? In Crate. So that's Rian Johnson. That's not the character himself. So Finn. Rey, she's not at all useless, but the thing is she's a Mary Sue, so it's like just dumb. But she's not useless. Kylo. Yeah, he is pretty useless. He doesn't do a damn thing. Kill Snoke. Din Djarin, on the other hand, is completely useless. Totally worthless. Does nothing. He accomplishes nothing. I didn't know much about the deep stuff. Was Jar Jar supposed to be Darth Plagueis? No. Not Darth Plagueis. Darth Plagueis is his own character, confirmed by George Lucas. Yes, Palpatine did kill Plagueis, confirmed by George Lucas. I have the interview. When I get a time to put it up, I will. I just have so much going on. I have so many videos coming right now. But I do have a video out of George Lucas's mouth that yes, Plagueis was real. Yes, Palpatine killed him in his sleep. So no, Jar Jar was not. But there was an arc, not confirmed, but there's a lot of evidence and rumors of that Jar Jar was indeed the Dark Lord of the Sith. And he was manipulating and running everything. And that he could have trained Palpatine and been controlling Palpatine. Now, that does conflict with Plagueis, is one of the things. But what I'm assuming is that Darth Jar Jar was a thing. After everybody got their panties in a bunch and were crying over a alien character, he changed the arc, and that's why Plagueis, who I don't think he just made up Plagueis at that moment. Plagueis was probably a concept, and that's where he shifted from Jar Jar to Plagueis, is my assumption. I don't know that we'll ever have the actual answer on that, but Darth Jar Jar there's evidence that it was a thing. So once he decided to scrap that, then Plagueis. Plagueis, as you know, isn't mentioned till episode 3 anyway, so. I'm convinced all the slights, overlooks, mistakes, and poor decision-making by Disney was all directly related to avoiding having to pay Lucas 25%. That is one of the largest reasons. Part of it is just disrespect. Part of it is agenda. Part of it, these are the two biggest factors. One, they don't want to pay Daddy George. That's why, guys, you're seeing stuff like Din Djarin. Boba Fett had a movie. He had Underworld TV show, and he had 1313 the game. George Lucas was about to drop some Boba Fett bombs because he knew how popular he was, and he even said himself he made a mistake killing him. So a bunch of Boba Fett stuff was coming. Disney, what they do is they take the core components because they know that's what we want, and then they change it so that they can say, oh, look what we invented. Look how great he is. Look, he's got the helmet, and see how cool he is. And in reality, it's Boba Fett. They did all that to avoid making Boba Fett, and here we are right back with Boba Fett, and we're about to get a Boba Fett show. They did all that. As soon as the Boba Fett show comes up, everyone's going to forget about Din Djarin. Most people already have anyways, but I very much doubt we're going to see Mandalorian season 3. I would be shocked if it happens. So the two main factors are, one, creating a new Star Wars. Kathleen Kennedy and Disney, Mickey Mouse, want you to believe, not necessarily you, but your kids, and therefore further generations, to believe that Star Wars is this amazing Kathleen Kennedy, Mickey Mouse thing. George Lucas, you'll forget all about him. Because sadly, a lot of people 10, 20, 50 years from now aren't going to go back and be like, oh, what was the original? What's the history? Where does this come back? Because people don't like to ask questions. People don't like to look at the root of where something comes from, sadly. People that claim they love Star Wars, but yet they don't actually look at where it comes from. So you have one, them creating it in their image so that you believe that Disney's great, and two, to not pay Daddy George. They do indeed have to give him a 25% cut when they use his stuff. That's why you're seeing all these variations of the things you know. Jawas with red eyes instead of yellow, and fake-ass Mandalorians, and, you know, Tatooine, kind of, and all these things is because they don't want to pay Daddy George. Which is so funny, because if they respected Star Wars and made real Star Wars, they would actually make 20, 50, 100 times more to cover that 25% anyways. Instead, they do fake ripoffs, half-ass ripoffs, and save a little 25%. 25% of nothing is okay. Whereas if you're making billions of dollars, who the hell cares? Oh well, geniuses at Disney. But nothing is more useless than a mechanic with no arms, hands. Shout outs to Claude. Of course, Claude is the greatest mechanic ever. Disney, a dildo mechanic. Starring Grogu, Cara Dune, Carla Grief Karga, Boba Fett, Moff Gideon. I feel like I'm forgetting someone. Nah, I have everyone. Yep. Bo-Katan, Casca. It's about everybody but the guy that it's supposed to be about. Why? Because nobody gives a damn about Din Djarin. I read A New Hope, The Emperor Strikes Back, Return of the Jedi scripts from the library long ago. Love them. Nice. Nice to see you, Anthony Aguirre. May the 4th is coming up. Instead of a day of celebration, thanks to Disney, it's a day of sadness. Let's talk about May the 4th for a second. May the 4th actually was first said by Margaret Thatcher in 1979. Believe it or not. That sentiment, that saying is actually very, very old, ironically. Long before Mickey Mouse had a clue of what even Star Wars was or was going to try to get Star Wars. And then throughout the years, it's been used in different things. California has an official Star Wars Day, but that's May 25th. Anyways, long and short, it was picked up by fans over the years, something that a lot of us said, you know, because May the 4th, May the Force. But it was never like an official thing, and Lucasfilm, George Lucas never celebrated it or made it anything official. Star Wars Day always has been and always will be May 25th, 1977, and every May 25th following. So it really is invalid anyways. Who gives a damn? I myself have said that many times, May the 4th. I'm sure most of you, and yeah, it kind of sucks. But at the end of the day, it didn't really become like official until 2011, right before Lucasfilm was sold. In 2012, Disney like officially celebrated it and made it a thing. So at the end of the day, while it is a fan thing for many years, officially it's a Disney fan fiction thing anyways. So who cares? And even if it was the day, they're not making anything Star Wars anyways, so who cares? Just remember that Star Wars Day is May 25th. Always has been, always will be. May the 4th, you know, it's a cool saying and all, but and you know, I don't want to not acknowledge the fans, because for like the past 10-20 years, a lot of fans of May the 4th would do like events and a lot of like cosplay stuff and stuff like that, but it was never an official, not to Lucasfilm, not to the hardcore fans. It was never anything official. So in the big picture, yes, it is a shame that we can't celebrate May the 4th with real Star Wars. But hey, you're going to get Bad Batch. Have you watched the Clone Wars series? Yes, I have seen all of it. I got all kinds of shit from friends and basically everyone when I got done with TFA and said I hated it, and that it was a copy paste of scenes from 1 through 6, a vehicle for feminazi, garbage, woke bullshit. Yes, it is. I already felt bad about it in 2012. In 2014, that EU nonsense they did, I was like, but at the end of the day, the EU was never canon anyway, so I was like, okay, you guys are doing the wrong thing. This is foolish. If you're going to truly do Star Wars correctly, okay, but you better get it right. I knew during the film, but, you know, officially when I walked out of, and I've said this many times before, when I walked out of Force Awakens, I said it not only out loud, but I thought it. Star Wars is over. Star Wars that you know is done. It sure has been. So when I walked out of that movie, I felt completely hollow. But who was right? I was. Darth Plagueis novel was quite good. You know, I never got to read that. I've like flipped little pages here and there. I never got to like sit down and read it. And one of these days I would like to. I've always heard it's fantastic. It's not totally canon, but you know, again, the EU, as long as it's a story that's not conflicting with the movies, it can be canon. You know, it's never going to be official canon, but it's enough, you know, to where it you know, you can say it's the story, it's the fill-in. But yeah, the Plagueis, I've always heard nothing but 5 stars. You know, also Revenge of the Sith is, you know, everybody praises it in 5 stars, but that shit breaks canon 20 plus times. So, you know, that one definitely has problems. Least we forget when Disney tweeted this by sharing your message with us during May the 4th. You agreed to our use of the message in your account name and all media and our terms of use. Yes, they basically said, if you use that shit, we own your tweet. And everybody laughed at them because you can't copyright a hashtag. They're so fucking dumb. They are so fucking dumb. And one thing is to, you know, I think quotes from movies is kind of silly, but okay, if you want to argue, we own May the Force be with you. All right, it's Star Wars. It's always been there. You own Star Wars, fine. But to have the nerve to try to take something that the fans built up. You shit on the fans. You disrespect the fans. You criticize the fans. And now you want to take something that the fans have created and supported. Disney is unfucking believable. I think they could sell the fans that Boba blasted his way out of the inside of the Sarlacc and survived. Especially if it was from George Lucas. Yeah, I mean, it was always pretty much known, although never official, because unless you see it in the movies or a show, right, it wasn't going to be officially canon, but it was always known, and Lucas even kind of alluded at it. Boba Fett survived. You know, that wasn't really a question. So, you know, if George had done the movie, holy, that Boba Fett movie would have been... You know what we need? A Star Wars fighting game like Super Smash Brothers. There's a lot of things they could do, but you know, that requires creativity and love. People still don't seem to realize that some of the good stories we've got by Disney were based on rough drafts or concepts by Disney, and Disney takes all the credit at the end. Just disgusting. You mean concepts by George? Jyn Erso, Cassian Andor, Saw Gerrera, Rogue One, Mandalorian, elements of Rebels and Clone Wars, Bad Batch, all that stuff was George Lucas concepts. I have proof of a lot of that stuff. Disney has not created anything. Dave Filoni has not created anything. They rape what George Lucas created. The only thing they've created is the High Republic. And you see what a fucking mess that is. I thought we do. I've said that for a long time, like an advanced fencing game with force powers. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. I think it's called Star Wars Master of Terras Kasi. Yeah, I seem to remember that. Yep, I never played it, but I do remember GameCube, maybe? Gee, well, but he's a navigator with no eyes or mouth or arms. But, you know, he's the bestest navigator ever. Disney. Nothing but bad things about it. Yeah, I don't know. Star Wars fatigue, only shitty Disney Star Wars fan fiction. Yeah, that's hilarious. Listen, if George Lucas was around, or if I was making Star Wars, you guys would have no fatigue. You would be loving it every day. You could make a movie every year, and people would be fine. Now, you can't make a Star Wars movie in a year. You simply can't. They take 3 years. Period. Not a correct Star Wars film. But just saying that if you had, you know, a movie, a show coming out every year, people, on the contrary, you would be banking. I hope they do a concert of Boba Fett twerking and Darth Vader grabbing his crotch. Hey, they probably will. Revenge of the Fifth, yes. He's just being silly. I hate hearing people acknowledging the new movies as episode 7 or 3 or whatever. They don't exist in my perspective. New movies as episode 7. Yeah, they're not canon. They're not even Star Wars. They're Disney fan fiction. So don't sweat it, man. I'm so fatigued from Star Wars. No, you aren't. Disney's just shoving a bunch of their crap up your ass. Ding. Star Wars, the search for more money. I think it's the search for some money because they never made any money and desperately seeking money. A great book. Plagueis, yeah. Revenge of the Sith novelization breaks canon 20 plus times. Not like Disney where it's like shitting on it. Don't get me wrong. It's just there's little things in there, dialogue and events that contradict the film. And anything that contradicts the film is therefore not canon. So 20 plus times, like 22, 23 times, it breaks canon. And that's a stream I might do sometime. I've been thinking about it. Another one I've thought of doing is all the times Clone Wars breaks canon. It's 100 plus. That's going to be a big stream or a several part stream. But Clone Wars cartoon breaks canon over 100 times. Mandalorian I haven't counted, but 100 times probably. I mean, it breaks canon all over the place. It's a mess. But the Revenge of the Sith novelization breaks canon 20 plus times. Contradicts canon, because breaks canon is like, that's what Disney does. Like literally shits on it and breaks it. The novelization, let's not say like breaks it, but it contradicts. It can't be canon because it contradicts the film. So Rehash Awakens reactions. Oh my god, this is so much better than the garbage prequels. Yeah, well. Ahsoka book. Her lightsabers were green at the Siege of Mandalore. The Clone Wars. No, wait, they were blue, and she survives and lives throughout the original trilogy. Yeah, and then she bleeds the crystals. Yeah, you don't bleed lightsaber. That's Disney fan fiction. But according to Disney, a Sith bled a Jedi's crystal, turned them red. She then bleeds the crystals, which then turns them white. Okay, Dave Filoni. May should be Star Wars month. From May the 4th, 14th, and May the 25th. May the 21st, May the 25th. Yeah. I mean, it pretty much is Star Wars month. Or was, anyways. And yeah, don't get me wrong. May the 4th, the concept, the idea is cool, but it was never official. And then these monkey nuts made it official. So if they're going to try to copyright it and take your hashtag and claim it and make it official, you know, to me, it's fan fiction like the rest of their stuff. So I think saying, hey, May the 4th be with you is cool. But actually, like, considering it a Star Wars thing, it's Disney. Boba's dad, he died in 83. Well, there's many that would argue that. Furthermore, Mandalorian. No, I meant George Lucas. Yeah, right. I caught it. Star Wars open world game would be good too, but I would love like a Fallout. There was a game like that. Galaxies, I think it was called. PC game where it was pretty open world like that. I always thought they should have that. Just a massive online open world. Agreed. The Old Republic kind of, sort of is. Kind of. Disney actually made a movie about moving forward in 2007. It's called Meet the Robinsons. Yes. Check it out. You will learn to keep moving and don't stay in the past. Disney hasn't learned their own lesson. Yep. Political rally? No. Keep moving forward. Yep. Sorry, I meant George Lucas. No worries. Disney is, yes, they do. They make you stupid. They are so confused themselves that they end up confusing fans. And then that's what's sad is you got like knuckleheads, airheads that want to argue with you. But this is that, and you're all confused with what Disney's mess is. All based on George Lucas ideas. Even Dave admits it. Yep. Boba's background by the Clone Wars. Yeah, I mean that's the biggest reason why he made Jango is to redeem Boba Fett. That's why all the clones, Mando, Mandalorians, Attack of the Clones, Bad Batch, all of that is you're welcome. Not my Star Wars. When do you think Disney will sell Star Wars? Oh, okay. I like this name, I think, better. Nightwish, just saying. You know, just your name, do what you like, but I like Nightwish. I just didn't say anything just because, no worries. Don't you have another name too? I think by the end of the year. And probably the last straw is going to be the Kathleen thing. See, here's the thing. Disney has not made back their money from buying Lucasfilm. They're in the hole several $1 billion. Never mind that Disney is in debt like $50 billion. But just on the Lucasfilm purchase, they haven't even made maybe half. They're probably under half of what they paid for it. So it has always been a thorn. They have lost tons of money. They just don't know how to manage it, deal with it. Everything they do, everybody gets pissed off. So Star Wars has become a liability to them. Lucasfilm, better said. They will hold out as long as they can because, one, they don't want to get rid of, obviously, the most important IP in history, but also pride. They don't want to have to admit, yeah, we fucked up Star Wars and we got to sell it because we just don't know what to do. But there is precedent. They bought the Power Rangers, they fucked it up, and the guy bought it back for half. And they're doing the same thing with Lucasfilm. With that said, they have not made back their money. Bad Batch is not going to save them. Everybody's going to be all, oh, May the 4th, and watch the little 70-minute thing and be all excited. And it might last a few weeks. Within a month, Bad Batch will be long forgotten. It's going to break canon. It's going to be nonsense. And it's just a little cartoon at the end of the day. And within a month, it'll be forgotten. And then on top of that, you'll have, you know, their stupidity. They'll insult somebody in a tweet or, you know, their regular dumb shit. And they'll kill that just like they did with Luke and the Mandalorian. So Disney's not going to be seeing any money anytime soon. Boba Fett doesn't come out till December if they make it that far. And that's not going to make money either. What's it going to bring in? A few million subscribers, and okay, that's not going to save Disney Plus. So when you compound all those things, and then the last straw will be Kathleen, because she's not going anywhere. And in September, when you all find out that she got promoted or still at Lucasfilm and everybody really flips their shit, then the $3 that they were making are going to go away. And if you think people are pissed off right now with the whole Gina Carano on the videos and all that, wait till you all find out that Kathleen's not going anywhere. Boy, is Disney in for it. And that's where the real, maybe the rest of you are going to finally wake the fuck up and finally demand that they sell Lucasfilm. And at that point, so to me, I'm thinking January next year, they'll try to go through the year, do the quarterly report and try to make it look as good as they can. But, you know, the investors are, you know, had it up to here at this point. And, you know, they're getting called out on the investor calls. Like, hey, let's see what happens. In about 2 weeks, we're going to have the next investor call. So I can't wait to hear what they're going to say there. It's another 6 months, a year. You know, there's nothing. Mando is not till minimum 2022 and is probably 2023. They don't have anything else. Book of Boba Fett, we don't know how many episodes, but it's not going to be much. Might just be 4 or 6 episodes. It's not going to save them. Way too late. So, which ironically, that's not going to save them, but it's also what's going to kill Mando. I mean, Mando's already dead anyways, but that's what's really going to put the nail in the coffin for Mando. So, I think December, January. It could have, and I thought sooner, but everybody's all excited to see Bad Batch, and here we go. That understand. As soon as you guys watch Bad Batch, we're right back to ground zero, and we're starting all over again. And it's going to take about a month for everybody to snap out of it and be like, yeah, this is the same bullshit. And we're continuing on with the same bullshit. And, well, there you go. The sad part is we're going to go backwards a bit. But, oh, well. I don't know how much more you guys need. 9 years, it hasn't convinced you. I don't know what to tell you. After seeing the recent Bad Batch trailers, my hopes for Cad Bane and Boba Fett having their final arc are now dead. Oh, that's not going to happen. I'd love to see a cult-like movement where every Star Wars fan watches the OT and PT on their movies on their original release dates in May. That'd be cool. But what do you mean on like Disney Plus? I mean, Jon Favreau did say he will use any story or ideas in the Star Wars universe. So I guess it's possible to have a hybrid Heir of the Empire series. Yeah. We'll talk about that in a second. I have a few more chats. I'll talk about Luke's hand and that, and then let's get into the movie. Solo lost lots of money, hundreds of millions of dollars. Meet the Robinsons is a childhood classic. Yes. The story's a little weak, but the rest of the movie's great. To break canon, Clone Wars stream. Okay, I mean, we can do it. It's gonna probably have to be several parts because it's over 100 times. Plus, wait till we see Bad Batch. Holy crap, is that gonna be a mess? Kid 1, hey Goob, nice binder. Kid 2, hey Goob, you want to come to my house today? Goob, they all hated me. Use the Force on the subscribe and like buttons. I'd love a stream about the contradictions of the Clone Wars. One thing I'd say is how different the tone atmosphere of the show feels, to the point where it feels like it's not even a part of the same universe. Yep. It's Dave Filoni fan fiction. DreamWorks, I don't remember. I want to say no. Disney movie, yeah, I thought so. They made a whole movie about keep moving forward, and they are the ones who don't get the message. Empire at War 2 mixed with elements of Stellaris would be pretty sweet, but I know they won't do it justice now. Listen, there's a million things right now that Star Wars fans would be like, oh, like I was just thinking to myself, an Osage Ventress movie could be amazing. Show her like as a child, some stuff with the Night Sisters, her growing, and like on the side of what's happening with the Sith and the galaxy and all this. And then she builds up to maybe like around Phantom Menace, and somehow they tie her in where, you know, she thought she was going to be a Sith and wanted to be a Sith, but then she gets killed or something. Kind of like how she was in the Clone Wars, where she's like, I'm a Sith, and Dooku's like, oh, really? And he like fucking whoops her ass. You know, something like that. Not the later stuff where she's like setting up Ahsoka and fighting Ahsoka and all that nonsense. But yeah, I mean, but here's the point, is that there's so many cool stories that we could come up with or could do, but Disney's just going to fuck it up. So it's like, what's the point? Fallout New Jersey and Star Wars KOTOR 2 by Obsidian. Coincidence? I don't think so. Lol. I unfortunately have to go. Finally, somebody like you who's stating facts. It's unfortunately a rarity in the internet. See you next time. My pleasure. Thanks for stopping by. There's the replay will be up tomorrow. I'm here every Friday. May the Force be with you. The Jedi Master, when you wake up, he will be still streaming. Yeah, I'll be here for probably 12 hours, so just to let you know. Hopefully Kenobi flops. I'd love to see their reaction. It'd be priceless. It will. Don't worry, it will. They think they're going to be slick and do some cool shit and the Anakin fight and all this. Everybody's going to be like, what the fuck is this? By the way, that show has been talked about for 7 years. I've made several videos about it, how it was canceled and delayed and all kinds of problems. Not long ago, I showed more problems with it. Then there were set leaks. Then recently, they said they were going to film in March. Then Ewan said they're going to film in April. Now they haven't even started, and they're talking about starting in May. So it may not even happen. I'll be right back. I got to watch a TV show. I'll be here. Yes, I will. Thankfully, there's only so much BS people can take. Eventually, people will get tired of the same old soulless content. Yeah, I don't know what it's going to take. I mean, 9 years of black eyes. I don't know, but Bad Batch is going to do it because it's just a little cartoon. People are going to figure it out, but they're going to be like, it was just a cartoon, so it doesn't matter anyways. That'll be the excuse. Book of Boba Fett, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen there. It might be okay. I don't know. But probably what they'll do is really screw up Obi-Wan, and maybe that will finally, the combination of that and Kathleen Kennedy staying, hopefully will finally wake some people up. During commercial, well, yeah. I don't know what you would want to be watching more than this, but it's okay. Okay. So I want to get into the movie, but we'll talk about Luke's hand real quick. Where was that comment? Okay. Many months ago, in videos, I also mentioned it on stream, there was a comic that came out, but also they were showing panels of comics that were coming that finally just came out, of that Luke's hand got chopped off, went to the bottom of Cloud City, not out the vent like we saw it in the movie, not lost somewhere in Cloud City, but that it ended up in the bottom of the Cloud City where there's all this trash. It's like this big landfill. And some Ugnaughts are walking around in this trash. I don't know why. And why they wouldn't incinerate it or whatever, but whatever. An Ugnaught finds the lightsaber. Somehow Maz Kanata gets it. They don't explain it, but as we know, she gets it. In another comic, they started changing all kinds of things in Empire, like Leia actually is frozen in carbonite. And they find Luke's hand. Recently, there was an excerpt about how Leia saw that they had his hand, and she was like, what are they doing? Why do they have his hand? Okay. And then the comic book that just came out shows that not only does Palpatine have Luke's hand, and it's in like a tank, Darth Vader goes to Exegol, which Exegol never existed. This is Disney's nonsense. They do this for several reasons. One, to try to explain the sequel trilogy, because those movies are so terrible, they don't explain anything. So they're constantly trying to write the story and make sense of it through all this other media years later, which is just dumb. So Vader's on Exegol with Palpatine. Oh boy. Palpatine had the foresight to create clones and this big Star Destroyer army, but yet he gets killed in Jedi. Okay. Anyway, so Vader's there with him on Exegol. He sees Luke's hand, and that's how they make Snoke. Okay. Well, remember that Snoke is also an experiment, a stepping stone to Palpatine. And remember also that Mandalorian, people think it's not connected, but not only did Jon Favreau say he is connecting the sequel trilogy, but you see things in the show, and also the dialogue and the description says the New Order. It is going to all paths lead to the sequel trilogy, guys. Jake Skywalker. So the hand is used to create Snoke, which then is used to create more Palpatines so that he can keep himself his essence alive, even though he died 3 times in like 3 minutes in Return of the Jedi, but you know. So therefore, the hand gets used to make Palpatine's clones. From Palpatine's clones, one of them is his son, which he's not a son because he's a clone, but they say his son, and his son is a failed clone. He's worthless because he doesn't have force powers. You can't clone force users, Disney. But anyways, but his failed son ends up having a kid, and that kid is Rey. Now, again, a clone is not a son, so why they say that Palpatine is her grandfather, in reality, he would be her father because his son is just a direct clone of him. He doesn't look like him. He's nothing like him, but he's a clone. Okay. So the implication here is that through the steps, Rey exists because of Luke's hand, his genetics. And what does that therefore do? See, Rey's a Skywalker. That's Disney's way of making Rey, of justifying and coming up with a way to make that story work, is by saying that Luke's hand was used to clone. So, there you go. Disney. All right. Let's see if you guys... what are you watching? Do you have a cool Star Wars collection or what? No. I used to. I used to have, in particular, a pretty amazing Boba Fett collection. But I lost everything I owned a few years ago. So, and when I say everything, I mean everything. So naturally, my basketball card collection, all my memories, my childhood stuff, my mother, my everything that I owned. And that includes any Star Wars stuff, my media collection. I had Laserdiscs and Blu-rays and DVDs and a beautiful Boba Fett collection. And no, I don't have any of it. I lost everything. So I have this. And I have this. This is Yoda, not Grogu. Some shirts. That's about it. No, I don't have a Star Wars collection anymore, unfortunately. Never read Heir to the Empire, but having Luke's hand and lightsaber be recovered for Cloud City feels like fan fiction, because it is. Happy Friday, Andy. I don't speak that language. I need a translator. Yet another reason why the EU can't be canon. It breaks the continuity of the movies and cheapens it. Like having Palpatine be restructured in Dark Empire, making Anakin's sacrifice pointless. Yes. Yeah. Again, I can't stress, I love the EU. There are beautiful stories there. One of my favorite characters of all time is Mara Jade. Another character I was thinking of earlier, she could have had an amazing side story. You could have done a whole thing, built her up from a little girl, growing up, becoming the hand of Palpatine, doing all kinds of shit, right up to where she meets Luke. Then, if Disney had a fucking brain, you make episode 7, Luke is training children, rebuilding the Order, and that side movie ties into 7. He crosses with Mara Jade, and now we know the whole Mara Jade story because we had the movie. It ties right in. He gets with Mara, and you bring in Rey or Kira, as it was supposed to be Kira, and you do proper Star Wars. But Disney. I agree that bit about cloning Luke from his severed hand feels more like a bit of a stretch. Like the Thrawn trilogy, though, it wasn't perfect, but it started a great era of Star Wars EU novels. Yeah, and I mean, if you just tweaked it a little bit, it could work. Thrawn was an amazing character until Dave Filoni put him in Rebels, and now he's a little cuck. Who says you can't clone Force users? George Lucas does. Oh shit, was that the fires in Cali? Why, that I lost everything? I'm not in Cali, no. Just a financial ruin, basically. Had all my stuff in the storage and I lost the storage, so lost everything I own. It's life. Good evening. Good evening, Marky J. Casting baby Janice Care. Yep. Okay. Let's get into Return of the Jedi. Oh, wow. There's a ghost from the past. Just a second. Thank you, D, as always, for sending me updates. A real quick update on Jonathan Rinsler. Hi, good friends. So the last round of chemo 2 weeks ago had too many negative side effects. Consequently, we're now looking at possible clinical trials and alternate medicine, working with Kaiser and UCSF, University of California, San Francisco. But feeling good, finger typing, reading good books, meditating. Jen is making wonderful gluten-free cakes with natural sugars, watching good TV/movies, Mary Tyler Moore Show, Ninotchka, and etc. Stay safe. Love, Jay, Jonathan. So there's a little quick update on Jonathan Rinsler. He's a really great dude. And he seems to stay pretty optimistic and pretty positive. He's going through it right now with pancreatic cancer. I wish there's more I can do. There are a few things coming up that I will do my best. But, you know, at the end of the day, there's, you know, I can't do too much. And, well, all we can do is hope for for the best. And for those that don't know who Jonathan Rinsler is, he's actually the real apprentice to George Lucas. He came right when they were going into post-production for Attack of the Clones, roughly 2001. He did all of the making of books, behind-the-scenes books, of pretty much all the Star Wars stuff. He also did Alien and some other stuff. The character Rinsler in the Tron Legacy was named after him. He's a fantastic author, a great guy, someone I'm very happy to and proud to call my friend. Not, you know, we're not like best friends or, you know, but someone I'm very happy to call a friend. And, you know, he's going through it, but he's a fantastic person and a fantastic author. He's written a lot of amazing books. And that was someone that truly spent every day around George Lucas. Not in the very beginning, you know, obviously it took time, but, you know, by like the half of his career to the end of his career, he was literally with like George all the time next to him and asking questions, witnessing things, being a part of it so that he could get the insight to write these books. He also had access to the vault and the, you know, archives and all that stuff. So, in case you don't know who Jonathan Rinsler is, he did all of the making. He also did Indiana Jones and Alien and all kinds of stuff. So check out Jonathan Rinsler if you have not. There's always a link in my videos and live streams to his latest book, All Up, since I'm mentioning it, which is all about, let me go back so I can see the camera, all about basically the space race, how the space program was developed, and a lot of things like if you know about Operation Paperclip and behind the scenes and all that stuff. So this is a personal copy that he sent to me, and it's personal what he wrote, but he signed it for me. Anyways, Jonathan's a great guy. So if you ever want to support him, you know, either with kind words or you could pick up his book, and he has a lot of other great books as well. So anyways, he's going through it, but he's optimistic, and, you know, hopefully he will pull through. He does have family. He does have people with him. He does have, I don't know financially how he is, but I believe he's okay. But you know, he's not like living rich, but I think he's okay in that sense. But you know, at least he's not alone. He has family. He has people around. He has support from a lot of people. So I'll win the lottery. I'll send you some cash to rebuild. Well, I appreciate it. I don't expect anything from anybody. I appreciate any, you know, donations, kind words, whatever. But, you know, MacGyver. Well, I haven't seen that in a million years. Thoughts from Mr. Rinsler, yeah. Gotham. Yeah, I haven't seen that, but I heard it's pretty good. 2060, whites will become a minority. Possibly. It's all the same to me. We're all just people. So doesn't connect. No, it is. It will. John Favreau's already said that it does. So Islamic. They do, absolutely. In many instances, but he literally says it, that he's connecting the sequels with the prequels and everything that was in canon and in the EU, that he's pulling from all of it and connecting it all. And you saw the clones in the show, okay, which are more than likely Snoke, but either way, they're clones, the steps to Snoke and Palpatine and now Rey. You know, so that's why I don't know why I never understood why everybody got all excited about Luke. That's Jake Skywalker. What are you getting excited about? They suckered you. But hey, if that made you happy, you know, I'm not mad. I don't want to take that from anybody. Just you got to wake up. That's all. They are connecting to the sequels. There's not. John Favreau has said it. So, and Kathleen and Filoni and you know, so. And they say things in the show, and they show you things in the show, and it is absolutely connecting. All paths lead to the sequel trilogy. We're all different. I mean, yeah, in ways. Revenge of the Sith is a masterpiece. It's a great film. My father has had pancreatic cancer in the 90s that he survived. Yeah. I'm no cancer expert, although I know a thing or two, but I know from the little bit of research I've done, the questions I've made, and from a few people that I know that have had cancer, that it is one of the worst ones to have and deal with. So, yeah. All right. So let me see if there's anything. Give me 1 second. Somebody sent me a message. I was just curious. Okay. Doesn't look like it's anything important. I can check that later. All right. So then, Return of the Jedi. Let's see what they got here. Rebel Ray, Tatooine. Yeah. All right. Oops. Just a moment. Here is the link if anyone would like to watch it along with me. I can't play it on the stream, unfortunately, or they'll take the stream down, but I will give timestamps. I will talk about it out loud so you will have an idea of where I'm at. I will elaborate where I can. Been watching how they made the movie series, just amazing. Yep. A lot of my videos are that, and there's a lot more coming. So probably pancreatic cancer in the 90s and then 2006. Yeah, sorry to hear that. My father actually beat cancer twice now and is still kicking. So lung and prostate. Yes, you do. That is, if you have Disney Plus, you can watch it as a group with me. Booga Booga, this is a Star Wars channel. So if you want to talk Star Wars or movies or whatever, you're welcome to. If you continue with political, race, and all that, then we will ban you. Just know you've been warned. I allow free speech, but this is Star Wars. So, all right. So there's the link if anybody wants to join. Just remember that you can't hit pause or rewind or any of that because it will affect my end. So, okay. Just a moment. Get my earphones. All right. 20th Century Fox. The good old days. I will, as always, read the crawl. So you know, trying to know what country is diversity of thing. Oh, no worries. You don't have the movie, or you don't have Disney Plus? Okay, James, what are you doing? Your father made it through both his bouts, so we can't. Yeah, me too. Yeah. Put in the Blu-ray or DVD and watch along. Yes, I will say timestamps. Yeah, I got you. MacGyver on TV and don't want to miss that. It's up to you. There will be a replay of this anyways. I'm here now. Okay. All right. I will read the crawl and we will begin the best Star Wars movie ever created. I'm having a hard time finding a source where George Lucas says cloning of Force users is impossible. What about George Cyboth? And that you just answered it yourself. First of all, there are a few stories in EU of clones. Dark Empire, Palpatine, clones. If you could clone Force users, Palpatine would have cloned 10,000 Darth Mauls, and it all would have ended in Phantom Menace. Why didn't the Jedi clone Force users? Why didn't Palpatine or other Sith clone Force users? Why didn't Asajj Ventress or any other dark side character clone themselves? because you cannot clone Force users. The Force is not something that's in your blood that you can just like transfer. That's Disney nonsense. It's not how it works. The Force, not everybody has the Force. It's more Disney nonsense. That's not how the Force works. The Force is everywhere. The Force penetrates through everything. Rocks, my laptop, your motorcycle, your mom's backpack. The Force penetrates through everything. That doesn't mean that that object has the Force. It doesn't mean that everything just uses the Force. It just penetrates through everything. It is the galaxy. It is the universe, basically. Midichlorians are what determine your connection to the Force. So you could train for many years to become a Jedi, or to even potentially use the Force to some capacity. But someone that has very high midichlorians that barely trains would still have a much greater connection to the Force than someone that trains their entire life and has little to no midichlorians. Midichlorians are mitochondria. They are what move things throughout the universe, throughout the wills. The Force is the wills. So midichlorians, per George Lucas, are vehicles that move the Force throughout objects and connect the people, connect things, beings to the Force. That's why Anakin is the chosen one, because he has an insane amount of midichlorians. Why does he have an insane amount of midichlorians? Because he is literally created by the Force. So you can't eat. There's not even a way to like grab those midichlorians and transfer them or use them. That's not how the Force works. But it can. Palpatine would have just made 10,000 Dooku clones or 10,000 Maul clones. Why didn't he? Why would he waste his time with Rex and Cody? Why didn't he make 1,000 clones for himself? Because you can't clone Force users. That's why. Forget about EU. Forget about phony, baloney, Filoni, Disney fan fiction. We're talking about real Star Wars on this channel. You cannot clone Force users. I noticed you talking to me earlier as James Nerdman. Do you like me or something? Oh boy, I really kind of doubt you're James. I'm thinking you're somebody else. Yeah. Or I don't know. You're flipping around being goofy. Yeah. Be careful, James. Don't get banned. And I'm not your James won't, but Ooga Booga. I'm not believing you're James, so be careful. And Empire Yoda says himself, life creates it. The Force makes it grow. Clones are life forms. Okay. And do the clones have Force powers? Do the clones have midichlorians? You can clone. Nobody said you can't clone. You cannot clone Force users, because that's not how the Force works. You can't like get a syringe. Oh, I got your midichlorians, and now I'm going to inject them in myself, or I'm going to make clones. That's not how the Force works. So the whole premise of The Mandalorian, again, you're getting confused with Disney stupidity. The whole premise of we need Grogu's blood. Grogu's blood ain't going to do nothing for you. You can't clone Force users. Were the Jedi stupid? No. Why would they have cloned Yoda and Mace and all these people? How advantageous would it be to have 5 Yodas? Use your brain. You can't clone Force users. Understand, Star Wars is about 2 main principles: emotion and stakes. If you can just have tons of Palpatines, where's the stake? What's the point? He won't die. He'll just keep coming back. So what's the point? Vader's not redeemed. The galaxy's not saved. The Sith aren't destroyed. None of it matters. Where George Lucas literally said, Star Wars is over. Vader destroys the Sith. He kills Palpatine and himself. Game over. So by creating now that you could clone Force users, you have taken out the entire stakes and point of Star Wars. You cannot clone Force users. That directly contradicts the entire story of Star Wars. That's Disney's stupidity. To push away the Force for cloning. EU. It's not canon. I just found the things you talked about interesting. Clones were all soulless. No, they don't exist. Luke became stronger once his clone was destroyed, I think, because it was interpreting his own body-soul connection, because there was a resonance or shared soul thing going on. Yeah, in EU. But that's not canon. That's not real Star Wars. Limited to certain parts of the galaxy, chameleons being one of the more prominent species to have perfected the tech. In fact, in proper Star Wars lore, as soon as Palpatine takes over, he destroys the clones. Why? Because they are faulty. They deteriorate quickly and weren't that great of soldiers anyways. So he gets rid of the clones. Stormtroopers are not clones, in case anyone's confused. The clones are long gone by the time A New Hope comes around. Palpatine literally gets rid of them. Not only because they're defective and not worth keeping around, they deteriorate and grow too fast, but also because he gets rid of all remnants, all traces back to him being Palpatine and taking over the Senate. That's why he kills all the separatist leaders, the CIS. That's why he has Anakin go and destroy everything. He eliminates all ties, anything that can lead back to questioning Chancellor Palpatine, including the clones. Palpatine's the one that ends the cloning, the entire cloning program. So for him to be making clones of himself and to come back and Rise of Skywalker and all is like directly contradictory to what Palpatine did in the first place. Disney, please mention when you hit play. I think I have to hit play to join start on my end, but I'm not sure and don't want to start it on your end. Okay. It's not like anyone could just do cloning, so you can't say Asajj could have made clones. This character could have made clones. The tech is not widely available. Yeah. Listen. Cloning sounds real good. And it's not to say that one day in humanity we won't be able to do it and perfect it. It's not that like I hate it or I'm against it. But understand something. If right now we could clone 100 Michael Jordans, how special is Michael Jordan? The point is that you cherish and appreciate Michael Jordan because he's the only Michael Jordan. And it is the same thing with Palpatine and Maul and all these characters. They have value, they have weight because of the stakes. They can die. Qui-Gon is special because not only does he tell us the Jedi can die, but he gets killed. That is the weight. Obi-Wan was special because at any moment he could have died, and we later see him get killed. That's what makes Obi-Wan so endeared to everyone, is that he's gone. Because how smart would it be to have 50 Obi-Wan Kenobis? Well, gee, pretty freaking smart, now wouldn't it be? So not only is it completely contradictory to canon, but it goes against the point of what Star Wars is the stakes, the weight of these people, of their actions. Was cloned after the death of the original. Force users share a soul in cloning. Not in canon. Make no sense. They make perfect sense to me, but pew pew. What the hell? Yeah, might as well, because I don't know what's going on with him. That's a bit of snobby view on Star Wars, disregarding Disney altogether. It's not Star Wars. So if you like it, enjoy it. If you like Disney's fan fiction, enjoy it. I'm not telling you not to. It's just not Star Wars. Slave Leia. There you go. I think we are all here because we reject Disney Star Wars. Did you see the name of the channel? Yeah. Listen, Disney had a choice. Buy and respect Star Wars, or shit on it and create their own thing. They chose the latter. That was their decision. They chose this. They created Not My Star Wars. They created this mess, not me. It's not me hating or disregarding. I don't have to disregard Disney. They decanonized themselves. They chose to go against the established canon. That was their choice. They could have respected Star Wars and be making tens of billions of dollars right now. Or they did what they did, and now they're struggling just to make the money back from what they paid for Star Wars. They chose that. Okay, so be it. You chose it. Now deal with the consequences. So I don't have to disregard anything. They decanonized themselves from the beginning. They chose this. Brain chip being controlled by others against him also. Palpatine? That is, yeah, it can be a part of it. He gets rid of the clones. Palpatine needed clones only for Clone Wars. He wanted them to age faster in order to fulfill his needs. Yes, it's not an imperfection. The clones were the perfect tools for his master plan. But in the long run, they are imperfect because they deteriorate. Palpatine's not stupid. If they were great soldiers and they would last another 50 years, why would he get rid of them? He gets rid of them because they're a flaw. And even Disney does this. Palpatine's son is a messed up clone. Furthermore, Bad Batch is not what now they're saying they are. Now they're saying they're this elite force that was created. No, they're not. Bad Batch is a bad batch of clones. They're fuck-ups. They're defective clones. That concept comes from George Lucas. Dave Filoni was thought, I don't know why people thought that, but yeah, a lot of people did. May the 4th poster not having sequel characters. A bunch of YouTubers say Disney might retcon the sequels. No, they're not going to retcon them. They just know that trying to promote it is a waste of time. And it just inflames the fandom. But they're not going anywhere. Mandalorian connects the sequel trilogy, guys. They're not going anywhere. Yeah, they're not going anywhere. Disney's too stupid and stubborn for that. I didn't think about it. I could if you guys want. Nice to see you, Ryan. I could. What day is not that it really matters to me, but Tuesday. It's probably next Tuesday, right? Good. If you guys want to hang out some on May the 4th, we can. Hadn't really thought about it, but sure. If you guys want me to put a 4 in the chat, and I can do a stream on the 4th. We'll do our own May the 4th. Sure, why not? The clones had sort of, and I will watch the Bad Batch just because, one, you know, my channel, I'll review it and all that, and a good laugh, and because I need to stay up on what Disney's doing. I have zero interest in watching it. I'm not looking forward to it. Who knows what it will be, but I will end up watching it. So the clones had sort of a con-soon vibe going on, or the arguments from Star Trek. Yeah, I heard that also, but it won't happen. Yeah, no, they're not. By the way, okay, just to clarify, I'm assuming most of you saw my community post or you saw it in other places. That image I directly copied from the official Star Wars Twitter. I did not crop it. I did not edit it. And for those of you that are unclear, when you upload an image to Twitter, it does the same thing on my community post. You see how it's like a square, but it's really an image? And if you don't know, if you click that image on my community post, you will see the big image, in case you didn't know. Same thing. If you comment, it'll... Okay. So on Twitter, if you have a bigger picture and you upload it, it only fits up to 1200 by 630. So Twitter doesn't cut the image. It just crops it and shrinks it, or it doesn't crop it, because cropping means you're cropping down the image. No, it's just shrinking it so that it's like an extra outside layer crop, to where when you see it in the feed, it's cropped. But if you click the image, that's the full image that's uploaded. Okay, it's not like, oh, the image got lost or parts of it got cut. That's not how that works. So that image is a direct saved from Star Wars Twitter. They chose to use that to represent May the 4th. That was their own choice. Okay, so the fact that the sequel trilogy characters aren't there and Mandalorian, that was their choice. Was it a mistake? Was it whatever? They fucked up. That was their choice. Okay, now there is an original image that is wider, and it has Kylo over here and it has Rey over here. Now, here's the caveat. It's not that the wider image, they cropped it like you do in software, image software, okay, and just cut off the edges. No. If you look at the original image, Rey is right there on top of Ahsoka, like behind Ahsoka. And on this end, Kylo's real big. So if you just cropped it, you wouldn't cut them out. You would still see Rey. Yoda is moved. Maul's lightsaber is completely extended. What they did is like what they did to Cara Dune in that poster where they erased her and then put in Ahsoka. That's what they did. They physically removed those sequel trilogy characters and created a different version of the poster. The center of that poster is pretty much the same, but the outer edges have been altered, not cropped, not cut, changed. And they purposely put that image on Twitter. So there's no excuses. They consciously, on Twitter, excluded the sequel trilogy characters. So just to clarify that, because there seems to be some confusion on that, there is another image that has more, but they chose to upload the image that is not cropped, but altered and removed these characters. George Lucas, yeah, that's one Force user I wish that we truly could clone. Baddest batch genetic fuck ups, yeah. Man, the chat just jumped. Antine, they care for the fans. They could have made so much money if they announced Baby Yoda, but instead they saved the surprise for the fans. No, actually, they screwed up. The toys companies didn't want to create Baby Yoda, and that's why they were late. And doing stuff like that is not helping the fans. The fans, if you're going to introduce a character, you have to have the products because the fans want it. George Lucas Star Wars sold the toys before the toys were even ready or the movies even came out. Boba Fett was one of the biggest characters in all of history before you even saw him in a movie. Disney Star Wars, they come out with fan fiction and have no toys. That wasn't for the fans. That was because they're stupid. And because toy companies didn't want to make Baby Yodas. Palpatine gets rid of the clones because they had done their part. They were perfect for the purpose that they were made for. I'm not arguing that. But what I'm telling you is if they were that great, he would have kept the clone army. He did not because they were defective and deteriorated too fast. So he got rid of them. In proper Star Wars lore. That's not canon. But just letting you know, that's why. Yeah. Pretty good. Hello. Glad to see you. Talking about we're talking about Star Wars, but we're about to do Return of the Jedi, my favorite of all the Star Wars films. George Lucas is the chosen one. Only he can make pure Star Wars. Can't argue that. Issues with the prequels and still do, but all those trailers and TV spots for TALJ fooled us bad. Well, they didn't fool me, but yeah, pretty much the a lot of people. Oh, yeah, Catabellion. That's an interesting name. I can't see your avatar. Is that a cat? Yeah, I can't quite see it. Live stream on the 4th. Okay, yeah, sure, guys. All right, so then during the day or an evening stream like this, put D, or you could write day, D for day, or N for night, I guess, or E for evening. You guys want to hang out in the day or what? Phony Filoni. Dave, phony, baloney, macaroni, Filoni. Finn's gone. Does that mean they'll retcon the sequels? Please. A new ratio has been announced. Damn it. Anything's possible. Maloney, yeah. Okay, yeah, cool. I'm down. I hadn't even really thought about it. I figured I'll watch Bad Batch, make some videos, but you guys want to hang out May the 4th? We'll do our own May the 4th. I'm all for it. Using the lingo of canon, not canon, is a Star Wars discourse looking at the amount of discussions of it. No, it's not a discourse. It's fact. Canon is canon. There's not a conversation, argument, dispute. There's nothing around that. It's fact. There's canon, and it must be adhered to. Period. Anything that does not adhere to canon is non-canon, and therefore is fan fiction. If you like that fan fiction, cool. I'm not calling you names. I'm not telling you not to, but understand that canon is absolute. There is no debate about it. That's like anything, dude. That's like your family history. That's canon. And if I come along and write a story about your family history, but I'm like, Yoda, whatever, Mayo's grandmother, whatever. There's no, you can't do that. You can't argue that. Your family tree, your history is factual. It is what it is. I have no right nor power to come along and be like, nah, fuck Mayo. His grandmother ain't shit. She was Irish, but I'm going to make her black because, you know, Disney. It's not about discourse or anything. It's canon. There's no way around that. There is no conversation around it. Now, if you want to enjoy or talk about or look at things outside of canon, okay, all the power to you. But Star Wars is canon 1 through 6. There's no other way around that. Anything that contradicts 1 through 6 is not canon. Therefore, it is not Star Wars. It is fan fiction. Like it or not. I'm down. Isn't all that bad. Clone Wars Rebels were pretty good in my opinion, but they shouldn't be taken seriously by how much they wreck on the movies. Well, and again, if you or anybody likes them, okay. I'm not calling you names. I'm not trying to make you feel bad or attack you, or it's just not Star Wars. It's not canon. That's all. And if you like things that are half-assed, make-believe, facsimiles of Star Wars, well, go for it. Watching the machete cut, yeah, I'm not a fan of that. I know a lot of people like to do it, but to me, that's a mess. Hey, Adela, nice to see you. Cool. I'm down. There's a different order of watching the films that people have come up with that a lot of people seem to like. To me, I think it's pretty ridiculous. I wouldn't be opposed to it. Like if I had some friends and we got together and we're like, hey, let's just do it as an experience. Okay, you know, I'm not like, no. But I would, like, personally, I wouldn't have my children, you know, I wouldn't sit down and be like, okay, guys, we're going to watch Star Wars, and we're going from 4 to 2 to 5 to 3 to 4 through 6, and then 1 through 3. And for the longest time, I was always 1 through 6, but recently that's changed because with all this mess and confusion, you have to start with 4 through 6 and set the foundation, because if not, you get this phony fan fiction crap and you start confusing things, and then you're making arguments as to what is canon and not having a discussion. Foolish. Canon is not debatable. World history is not debatable. Canon is the same thing. You know what? What makes Hunter Rambo different from the other clones that he's with the Bad Batch? He seems like a normal clone to me. Hunter can sense electromagnetic waves across a planet. Not even the chosen one, Yoda, Luke, Palpatine, could do that. But Rambitch can sense electromagnetic waves across an entire planet. That's what his thing is. For anyone out there that thinks I don't pay attention, or you don't know because you don't watch the stuff, or you don't like, no, I know I'm on top of all of Disney's mess. I know damn well. So when I tell you that their shit is stupid, is because I know what they're doing. That's what he does. He can sense electromagnetic waves across an entire planet. A fucking defective clone. It was a way to see Anakin's fall and return from grace. Correct. Cool. Can't blame them to cut the sequel trilogy characters. There's so much hate towards sequels. They'd rather not include them and have people celebrate instead of hate. Yes, but if you're going to create something, you need to stand by it. And if you're not willing to stand by it, then you're admitting that it's bullshit. So once again, the fans have won. We already knew it was bullshit, but now Disney is bending the knee, which is what we need to have them do. Slowly but surely, we are making them bend the knee. Sadly, on May the 4th, a lot of you are going to fuck that up. And now we're going to step a bunch of steps backwards, and Disney's going to start standing back up again and get cocky for a month or two. But, see, a major fuck up was a few weeks ago when they did the Bad Batch trailer. That thing got a ton of views and a ton of likes. So Disney, their past like 20, 30 videos have all gotten ratioed. That freaking Bad Batch one did. So now Disney's like, oh, well, at least we got something. The Bad Batch is coming. This is going to save us. When you all should have ratioed the fuck out of that video like all the others and made Disney shit themselves. But here we are. Now we're going back again. They're going to get back another 2 months or so, and people, Bad Batch, and then the hype is going to wear off, and everybody's going to look back and be like, oh, yeah, that's right. That breaks canon, and it's nonsense. And then we're going to start the cycle all over again. But that is what's happening. They're bending the knee, and that is what we need, them to bend the knee. Disney must bow down and apologize. And we're getting them there, but I really want a vintage collection. Yeah. But people were pissed when Rose saved Finn. But if he went into that canon, okay, that's kind of true. Like, in a way, like, would he have made a difference? He probably would have just gotten burnt up. I agree. But let's look at that scenario. He goes in and burns up. Well, but he did the hero thing, dude. Everybody would have appreciated him, loved him, because he went out like a freaking G. Instead, he's a bitch. He's a janitor. And this little 3-foot girl is shocking him and tasing him, crashing him and knocking him out of saving the resistance. And then on top of that, rapes him, violates him. And then the next movie, Ray! That's what he was reduced to. So even if he disintegrated, even if like he went for it and he failed, he gets burnt up, you still would have been like, all right, Finn, you weren't the Jedi that they sold us and that we all knew you were supposed to be. You didn't have force powers like we knew you were supposed to. You weren't the main hero, or at least one of the main heroes like you were supposed to, but at least you went out like a G. Brian Johnson couldn't even give him that. He double cucked him. Shit, he like quintuple cucked him in that movie, but yeah. Regardless, it was not Rose's place to fucking crash him out of the way. Not to mention all the little salt skipper, whatever the stupid things were all going back in the other direction. Somehow she managed to turn around, go faster than Finn, get in front of him, or at least beside him, and then crash him. It doesn't even make sense. The whole thing is just stupid. Rian Johnson's just a freaking idiot. But I get what you're saying. It is a good point. I've thought of it too. Like, he probably would have burnt up anyways, but maybe he would have disrupted it or something. But regardless, if he just went in, got burnt up, he went out like a G, or would have gone out like a G. That's the point. He would have gone out like a hero. Same thing with Ahsoka. She's supposed to be dead a long time ago, and Dave just couldn't let her go. But he should have made her save Yoda or Anakin, got killed, and everybody would have been like, hell yeah, Ahsoka, fucking hero. She saved the Jedi Temple, went out like a G, and she's supposed to die anyways, and she would have been legendary. Now she's just a fucking stupid pain in the ass and breaks the entire Star Wars canon. So it's okay to die. People die. That's the point. That's the balance. That's the stakes, is that people's lives are valuable and that you can lose important people. Qui-Gon Jinn. You were the chosen one. It was said you would disobey Disney, not join them. Bring balance to the franchise, not leave it in darkness. You were our brother, Dave. We loved you. Very well done. I love it. Bad Batch is like my friend making my film. It was about a military squad. He doesn't get what the character's motives are and what squad is about. That's why I might do it myself. Do it. Evening or night? Evening. Whatever time is good for you. Okay. Well, I just didn't know. Like, are you guys all off? Do you want to hang out during the day? Or, I mean, to me, this is my life every day. To you guys, I know, a lot of you have normal jobs or school, or so I don't know if I do 12 o'clock or 2 o'clock on Tuesday, am I going to be here by myself? That's why I ask. To me, this is my work. I'm the boss. I have my own schedule. So if it's better at 2 o'clock or at 8 o'clock at night, that's why I ask. So it's for you guys so that we can all hang out. Sketch based on the scene from The Force Unleashed 2. Vader says Starkiller's feelings for her aren't real, and Starkiller says they're real to him. Yeah. You're always talking about all these different fan films and stuff. Dude, start writing. What do you do? First of all, trying to do too much is a direct path to failure. Focus on one or two things. Second, stop talking about it. Sit down and start writing it or making videos. Do it. Do it. It's Mickey instead of Starkiller's me. Sounds good to me. Hey, Mega Jetty. Dropped in to say hello there. Hello there. General Kenobi. If I ever have kids, I'll show them the films in the order they were released in. Yeah, I think that's probably the best way at this point. If Disney didn't come along and fuck it up, 1 through 6, you watch the story as it's supposed to be. Disney has now created all this mess and got everybody confused in this comic and that story and this show, and it's all just a fucking cluster spaghetti mess. So yes, you have to then educate kids correctly. Set the foundation. This is what Star Wars is. Luke Skywalker, Darth Vader. From there, then you expand and you show, okay, this is where it can come from. This is the other stuff that's going on. There's these books, this, that. But yeah, at this point, with all this mess and the stupidity of people in 2021, 4 through 6, then 1 through 3. I don't own a copy of The Force Unleashed 2, but I haven't played it yet. I shouldn't take it seriously because it breaks canon. But it wasn't mean to canon anyway. It's just a fun. Okay, and again, EU stuff. Those games, they're not canon, but they were respectful and they are Star Wars. Disney's a whole other thing. They shit on canon and they disrespect everything, and that's why they can never be Star Wars. I am free to enjoy what comes 1 through 6, but then you're calling it because it is fan fiction. That's not an opinion. That's a fact. Yes, it is. The thing that you like is crap. It is. Get over it. Deal with it. A lot of people like terrible movies. That's okay. I'm not sure if you're a guy or a girl. I'm guessing you're a guy. Dude, it's okay. A lot of people like terrible fucking movies. There's nothing wrong with that. But just because you like it doesn't validate it or make it Star Wars. That's what you must learn. That's what you must understand. Not because I want it to be that way, because that's life. That's facts. That is what the definition of canon is. Star Wars always adhered to George Lucas canon. Star Wars does not contradict or break canon. Not 1 through 6. All the other EU and others, that's different. 1 through 6 does not have a single contradiction in it. That is the genius of George Lucas. It's not a matter of you aren't allowed to like, or I want it to be a certain way. That's not the conversation. The conversation is that canon is a word in the dictionary. It is a factual definition, and there's no debate about that. Facts are facts. They don't give a fuck about your feelings or opinions. Facts are facts. Yes, you can like crap shit movies. That's totally up to you. I'm pretty sure all of us like some. I like all the Sharknado dumb shark movies. And one of my favorite movies of all time, The Stuff. It's absolutely nonsense, ridiculous, terrible movie, and it's fucking fantastic. But I would never tell you that's a great film, or that it's real, or validates anything. It's just nonsense. You watch it and you will love it because it's just not so hilariously bad. It's great. But that doesn't mean I can go to movie professionals and be like, well, technically this is a great film because, you know, I like it, so therefore you have to respect. No, you don't have to. I don't have to respect your opinion. None of that matters. That's irrelevant. Canon is all that matters. So yes, you can like trash movies. That's your prerogative. I don't tell you not to. But because you like something does not mean that it's canon or it's real or that it's Star Wars. Sorry. Facts are facts. And those facts don't give a goddamn about your feelings, your opinion, your taste. None of that matters. And it's so funny that I deleted the little facts of life thing because I was like, I'm never going to need it or use it. And sure enough, right now, you need it. But facts are facts. So by all means, that statement, you are free to enjoy whatever you like. But it's fan fiction. And yes, if you do like them, well, you like shit, and that's okay. It's not to insult you, doesn't make you less of a person, doesn't mean you can't like other things, doesn't mean you can't be here. You're always welcome to be part of the conversation and hang out and learn. Obviously, you have to learn, because if you're even thinking that anything that Disney made is Star Wars, that clearly shows that you are blind as to what Star Wars is. Because everything Disney has made literally contradicts what Star Wars is. That's not debatable. That's a fact. And if you like that stuff, I can't stop you. You know, this is Star Wars. This is Disney. And if you like what this is, okay. But just because you like this doesn't mean it's this. That's not how life works. This is established and this is law. This is doing whatever it wants, however it wants, without disregarding what is set in stone. So therefore, this is fan fiction. This is not this. No matter how badly you want it to be, it's not. Just because it says Star Wars doesn't mean it's Star Wars. That's like me saying, well, my name is not my Star Wars indie, because I just say that I am. It's not how life works. So, yes, unfortunately for you, you like shit movies. Deal with it. And if you truly like them, one, my opinion should mean nothing to you. Two, watch them. I'm not stopping you. But deep down inside, you know there's shit. And that's why you're here and you're asking questions and you're looking and you're listening, because you know deep down in your soul that the shit is bullshit. You're just trying to process it and figure it out. And you may like it on the surface because you're not thinking. But the second you start thinking and you start connecting the dots, you're like, oh, fuck. This is the farthest thing from Star Wars. Regardless of your opinion or your feelings. It could be your favorite shit in the world, but doesn't mean it's Star Wars. And furthermore, if you truly love the Disney stuff, which is okay, then you probably aren't a Star Wars fan. You are a fan of something that says Star Wars. You are infatuated with that girl because she has a great ass, but you don't know her or truly love her because you are only concerned with her ass and not her soul. And that is what Disney Star Wars is. A flashy ass. Not a person. Not a soul. Not a character. Not a personality. Not substance. It's just that simple. Facts don't care about your feelings. I don't get why Star Wars fans hate Ray. I get. She's a Mary Sue and female commander purple girl. I get, but Rose, she can be a good character if the writing is good. She's not that bad than the other characters. Okay. First of all, I don't think that people inherently hate Rose. And certainly it's nothing against Kelly Marie. Anybody, even people that are like truly like, Disney. I don't really know anybody that has anything with Kelly Marie Tran. For me, I'm not at all attracted to her. I'm not saying that she's ugly. She just doesn't really do anything for me. But I know a lot of people are like, wow, she's so pretty. She's so cute and blah, blah, blah. I think she's a sweet girl. She's cute, but she does nothing for me. But there's guys that adore her. Okay. I don't know anybody that dislikes Kelly Marie Tran. I'm sure there's some nutball out there that does, but nobody does, first and foremost. Second, Rose. Most people don't hate her character. It's just there's nothing there to connect to or to love. There's just nothing there. She's just like this hollow. She's like an action figure. Okay, and big deal. And then in your own statement, you said exactly why. She can be a good character if the writing is good. But that's the point. The writing was not good, and she wasn't a good character. Again, Disney chose that, not us. We don't want to go to a Star Wars movie and not like the movie or not fall in love with the characters. On the contrary, we want to. Disney, Rian Johnson, chose that stupidity. So it's not that people hate Rose. It's like, how can you defend her or like her when there's nothing there? There's nothing to connect to. There's nothing to respect, appreciate, look up to, admire. There's nothing about Rose. She's really pretty freaking worthless. So it's not an attitude thing. It's Disney are a bunch of fucking dumbasses thing. Just because it's fan fiction or nonfiction doesn't mean it's crap. I've read plenty of fan fiction that I thought was pretty good. Well, I'm not saying that just because it's non-canon it's crap. I've said it many times. A lot of the EU is fantastic, and that's not canon. I'm not saying that. But regardless of canonicity, the sequel trilogy is plain trash. That's like has nothing to do with that's not the point. But one thing is the first and foremost important thing. Does it respect canon? No. Does it respect the characters in the lore? No. And then as just movies individually, and more importantly as a sequel trilogy, does it have good writing and are they good films? No. So outside of them being Star Wars or canon or this is irrelevant. They're just trash, awful fucking films. But by all means, yeah, just because something's not canon doesn't mean that it's automatically bad. Something could be great, but if it's not canon, it's not canon, period. You could love whatever, but that doesn't mean it's canon. It just means that you love it or like it, and that's okay. But that doesn't mean that it's factual or canon. That's all. You could like the Disney stuff more than anything George Lucas liked. And that's okay too. I don't know what you're smoking, but okay, if you do, fine. But that doesn't mean that it's Star Wars. That doesn't mean that it's canon. That's all. If you like it, enjoy it. If Rose was a spy for the First Order, she would have been awesome. Yeah, they could have done a million things with Rose. A million things with Rose. I don't think anybody inherently has something like, oh, look at that character. I mean, let's be real. She's in a potato sack and her hair is just fucking stupid and her whole story is ridiculous. Just being real. If they would have put her in a normal outfit, I don't know what that hair is, and actually given her a story. But I don't think people's first impression, like, oh, she's in that mechanic suit or whatever that potato sack is, and people are like, Rose sucks. No, people say Rose sucks because Rose sucks, because she has no story or character. It doesn't help that she's in a potato sack with horrible hair. She could have done so many things. Ray, yeah, no, I get what you mean. No worse. Hey, I don't blame me. Thing is breaking canon. It's called expanding. No, that's not correct. Rather be more open and stuck with the confines of the. Again, your feelings or opinions or attitudes or thoughts are irrelevant. Canon is not debatable. I'm sorry if you don't understand that, but canon means history and continuity. And right now, I could write a history book. I could own the printing press. I could own the only printing press in America or the world. And I could write books and say that JFK is still alive and he's hanging out with Tupac and Biggie right now. Because I say so. I write history. I'm expanding the story. And I'm in control of all the printing presses, so nobody can argue with me. That doesn't mean that God, historians, and people that lived at the time and saw JFK shot through the fucking head, that changes. Because you want to expand the story. Your opinion doesn't mean dick. Canon is canon. There is no debate. Sorry. It's not a debate. It's not a conversation. You must learn the definition of canon. What's worse is Rose was not punished for her actions. Yep. After being saved by Finn, Leia and the Resistance should have imprisoned, executed, or ousted her. Her act endangered the Resistance. That's treason on several occasions. Yes. Light speed skipping is a good thing. Jumping to light speed is not like dusting crops. Kid. Yeah, some people just don't get it. Listen. Either one, you never understood or bothered to look at the definition of canon. Educate yourself. Number two, what's truly happening here is you like some of the Disney fan fiction, that you like that shit, and you're trying to validate it. You're trying to justify it. That's not going to work, especially not here. But anywhere in the world, you can go anywhere to anyone, and you'll find 3 people that like the Disney nonsense, and okay, you all can hang out around a campfire and pat each other on the back. But any historian, any true fan, anyone that understands history is going to tell you the same thing. It breaks canon, whether you like it or not. It's facts. It is what it is. Multiverse solution for everything, and the death of any show using it. Marvel included it. Yep. I don't know if they're going to do the multiverse, but if they do, then what will happen is in 5 years, 10 years, they'll say that George Lucas thing, those 1 through 6 movies, well, those weren't really Star Wars. That's just the multiverse. That's like, it could be. That's just another verse. Here's what really happened. And then Disney will remake 1 through 6, and they'll be like, see, Star Wars. So pray that the multiverse does not happen, because that's what they're going to do. They're going to try to delete and redo 1 through 6. That just shows how good of a pilot Poe was by showing, not telling. Oh, you must be young because you're just not getting basic fundamentals. It's not about Poe. First of all, Poe is not a better pilot than Han Solo. Get over it. Second, that does not validate Poe. That's not how it works. That's not how the Force works. That's not how hyperspace works. And that's not how life works. Again, because you want it to be that way, because you thought it was cool, doesn't mean that it works. Just because you would like to jump off a building and do 18 flips and land on a lamppost like Spider-Man, guess what? Jump off a building and you're just going to squish like a bug, regardless of what you want. Reality is reality. Facts are facts. Hyperspace does not work that way. If you do not plot your course, you're going to run into something. And traveling at light speed, you hit a grain of salt and you're done. So, no, Poe was not a good pilot. Oh, Lord, you must unlearn what you have learned, because, boy, are you confused. Altogether, Rian Johnson sacrificing every plot line was stupid. I honestly wanted to leave when he started killing everybody off just to subvert expectations. Yeah. Rian Johnson. 6:45. All right. Your mom joke. Yep. Why not type attitude when it comes to new things to introduce? Okay, but that's the problem. That's your literal problem. In life, you can't just say, why not? You can try, you can push, you can explore, you can innovate, but just because you have a why not attitude, go ahead, jump off a building, watch what happens. You're going to die. There's no facts. That's what you're failing to understand. No matter how cool you want it to be, no matter how you want to create new things or expand things, facts are facts. If you don't believe me, go jump off a building and watch what happens. I work from home to see a May 4th stream. Anytime is good. Okay. Yep. Poe isn't a good pilot anyways. Didn't you know that Rey is a much better pilot than Poe? Happened in Rogue One. The rebel general David Stravin, who ordered Cassian to kill Jin's dad when he was ordered to bring him in, should have been imprisoned. He went behind rebel command. Yes, and furthermore, rebels don't act that way. That's totally against the point of the rebellion. Anyone who isn't using the Force suck as pilot compared to a Force user. No, that's Disney established that. Disney says that Rey is better than the best pilot in the Resistance. That's Mickey Mouse. That's not Wes. That's not Star Wars. That's Mickey Mouse. Exactly what I just said. Dave Filoni could be the perfect guardian of the Jedi Temple, saying is Star Wars accurate or not, but he's really a bad storyteller and a bad director, a bit like GL with the prequel. I don't agree with much of anything you just said right there, but okay. Perfect guardian, no, because he doesn't even understand Star Wars. Second, he doesn't give a goddamn about Star Wars. So perfect guardian of nothing. Saying what's accurate, he doesn't know what's accurate because he can't keep his own shit straight. So that's incorrect. He is a terrible storyteller, and he's not even a director anyway. I mean, he directed an episode and he directed some cartoons, but he's not a real director anyways. He is nothing like George Lucas. That's not even evening. I knew you were going to say that. I like The Last Jedi. I thought it was meh. Stop oppressing me. Yes. Beer Fest. It's okay. You can stick to the idea that you're subjective. No, it's not subjective. It's, first of all, and it's not objective either. It's facts. I'm sorry that you don't get it. That's not my problem. That's your problem, not mine. Canon is canon. It's not even an argument or a debate or conversation. Beer Fest. The stuff, yes. The stuff is god-awful and is one of the best films ever made because it's just so ridiculous and terrible, but it's just a great time. And in fact, the stuff is better than anything Disney has done with Star Wars. It's actually entertaining. And in its own nonsensical world, it all makes sense and maintains its own continuity. Imagine that. Das Boot. Yeah, it's probably 13 years old because, I mean, again, you know, whatever, you can like whatever you like, you can watch whatever you watch, but that doesn't mean, just because Rey says she's a Skywalker doesn't mean she's a Skywalker. That's not how life works. Good fan fiction, bad fan, yeah. Not only, that's the thing. It's not that it's a trifecta. It's one, not really. It's not even Star Wars because it's decanonized itself. So it breaks canon. It's irrelevant. Two, it disrespects all the characters, themes, stories of Star Wars. So double, it's out. And then three, it's just horribly trashy mess of a mess. It's horribly made. So they're not even valid as movies. They're just terrible. Soy warts. I remember that. YouTube channel. I've watched like one or two of his videos. I don't know. There was something that it didn't piss me off or like upset me, but I just didn't really. As a matter of fact, just today I came across one of his. I know that name. That's where you're again confused. I own the only printing press on earth. I start producing newspapers saying that Hitler was a good guy and a hero. You, like an airhead, can buy that paper and be like, oh, Hitler was a good guy and a hero because the printing press says so. Yay! That's like the president telling you stuff and you're believing it because the president said so. Don't be so fucking stupid. Please don't be so fucking stupid. Facts are facts. JFK was sniped through the head. You saying that he was not does not change the fact. You saying that Hitler was a good guy does not change the fact that he killed millions of Jews. Please grow up. Wake up. I could right now pay you $1 million for the rights to tell your life story. And I say, and you give me notes to what happened, your family tree, the name of your family. And I say, okay, I buy the rights. And then I put out a book that is completely different. So I may have the right to shit all over your family, but that doesn't change the fact of what your family history is. You must unlearn what you have learned because boy, are you confused. And by the way, what's the last thing you put there? In my opinion. I don't speak in opinion. I don't speak in theories. I speak in facts. That's your choice. That's your choice. And it's not blindly. I've been a Star Wars fan since 1977. I know what the fuck Star Wars is. And what Disney is making is not Star Wars. That's not blind. I've given them 9 years of chances. Everything they put out, I give them a chance and I watch it and I look at it. And it's the same bullshit. It's nothing blind. It's Disney's choosing to fuck up Star Wars. I'm sorry if you don't know what Star Wars or canon is. If you hang around this channel, you're certainly going to learn it. But that's not my problem. That's your problem. Exactly. It's not blind. It's facts. Is that she's not a Star Wars character. This character doesn't belong. Who knows what the hell she is? By the way, the reason she looks so stupid and that's because all the characters by design cannot encroach upon, cannot threaten, cannot be as interesting or pretty as Rey. That's why Rose is in a potato sack. That's why all the characters look ridiculous. That's why Holdo has this nonsensical purple hair with that halo and is wearing a dress as a military admiral. Because all the women must be diminished under Mary Sue Ray. Mary Sue Ray must always be the prettiest, the best, look the best, act the best, have the best, be the best. That's why Rose is dressed so ridiculously. It's like she's got a baby onesie on. It's not even a mechanic. It's like she's wearing a onesie. She looks ridiculous. And that is by design. Why? Because who is Rey? Rey is Kathleen Kennedy. So I'm a lesser Star Wars fan because I like things created outside of 1 through 6. Not a very inclusive environment. It's not, okay, number one, Star Wars is not for everyone. Get over it. Second, I don't tell you not to come here and hang out. If you want to learn, if you want to be part of what real Star Wars is, everyone here has open arms. You are more than welcome. No one's stopping you. But if you are liking things that are not Star Wars and that are contradicting Star Wars, then you're probably not a Star Wars fan. You're a fan of the things that are not Star Wars and contradicting Star Wars. Therefore, you're a Disney fan fiction fan. And that is okay. We're not going to burn you at the stake. We're not going to cuss you out. I'm not going to come to your house and attack you. I'm not going to blast you on social media. It's fine. It will be okay. It's okay if you're not a Star Wars fan. Really, it's okay. You will survive. If you like stuff that's not Star Wars, okay, you have every freedom to do so. But just because you like it doesn't mean you can insist, but it's Star Wars. It's Star Wars because I want it to be, and because it says Star Wars, so it's Star Wars. That's not how life works, kiddo. Just because you like apples doesn't mean that they're oranges. It's that simple. And you can love the shit out of apples, and there's nothing wrong with that. But just because you like one piece of fruit doesn't mean that the other piece of fruit is the same thing. Sorry, that's life. That's facts. So maybe you're not really a Star Wars fan, and that's okay. You're a Disney fan fiction fan. Okay? It's not the end of the world. I don't know why Mickey Mouseketeers get so butthurt. They're panties in a bunch over this. Like you so desperately want to cling on to, but it's Star Wars, when you know that it's not. That's the part that is just ridiculous. Again, it's okay if you're not a Star Wars fan. You and all of us will be okay. Canon, lore, and connection. Yeah, it's see the root of this. I always stress this stuff because one, facts are facts, and canon is canon, and it must be respected. But the true root of this is respect. You younglings think you can just come along and be like, well, but I don't care, and I can change this, and I can break that, and who gives a shit? And, you know, I say that this is that, so therefore it is because I own it or because it's new. And that's not how it works. You have to respect what comes before you. The only way you get that sign off, the respect and torch handed to you is when you first respect what comes before you. And for some reason, youth today thinks that they can just come along, open their fucking slick ass mouth and say and do whatever fucking nonsense. And that the OGs that are the ones that hold this shit down and have the ultimate power over it, that we're just going to be like, okay, kid, well, you say it's Star Wars, so I guess it's Star Wars. That's not how life works. And when I was a kid, and certainly way before me, you didn't disrespect elders. You didn't do that. Not because you weren't allowed to question things, not because elders could never make mistakes or be wrong, or no, that's not the point. The point is you, out of respect, didn't speak to your mother that way. You, out of respect, didn't go to scientists that have been a scientist longer than you've been alive and try to argue, oh, but you don't know what you're talking about. That's why when you have the UN and world organizations and scientific meetings and literary lectures and all that, it's all adults. Because when you bring children into these conversations, you all don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And it stems from and begins with respect. You're too busy trying to convince my feelings, but I want it to be Star Wars. I want to be a Star Wars fan. And that doesn't work amongst adults. You have to show respect and show that you even have the knowledge to be a part of the conversation, to sit at the adult table. But because so many younglings think you can just override that and skip past it and you're so fucking smart, guess what? 5, 10, 20 years from now, you're going to look back at this conversation and be like, holy shit, was I fucking dumb? You weren't born when I was a Star Wars fan. There is nothing you're going to be able to tell me. Now, you learn, you respect, you slowly get invited to the big boy table, and one day, then you can espouse on it. But just because you like Disney's nonsense doesn't make it Star Wars, whether you like it or not. Shrek, yes, I know. I love Mahler. Rose's sister, Paige, was more interesting in her brief screen time than Rose ever was. Yeah, that's another arc they totally blew. Understand something, younglings. You do not gain respect, validity, authority, a say in the matter of anything until you learn to respect and listen and learn from those before you. When you have listened and gained the respect and the opportunity and learned the true foundations of something, whatever it be, mechanics, Star Wars, sex, cross-stitching, whatever the fuck, body surfing, it don't matter. Then you can make claims. Can you have an opinion? By all means. Can you like what you like? By all means. No one is stopping anyone from having an opinion or liking what they like. But you cannot come to an OG and say, well, canon doesn't matter because this is whatever. You have already you have done the Disney thing. You have decanonized yourself and look like a fool. Just know that. Sometimes it's better to shut up and learn than to. What's that old saying that a fool is the fool that speaks up, or I can't remember that old saying, but basically no one knows you're a fool until you open your goddamn mouth. People all mad that Rose was on screen for just over 1 minute in episode 9. Called her a sideline main character, but in episode 8, she was on screen for less than 11 minutes. And yeah. That's the SJWs. Oh, you're diminishing the Asian girl, blah, 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 blah. She didn't have a story to begin with. Nobody cared. And if that's the case, well, go bitch at JJ and Ryan Johnson, not at me. Because I didn't have it. I didn't do that. I didn't create that nonsense. Yep. A spy that happened to fall in love. Yeah, that's a good idea. Because she saw him a fellow Imperial Road Stormtrooper. Yeah, that's a good idea. And he could have softened her up. She could have then turned good. I like that. It's good. See? So if a kid, or I don't know how old you are, any casual or hardcore, outside fan can come up with shit just off the top of their head. Well, I don't know. Maybe you've thought of this before, but either way, why can't Disney do it? Before Disney bought it, today it's not good, but there are a bunch of Star Wars channels. At least we're talking about it. Yeah, Star Wars died in 2012. That's a fact. I mean, that's not even. Some would say before, but in 2012. Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm not here. This is not a hate channel. If you've watched any of my stuff, this is not a hate channel. On the contrary, I'm here because I love Star Wars. So, you know, Disney chooses this nonsense, not me. I would love to be here, and we're all talking about how great Star Wars is right now. I grew up with Mickey Mouse. I have no reason to not want Mickey Mouse to succeed. Disney chooses this bullshit. The mayor of the sideline. Yeah, some characters don't even get that. Boba Fett had less time and said, what, 5 lines? And he's a legend. It's called proper writing, proper story development, proper character development. That's called giving a fuck about what you're creating. Jar Jar, you take any stupid character and he would have become awesome with a great story. Well, I'm not saying he's the greatest character. He's not my favorite. I'm not like some big Jar Jar defender, but as I said in the beginning of the stream, he's one of the most important characters in all of Star Wars. So, fiction to real. And this again shows your youth. I believe that's a flaw. And by now, I know that I'm irrelevant. No, you're not irrelevant. You're just not getting it. You're naive. And this shows me that you're not a Star Wars fan because you don't get it. Star Wars is life, dude. Star Wars is reality. Star Wars is real and has absolute rules that cannot be bent nor broken. Yes, we all know it's a movie. We all know that it's fiction. We're not delusional. But because you didn't grow up with Star Wars and don't understand nor love it like you should, well, not that you should, because you don't have to, but as a true Star Wars fan would, again, a gorgeous woman. You are infatuated because that girl is hot. You're not concerned with her personality, her history, her story, her family, who she is inside, what her thoughts are, her beliefs, her personality or character. You're concerned with she's got great ass and tits. And that's fine. I'm a guy. I get it. But you can't say that you love that woman when you don't know her. And when you treat her as, well, she's just a piece of ass, so who cares? She's not canon. When you should be saying, that's a woman, that's a human being. And as much as I want to smash and she looks great, I also have to respect her and understand her and get to know her. And if I'm claiming that I love her, well, then I'm most certainly going to know everything about her and treat her very real and protect her with my very life. That is what Star Wars is. And you not understanding or making that connection, your statement right there, you're not a Star Wars fan. Because you don't get it. A Star Wars fan, Star Wars is real life. And you don't get it. That's the problem with Disney and the Mouseketeers. You all think it's just a fucking game. It's just, well, they're just space wizard movies, so who cares? And that is why you fail. I totally agree. If I were to buy it and George Lucas's treatments were gone and he was dead or didn't want to have anything to do with it, guys, honestly, I would delete all the stuff and probably vault it and just put it away. Respecting the legacy is more important than making money or making new Star Wars for fake fans anyways. Not that that's what I want to do. I want Star Wars to live forever, and I would love to create new stories and keep it going. But if it means hurting the franchise, it's better to vault it. That's what George should have done. If he wasn't going to continue it, he wasn't going to pass it on to the right people, You should have just put it in a vault and left it the fuck alone. And we all would have been sad and we all would have wanted more, but at least our great grandkids would have that story intact and protected. I cannot agree with you enough. No Star Wars is better than the shit that we're getting. And I see so many people saying, but if George Lucas was sucked and because of Disney, we got more Star Wars. You've got a big fucking dumpster full of shit that is on fire and you're happy just because it says Star Wars. Meanwhile, you are breathing in toxic shit that is on fire mixed with trash and you're eating it and there's black stuff all over your face and you're like, oh, but I got the favorite words. That's what you look like. A stinky idiot with black shit all over his face. Keep looking. That is not the correct continuity. History. That is what canon is. Yep. Yeah, and it's fine. Again, if you like the Disney stuff, by all means, dude. No, none of us, not anybody here is telling you not to. Not anybody here is cussing you out, calling you a piece of shit. None of that. But it doesn't mean it's Star Wars and doesn't mean it's canon. No matter how bad you want it to be, it's not going to change the fact. Exactly. You could know the history of something. You could have lived it. You could have your next door neighbor could have been Kurt Cobain, and you know all his true history. You grew up with him. You knew him. You were best buddies. You know all his secrets. You did all this stuff behind the scenes, whatever. Somebody comes along and writes a story about Kurt Cobain, and it's totally bullshit. It's not his true story. You might actually like more that bullshit story, and that's fine. But that doesn't change the fact that's not his story. That is not facts, regardless of how you feel about it, regardless of what you like. Yeah, recently, Critical Drinker's awesome. He's one of my top favorites as well. No, thanks. I try. Sometimes I feel like I have to explain it in different ways because sometimes some people just don't want to get it. Yeah, Mahler, yeah. Mahler's awesome. Well, you've heard me, D, many times. Mahler and Robot Head are my two top favorite YouTube creators. I don't agree 100% with everything they say. Mahler more than Robot Head. I disagree with. They do a lot of other stuff that's not Star Wars, so I don't really care about it, although it's great. You know, his reviews of like Captain Marvel is just as good as his Last Jedi, so it just depends what you're into. But those two guys are amazing creators, and all their stuff is great, but their Star Wars stuff is top notch. And yeah. Are his facts? No, that's where you have got it fucked up. It's not my facts, and it's not my opinions. That's where, young fool, you are confused. It has nothing to do with my opinions at all. It is what is fact. I didn't create the word canon. I didn't adhere to canon throughout 1 through 6. That's George Lucas. That's the movie industry, and that's what it is. Canon is canon. I have no say, control, opinion on it. I mean, seriously, are you kidding me? They're not my facts. They're reality. Welcome to the real world, kiddo. You're not getting it is your problem. Spend a day, research what canon is, because I have no parts in what canon is. I only safeguard it, uphold it, and make sure that it is respected. I don't do opinions. Sorry. You're in your feelings. I'm not. what's that? Break canon? Poe was a better pilot. Poe just pulled off light speed skipping. If Han can't do that, if Han clearly tells you that you can't do that, but Poe is doing it, what is Disney telling you? That Poe is a better pilot than Han. If Rey, that has never flown the Millennium Falcon, knows how to fix it better and fly it better than Han, what is Disney telling you? That she is a better pilot than Han. What are you not understanding? Yeah, why not? Uba. Yes, I think we need an Uba. An hour ago, I was going to start the movie, and here we go with this shit. But hey, welcome to Not My Star Wars. This is my life. But that's okay. I mean, I'm never going to stop pointing out the facts. I mean, it is what it is.
Uba. Uba. Uba.
His canon, his opinion. Oh, Lord. You truly are lost. That's like saying my math, my science, my history. I mean, grow up, dude. Darth Plagueis is canon to me. It enhances so much the prequel movies, which were all so-so. The whole meta story of Star Wars 2. Okay, and that can be canon to you if that's what you choose. That's fine. But in the movie conversation, in the professional conversation, in historical conversation, in let's really talk about Star Wars conversation, it's not canon. It doesn't mean you can't like it or that you can't choose it as your own canon. I can choose to say that Hitler was a great guy. Doesn't mean that he was, but if I want to choose to, I'm not saying that he was, but if I wanted to choose to do that, well, how can you stop me? But that's the point. It's not about what I think or feel. It's about facts. You can't change facts. Especially with the things they did with Lightspeed. Oh, yeah, that's a freaking mess. Joshua Britton, hello there. Sup? DMV to change her name, yes. She has the, what is that, real ID? Because, you know, she was made with Luke's hand. Oh, Lord, fucking Disney. Ugh. Again, real life history with the see, and this is why you're not a Star Wars fan. That literally, right there, that statement shows that you're not a Star Wars fan. You don't get it. We have a problem. No, you gotta say it like Disney. Rey Skywalker. My bad. Rey Skywalker. God. Misinterpreting. Yeah, I'm done. I just, I wanted to be sure to clarify, and, I give people a chance because sometimes people don't get it or are misunderstanding, or I just wanted to be clear. I'm not going to keep going on with it. You're trolling, or you're just being stubborn, or you're just not getting it, and whatever, I have over 200 videos. I do streams every Friday. If you want to learn, you're welcome here. No one's attacking you or harassing you. Absolutes. That's why the Sith do. Yoda would like to have a word with you. Yes. And that is one thing that is an absolute. That's one thing that, facts are facts. Reality is reality. Sorry, Mayo. I don't know what your death, but he's saying it multiple times that he speaks facts. George, because the creator makes the stuff canon because it's his project and it's his. Yes. And these are things that George says, not my opinions. It is what it is. Think you're a lesser fan of a fictional universe because you like things created outside of that fictional universe. If you don't like what he's saying, yeah, I mean, again, nobody's forcing you here. I'm not saying you have to leave or you should leave, but, nobody's making you be here. I hate it. it could have been so good and it got fucked up. Well, they chose that, dude. They chose that. It's not your fault. It's not my fault. It's not the fans' fault. It's not George Lucas's fault. It's not Star Wars' fault. Star Wars was beautiful and perfect. Not perfect, but it didn't have problems. Some people don't like some of the things George Lucas did. I'm not saying that they were flawless as far as the production or everything, but they didn't have problems. All the story had continuity. It all had made sense. There were rules in place, and things worked the way that they work. Disney chose this. Just remember that. Nobody's blaming you or anybody else. Disney chose this. Fan 20 years long makes me what gives my elders the right to disrespect you? Okay, first of all, it's not that you're an inferior fan, but you can't be the fan on the level that I am if I've been a fan before you were even born. That's like saying I've loved a woman for 50 years and you've been infatuated with her for 10. So your infatuation is validated for someone that has known and loved that woman? Hello? McFly. And I got news for you. Elders have all the say. So if elders are talking down to you, it's because you're being disrespectful. Because elders don't come after younglings. Younglings start running their mouth like they know something. And then elders have to sit you back down. You chose that. Because this is an open discussion. This is an open table. This channel is always open for anyone to learn and talk. I haven't banned you. I haven't timed you out. I haven't cussed you out. I've given you all the freedom in the world to speak. So, but nobody's disrespecting you. But you questioning someone that has loved something before you were born is foolish. You're a fan of something different, correct? And yes, you cannot be a fan on the same scale that I can when I was a fan of it before you were born. Wake up. Hello. That doesn't... See, this is the problem. This is youth. This is naivete. You get in your feelings. You think because you cannot be on the level that I am, that means that everything in your life, you're a piece of shit and we hate you and we want to cancel you and you're stupid. No. All it means is you can't be the fan, the level of a fan that I can. That's all. Deal with it. And you can argue all day, but I can love something as much as you can. Yes, but I've loved it for 43 years. You loved it for what? 10? 15? So obviously, you can't compare 43 years of love to 10 years of love. Wake up. Especially when you're getting confused as to what it is you even love anyways. Yeah. If you're, well, the more important thing is it doesn't make you less of a person. This is where you all got to get your panties out of a bunch. It's okay to not love Star Wars. It's okay to not know Star Wars like I do. It's okay that you like something that is not Star Wars. It's going to be okay. Life will go on. You will be okay. Doesn't make you less of a person. It's your choice. You're the one that keeps wanting to contradict what the facts that I'm telling you. That's like paying to go to college. You have a professor that's been doing something for 30 years and he's giving you a lecture, and instead of listening and learning, you're like, but that's not a fact because, you know, my friend told me that you can just randomly do shit. And meanwhile, this guy created physics and you're trying to tell him, well, but that's not how physics work because, you know, my buddy told me that physics works this way. I mean, it's just Nine, retcon half of 8, so it breaks even more. Yep. Yeah, and again, you don't have to be here. Yeah, JJ started that. KK started that. But yeah, Ryan Johnson really fucking put the hammer down. Yep. Oh boy, now you're just, you see, now you're just talking nonsense. Where does wisdom come from? You think there's any 20-year-old on this earth that is wiser than a 40-year-old? Hell, you think that there's any 20-year-old on this earth that is wiser than a 25-year-old? If you think that, you are lost. You don't get what wisdom is. You don't understand what wisdom or being wiser even means. And considering I'm probably 2.5 times older than you, I'm definitely much wiser than you know. Yeah. The series a lot, and I'm 35, although I feel young. 35 is young enough. I'm not crying about it being exclusive. I love talking Star Wars, but good and bad. That just seems like this just seems to be a place of no to whatever that doesn't come. No, that's you again are confused. These are not my views, dude. Wake up. This is fact. This is canon. This is what the maker says. There's no feelings or opinions here. I don't do theories. I don't do rumors. I don't do feelings. I do George Lucas facts. And that's where you're getting it fucked up, because you're thinking that these are my views and I want you to have to agree with me. No, you're confused. These are facts. And if you choose to contradict or not want to understand or respect facts, that's your problem. Everyone in the room is going to laugh at you because facts are facts. It's not my problem. I'm not giving you an opinion. I'm educating you as to facts. If you don't like it, you don't have to be here. If you want to learn something, it's free of charge. You're welcome to be here. Again, I'm not cussing you out. Nobody here is attacking you. But you got to get off of that, his opinions and your views. There's none of that here. Sorry, you're confused. Yeah, exactly. You're literally like making yourself look bad right now. So just think about your words. Yeah. Thanks to Mickey Mouse, but yeah. There you go. Yeah, you have a great night. You're always welcome to join in or be a part of the conversation. You have a good night. What are you doing? You're supposed to say, check out all the Not My Star Wars videos and learn something. Bonehead. I love Mahler. Go check out Mahler. Not My Star Wars. Don't let people like this discourage. No, it's not discouraging me. Understand something. I am a teacher. I don't claim to be better than any of you. But the fact is, I know Star Wars better than 95, 98% of people on this earth. It is a fact. I've more than proven that. Not because I'm special, not just because I say so. Because, I mean, watch my live streams, watch my videos. So I'm just here to teach. I understand youth is boneheaded. But that's not going to discourage me or make me angry. I'm not upset. I'm not bothered. I'm not going to stop or quit or... Not at all. When you know when you have the high ground, literally, I'm Obi-Wan talking to Anakin right now. Don't try it. I have the high ground. I know what I'm talking about. I have the high ground. If you want to insist, Anakin, I'll chop your shit down. You can learn, you can listen and learn and grow. Or if you want to be stubborn, I'll chop you down. I have the high ground. I don't have to prove anything. I don't need validity to be validated on anything. I don't need to, that's not to say I can't learn something. I can't learn more or see something I haven't seen, or by all means. But I have the high ground. So you can, from down there, scream and bitch and moan all you want, but I'm the one with the wisdom. I'm the one that knows that if you try it, I'm just going to cut you down. So you aren't proving anything to me. You're only going to self-destroy yourself, is the thing. You want to learn the hard way like Anakin? I have the high ground. So don't worry about it. All here because respect your reverence of Lucas Universe and learn a lot from you. Yeah. And I don't make this shit up. This isn't like me telling you. I am telling you the things, Lucas's wisdom. I am sharing with you what Lucas said and created. Because I have the time and the capacity to suck it in and connect it and understand it and maintain it as a whole and be able to share it with you guys. I consider George Lucas as speaking through me because I'm not speaking on as of opinion. I'm telling you what George Lucas established and says. And like I've said many times, you want my opinion on something? Sure, ask me. I'll give you my opinion. But when I'm just talking, that's not me. That's literally, understand, George Lucas is talking through me because that's what the information and the knowledge and the facts that I'm telling you is what George Lucas says. Not what I want, not what I think. I don't love every last thing that George did. I don't agree with every last thing that George did. But that doesn't mean a goddamn thing. All that means anything is what George says. But don't worry about me. I have the high ground. And I appreciate that, by the way. Yeah, it's some you get a lot of boneheads here too, but yeah, he's a Disney fan, and that's okay. Understand that, you know. I don't want to belittle him or make him feel bad, or it's just facts are facts. I mean, this is what kills me. Is if you're a Disney fan fiction fan, then just embrace it and admit it and be it. Instead of trying to argue, well, I love oranges and those bananas are my oranges, so I'm going to insist that they're my... You just look like a dumbass. Instead of just saying, you know what? I kind of don't care about bananas. I like oranges. Didn't I like oranges, dude? Eat the fuck out of oranges. Done. Go on with your life. Got worked. You obviously can hold your own, but you've got some great people. I always appreciate you guys, you know, supporting and backing up. I don't ask anybody anything. I don't necessarily need it. I have the high ground. I'm Master Yoda here. Not because I'm better than you. It's just I'm Grandmaster Yoda, so I don't necessarily need your help. But that doesn't mean that I don't appreciate having a bunch of Jedi around me, having my back or being there or helping or whatever. I don't ever want to dogpile anyone. I don't want to attack anyone. But while I don't need it and while I don't ask for it, it doesn't mean that I don't appreciate it or that I don't allow it either. So, you know, I do appreciate all you guys very much. But just know that I'm very resilient, very strong, and very wise. is going to take a lot more than a kid saying, but you don't know what your feelings and that canon doesn't matter. I'm Grandmaster Yoda. I have the high ground. And that's just, you know. And there you go. Yes, that. Not adopt any film of a big name. No, he shouldn't. And, you know, I know that some people might comment my streams or might think that I'm arrogant or whatever. But if you shut up for 5 minutes and you listen, you're going to see that, oh, shit, he does have the high ground and he does know what the fuck he's talking about. But if you want to come in here and be resistant, you don't know what you're talking about. Just, your name's not my Star Wars. You're just toxic. You don't know. You're coming in with a presumption that you know more or that I don't know what I'm talking about. Again, I have the high ground. You already lost before you walked in the room. Disney movies are more comparable to Star Tour and Disneyland than to any Star Wars movie. But still, the 10-minute show is fully packed with all the Star Wars fantasy that is nowhere in Disney movies. Yes. And you know why? Because George Lucas owned it, it respected canon, and George was in control of what went into that. Disney Imagineers built it, and they, you know, it's on Disneyland, and they have the property, although it's licensed. But at the end of the day, George had to approve what was in Star Tours. That's why it was good. Thank you for subscribing. Devil Shamblin. It's an interesting name. You have to deal with Disney Star Wars. Karen, he does it. No jack shit about Star Wars. Listen, a grandmaster understands that younglings are often going to argue and think they know better and go the opposite of what they, you know, understand. But that's what being a teacher, a master is. Patience, understanding, and only giving you facts, not opinions. That's what a true teacher does. A true teacher understands that when you start putting an opinion, a teacher is not there to guide you. A true teacher gives you the tools so that when you choose your own path, you are prepared for whatever you come across along that path. That is what a true master and educator and teacher is. Not someone that, well, you know, you really should play basketball or you should be a lawyer, because now that's influence, that's opinion, that's me guiding you, pushing you, steering you a certain way. That's not what a master does. A master prepares you for life, for facts, for reality, so that whatever way you go, you have a solid foundation to make solid decisions. A teacher should never guide you or push you. A teacher should prepare you. And with that comes boneheads and people that want to argue and they want to call you names and want to, but that's why I'm very careful and very specific about not doing opinions. I'm a human being, and again, if you ask me my opinion, if you want me to theorize on something, sure, we can have fun. But I'm very careful when I say things to only give you the facts, because I don't want to push you a certain way. I just want to give you the proper information so that you can think for yourself and defend yourself. When someone says, but, and you could be like, no. George Lucas didn't say that, or this is what George said. So regardless of your feelings and your opinions and what you like, George Lucas said and or did this. And that's it. Like it or not. So a teacher, an educator, a master, a professor understands you're going to come with resistance and have to deal with the nonsense, and people are going to question and doubt and blah, blah, blah. But all you can do is provide and share the facts and hope that that helps you on your way. Also understand something. Listen, I'm not bragging. I'm not going to tell you the number, but I have an insanely off the charts IQ. Higher than any president. And some. That's a low level. I'm just saying, like any president, just to even give you like a foundation. Okay. All my life, I've told people things, whether it be about the government or women or friendships or Star Wars or whatever. And I'm not saying that I'm always right or that I always know everything, but I can't tell you how many times 5 years later, somebody comes to me and is like, dude, holy shit, I'm so sorry. You were right about everything that you said. I hated what you told me. I didn't want to believe it. It was hurtful, or I didn't like it. It didn't line up what I was thinking, but I should have fucking listened. I cannot tell you how many times this has happened in my life. So just like Mayo, was it? May have left here upset. Maybe he's still listening. Whatever. Right now, he doesn't get it. 5, 7, 15 years from now, he's going to think back and be like, holy shit, it is important to respect elders. Holy shit, it is important to respect history. You see, you know when people start to care is when it's something that you care about. Just like this picture that just came out. And all these people got their panties in a bunch. Sequel trilogy characters aren't there. Star Wars, you're misrespecting and misrepresenting. And now you're giving the trolls, you're validating them because now you've excluded the... Now you care about history and characters, right? But when you shit all over the EU and you were laughing at Luke Skywalker because he's a fucking old piece of shit, and you're like, look at that guy. It didn't matter. But now that your little baby Rey is being ignored, now you care. And you see, Mayo tomorrow, 15 years from now, is going to look back and be like, oh shit, I was a dumbass. History, canon, respect, wisdom does matter. So to me, my feelings don't get hurt. I'm not worried about it because sooner or later, you're going to figure it out. I have the high ground. I already know. You don't have to prove, or I don't have to. I may never see that kid again, and I already know. So real Star Wars is what Disney puts out. George ruined it and Disney saved it. Yeah. I'm going to listen to 3 hours of stupidity from mouse bears. Yep. Oh, those are the best. When you got the people who are like, George Lucas was an idiot and he fucked it all up, and because of Disney, we've got Star Wars. And I was like, oh my God. All right. I think the trolls couldn't trigger you with a religious spam and are now trying using stupid or pointless arguments. Oh, I get all kinds of things. Religion, gay hookups, all kinds of nonsense. Guys, I'm not saying I'm Rambo or Superman or the strongest or the bestest or the smartest, but I've been through shit most of you would never be able to handle or understand. They would not even fathom to see, never mind live through. Most shit I simply laugh at. Been there, done that, and then some. Most of you have never left your state, never mind your city. I've been all over the entire United States. I've been to foreign countries. I speak 2 languages. I have an IQ that is off the charts. Doesn't make me better than anyone. But it's going to take a lot more than a kid saying, your opinions in Canon. Again, I have the high ground. Race bait, all kinds of shit. But you see, to me, life is like chess. And guys, not to disrespect anyone, but I'm 10 moves playing on 4 different chess tables against most everybody. Doesn't mean I don't make mistakes. Doesn't mean I know everything. Doesn't mean I'm perfect. I'm not saying any of that. But know that I'm playing chess on 4 tables, 10, 20, 100 steps ahead of you. So the little foolishness is not going to go anywhere with me. Yes. I'm also very kind, very patient, because I could blast people, I could ban people, I could right now be cussing people, I could get a bunch of you to jump in and attack somebody. I don't do any of that. I try to have an open conversation. I try to have fun. I try to educate. I give out free knowledge. If you want to accept it and take it in, you should be thankful. No one is forcing you. I don't ask anything in return. It's okay. You're fine. Last I heard, maybe by the end of this year, there's a channel of a guy that lives in LA, and he goes with drones, and he's like I think like once a month. I don't remember the name of the channel, but I'll try to remember it so that I can tell you guys. And he goes with drones like once a month, and he's filming the progress. It's pretty neat. And last I heard was at the end of this year. So it's getting close. It may be a little bit later, but it's getting there. So I was seeing your comment before, D. Yeah, I've been stuck sampling every item in the snack bar as the movie started yet. Yeah, I know, and I'm sorry. You know, it's just, you know, it's not about putting anyone in their place. But if people are going to come and either challenge or just ask and want to learn, you know, I have to try to be fair to all of you. You know, and at the end of the day, the deep dives and all this stuff, it's all to the same end, to the same root, is to respect and understand the canon. And once you understand and respect the canon, then we can have a true conversation about Star Wars. If you're resisting it and arguing it and their opinion, then we can't have a real conversation about Star Wars. That's like, I've been married 30 years and you've never had a girlfriend, but we're going to have a conversation about relationships. You're not going to get very far. You understand what I'm saying? Can we have a conversation and you ask questions and all that? Sure. But at the end of the day, do you see what I'm getting at? It's like, until we get some sort of common ground and you understand what canon is, and then we can't have much of a true Star Wars conversation. Anyways, and of course, there's always someone that wants to come in and derail shit, and it is what it is. That's my life. That's not my Star Wars. What can I do? With great power comes great responsibility. You know, I can't sit here and say that I know shit and that you have to respect it and yet not talk about it or defend it. So I was too. I won't let myself get worked up next time. I just hate trolls. Yeah, I do too. But this is the thing. Don't let them get you worked up, you know? Lions are not concerned with the opinion of sheep. So at the end of the day, you can't let, you know, everybody think about watching Family Guy. I'm not against it. I don't have a copy of it right now, but a little birdie told me that there's a copy perhaps coming my way. So I don't know if next week, it's probably too soon, but we can certainly do that. Were really fun. Yeah. Blue Harvest was fun. Yeah, we got to do Jedi. Arguing with a professor as he's giving a lecture spot on. A professor who began studying the topic as a child soon after the topic was created. Well, not even soon after. When the topic was created, I was there. I mean, granted, behind the scenes, right, they were doing Star Wars for about 3 years, plus whatever Lucas had in his mind. So yeah. But as far as what's public, we're all on the same ground, right? Same playing field. Well, I was there day one. And so were others. I'm not saying I'm the only one. I'm not saying that I'm the mighty, there's other grandmasters too. But it doesn't matter if you come to this grandmaster or one of the others, you're still approaching a grandmaster. Be careful. That's all I'm saying. Be careful. Yeah. Kids would understand Mahler with his hip language of today's youth, not our dry lectures. So I'm not hip. I'm just a dry old prune. I'd like to think I'm pretty cool. And I know I got my ears to the street. We can support each other even if we can defend ourselves individually. Yeah. That more than I can say for some of the trolls that come here for one reason, but clearly for a specific reason. Yeah. Here's the thing: if you come, you see the name, Not My Star Wars. You're already, you're coming in here with a motive. Either that's why I like my name, because we cut out the bullshit, and I'm the same way with people. I'm the same way with work and people that I work around or jobs, and especially with women. I don't play games. I don't bullshit. I don't waste time. This is what it is. You're going to jump on the train or get out of the fucking way. And we're going to keep moving. I'm not going to waste time. I'm not going to try to convince you. So that's why I love my name, because you're going to come in here for one of two reasons. Either you're like, holy shit, finally a real Star Wars channel. Or, oh, look at this toxic guy. I'm going to show him. Oh, I love those. So you're already coming in here with a dumbass attitude and thinking you're going to prove me wrong or show me up or make me look foolish to all my fans. Or it's never happened and it's never going to happen. Most of you know that at this point. So that's why I love my name, because I cut out the bullshit. I already know you're either here to genuinely learn or you're here to just be a dumbass. And to me, I'd rather deal with a Hitler because you know what you're dealing with. Understand? As opposed to, someone else that, oh, look how great he is. And you're like always wondering, what is he going to do? What is he up to? I'd rather straightforward, straight head on deal with things. I'm very much the same way with women. I don't play around. This is where this train's going. You're jumping on or you're jumping out. Get out of the way. I don't play. I'm not going to convince you so that you'll hang out with me or maybe you'll sleep with me. Nope. I don't waste time with that. I'm the conductor. I'm running the train. You can jump on or jump off, your choice. Yep. Yeah. Well, and I don't claim to be Master Yoda of life or everything, but there's a few things I can hang with anybody on this earth. And Star Wars is certainly one of them. And for what it's worth, women and dating, hip-hop, Star Wars, industrial hemp. I can hang with any expert on this earth. I know a lot of other things, but as far as like me saying I'm Grand fucking Master Yoda, well, those four things, yes, I can hang with anyone. I know a lot about history and government and space and some other bullshit too, but that's a whole other conversation. Star Tours is sadly mostly sequel stuff. When I went to Disney World when I was 15, I went on Star Tours 4 times. I never that's one thing I never saw was Star, or I've seen it but never been. How many times it showed the old stuff? One out of four of old. Yeah. And, there's a lot of people that claim they know shit, but I think I've more than proven myself. I can more than, at any time, I can show you where it comes from. Prove, I used to sit in the bookstore and read Star Wars encyclopedia and visual guides and would own my friends who were Star Wars fans. I would convince them that I knew I was right, and almost always was. There you go. There's a thing that some people get confused with. Some people seem to get confused that being confident and knowing for a fact that you have the high ground because you're standing on the hill looking down at you literally have the high ground, that you're being arrogant. But that's jealousy. That's being naive. That's being envious, being jealous, being hateful. You don't know what you're talking about. You can't. And literally, you're looking at him up. He's up on top of the hill, has the high ground, and you still want to be like, you know. That's not being arrogant. That's just being real. Facts are facts. The resistance, but are more like the empire. This analog can be applied to a lot of other realms of discourse on Earth as well. Yeah. Yeah, he's I don't do the Democrat or the Republican or the politic. They're all dumbasses, but holy shit, is Joe Biden a freaking... The man can't even speak proper. I had the encyclopedia from '98 and brought it to school every day for a while. I love the visual guides. Yeah. I couldn't afford them, so I had to camp out in the aisle at Waldo Books. Nice. But, remember that someone always has it worse than you. So the fact that you could camp out in a bookstore and have access to them and be able to sit there and read them is a blessing. Because there's kids that don't even know what a book is, never mind be able to sit down in a bookstore and read a Star Wars book. And I'm not saying that you don't appreciate it. I'm just saying it as a general statement. Always remember, there's someone that has less than you. Again, if you guys knew half the shit I've been through, but I always remember that there's some kid in the middle of nowhere that lives in the sand or in the mud. And while I've been through a lot of shit, I've also dated insanely gorgeous women. One was a Playboy model. So as far as that, I've been very fortunate. I've traveled all over the world, well, not all over the world, but all over the U.S. and parts of the world. I'm very fortunate in that. I have no serious physical debilities. I have my health. I'm very fortunate in that. I have a very good brain and heart. I'm very fortunate in that. So there's many things that while I don't have a lot of other things, I have many things that many people never had or will never have or have less of than I do. So always remember there's someone that has less than you. Wanted those books, any U novels for birthdays and Christmas. Yeah. Was trolling. Just, yeah. Yeah, I don't think maybe a little bit trolling, but yeah. See, and that's the thing. I can't call myself a grandmaster. I can't be an educator or be respected if I just say, "Oh, you dumb fucker, you're just a little stupid kid." And you see what I'm saying? Because that's not what a teacher does. A teacher understands that, oh boy, here we go. But you have the patience and the wisdom to say, okay, I'm not only have the high ground, but I'm going to take the high ground and teach you. No matter how much you want to argue and fight, I'm going to teach you and beat the teachings into you to where you have no argument. You might be mad, you might be in your feelings, your panties are all like this, but at the end of the day, you're looking at me like, fuck, you're right. I have no argument. That's what a true teacher does. That's what a true teacher understands. You don't tend to win with hate and arguing and yelling, but you pretty much always win when you're calm and you just facts. It comes to a point where like, and they have no argument. I love the Family Guy Star Wars scene with the couch and them struggling to get it through the door. I've been there, had difficulty getting my dad's couch through the door when he moved. It's been a while since I've seen Blue Harvest, so some of it I don't remember, but I used to have, I think I had the Blu-ray, pretty sure, because I had like the box, the tall box set, and I had 2 or 3 Blu-rays in it. So, right, there was Blue Harvest and something Dark Side, I think was what it was. It was 2 or 3 Blu-rays. Yeah, I had that. It's been years. I haven't seen it, but I watched it several times. I had it. It'll be fun to see it again. Hello, Nash. Can't tell what your avatar is. Looks interesting. Friday Bitch Fest about what dumb shit Disney is doing and learn something new. Yeah. Which, again, coming into the conversation, I have the high ground. Because if you're here, either you're like, holy shit, a real Star Wars channel, I get to learn and enjoy stuff, or you're just here to argue and be like, you're toxic, you don't know what you're talking about. So I've already won before you walked in the door. You see? Because if you truly love the Disney stuff, you wouldn't be wasting time. Whether it's an opinion or fact, what I'm saying, you wouldn't be wasting your time with me. You'd be watching The Last fucking Jedi because it's so great. Why aren't you watching Rebels or Clone Wars? Or why are you wasting your time with me? Because because you're questioning, because you're like, holy shit, maybe he's right. Let me hear what he has to say. And guess what? It's like I always say, I'm never going to tell you what you want to hear. Fuck your feelings. But you're going to come out of here smarter, and you're going to come out of here with facts, and you're going to be able to quote and say and go with whatever I tell you, because it's reality. It is what it is. It's what George Lucas said it was. So that's why I always say I have the high ground, because before you walk in the room here, I've already established and won. You can't ever lose when you know and always speak the truth. Understand? You don't have to cover a lie or fix something or cover it or alter it or tweak it when you always are righteous and tell the truth. That's the point. That's why I never falter or jitter or worry, because all the things I say are the truth and facts. So therefore, I don't have to worry about anything. Do I occasionally forget something? Sure. Do I have to go back and check something? Okay. But I never steer you guys wrong. I never send you out of here like thinking of this when it's really that. Never. Not once. And it never will happen. Latest comment, yeah. Palpy, all of this probably could have been useful during the Battle of Endor. Probably was sure that a few Star Destroyers and a half-baked Death Star is enough. Yeah. Disney is Disney. And that's what kills me. Is like you can see that they're making stuff like this. Oh, well, they got Luke's hand and, they cloning. And see, if you don't care or don't know, you might say, well, yeah, that kind of makes sense. They got his hand and they could clone it. And okay. But that just shows that you don't understand Star Wars. Because if you understand Star Wars from the very beginning of that premise, you would say, well, but you can't clone that way. That doesn't work. And again, until I get people on that foundation of understanding, respecting the canon and understanding that the Force doesn't work that way. Hyperspace doesn't work that way. It doesn't matter how cool you thought it was. It doesn't matter how awesome you thought it looked on the screen. All of that is relevant. The fact is, you can't just hyperspace like that. When I was on the first streams, I thought the Clone Wars was canon. Well, a lot of people do. Most people do. Most people that start, but George Lucas was involved, but that was canon. But okay, but until you listen, or either you really research for yourself, but honest research, not like, oh, I looked at one web page and it's canon. No, I mean like for real research. Or you listen and you learn from someone that knows and that is telling you why. You see, this is part of the problem too. I'll say the Clone Wars isn't canon. And some people are like, there's different people. There's people like, oh, wow, please teach me. Why? Or some people are like, oh, well, I don't know, but I want to listen. I'll see what you have to say. And then there's people that are like, oh, you're a fucking idiot. It's canon, blah, blah, blah. And those are the fools, because if you're not even willing to listen, then you've already failed yourself. And believe me, I know most Star Wars channels are bullshit. Rumors and nonsense that they talk. Complete nonsense. George Lucas just fired Kathleen Kennedy. Like George Lucas has anything to do with Lucasfilm or Star Wars. I mean, just 95% of the videos I see on YouTube are complete nonsense when it comes to Star Wars, sadly. But, you know, if you want to learn something, well, there's always a way. He had all the stuff from Exegol after the Empire Strikes Back. Yeah. Vader goes to Exegol. He's hanging out, sees Luke's hand. He's hanging out with Palpatine. They have the whole Star Destroyer fleet. They're building a Star Killer base. Yeah, Disney. Mm-hmm. And again, I love it when people say, you don't know what you're talking about. You hate Disney. You don't even watch it. Oh, no, I know. I'm on top of all of it. I know more than you do, and you claim to be a fan of it. I know. That's why I speak upon it. That's why I have all the confidence and faith in what I say, because I fucking know, because I do research it. While you all are doing whatever you do, and maybe you're with your girlfriend or you have to go to work or whatever. I'm not saying that what you're doing is irrelevant. I'm just saying, while you all are doing whatever it is you do, I'm here all day, researching, editing, studying, pulling up the videos and finding the quotes in the articles, so that when I come on a stream or someone comes in my comments, I can say, no, this is what it is. Not because I want it to be, but because here's the fact of the matter. This is what George Lucas said. Here's the proof of that. Rose or Leia? Oh, come on, seriously? Is that even a conversation? Princess Leia, our princess. She's one of the greatest characters, and she wasn't a Jedi, but, you know, she's a Skywalker. I mean, she's as real as it gets. Dude, you dated a Playboy model? Yes. I did. I honestly did. It was a college edition. All right. She wasn't like the cover or the biggest thing, but she was in a college edition of Playboy. I'm not going to say her name, just, you know, out of respect. She's also a very close friend of mine. I also happen to know a couple porn stars. No, I didn't sleep with them. No, the Playboy girl, well, I'm not going to speak on that. I dated her, so you take that as you want. But the porn stars, no, I have not slept with them. But I do know a couple porn stars. And most of you would probably know at least one of them. She's like one of the most known porn stars on earth. So, but anyways, I'm not trying to brag or anything. I did indeed date a Playboy model. She was in a Playboy college edition, 1995. Anyways, you are right. Well, I'm not sure which part, but yes, I'm right about all of it, so it's all good. I'm just kidding. But I did. I truly, I wouldn't say that if it didn't happen. And no, not every girl I dated was a Playboy model or super gorgeous, but I have been fortunate. I have dated girls that you walk into a room and everyone turns and notices. I have indeed dated some women like that. Not all of them, not many, but I have. That kind of level of beauty. Doesn't mean they were great people or perfect or that it worked out, or no, I'm not saying that. But just saying, I have dated women that have been on my arm that when you walked into the room, everyone, and I mean everyone, young, old, men, women, notice. I have the DVD box set of Blue Harvest. The box set is meant to mimic the 2004 Star Wars OT box set with reflect. Yes. Thanks. Can I cider? Trying to find the meaning there. You got something going on with that name. I have to order some dual layer DVD-Rs so I can make you copies. I only have a bunch of single layer at the moment. Cool. No pressure, no worries. I totally appreciate it. I don't expect or ask anything of anybody. But cool whenever, and I totally appreciate it. And I've said it many times, but D, again, thank you so much. That I have them always right here next to me. I look at them all the time. I love them very much. Yeah, well, I think you're kidding. And there's nothing wrong with diversity. There's always been diversity. Yeah. Yeah, let's do that. As a matter of fact, I actually caught up in the chat. Gone for 20 minutes, and there's still people arguing with everything you say. Oh, there's always going to be people that argue with what I'm saying. But at the end of the day, guys, always remember, I know I have the high ground. So my feelings aren't hurt. It's not wearing me down or making me sad or taking away. There's always people that think they know and want to try to make me look bad. And it's like, Sydney Steele, when I was 18, she was my favorite porn star and is still wicked hot, especially for her age. I can't say the porn star because I didn't date her. And Luna Star. Do some of you know who Luna Star is? She's a friend. I have her phone and I have her number in my phone. Adaptive, you were mentioning you were looking at my hemp stuff. Well, if you're digging around enough, you're going to see a picture of me with Luna Star in my arms. In fact, probably on the Instagram would be the easiest way to find it. So, I don't date porn stars. It's not like my thing, but they are people too. She's an awesome girl. She's a bit cocky. She's a top porn star, so she certainly has mileage on her and all that, but she's absolutely gorgeous. You can't deny that. And she's a pretty cool freaking person. I have her number in my phone. I'm not bragging. I'm just saying. If you want to go see the picture, it's there. So I know some of you have heard of Luna Star. Well, I know her. Anyways. When I was 18, she was my favorite. The name rings a bell. Sydney Steele definitely rings a bell. I'm not really big into like porn and stuff. I'm not saying I never watched it or I'm not against it either. To me, like, I don't have a problem with prostitution. If you do it in a controlled area and you willingly want to sell your body, and there are men or women that willingly want to pay for your body, I'm not here to judge you. I can't control your body. As long as you're not being disrespectful, you're not going around spreading diseases and acting wild, and you're not on the street so that kids in a playground are like watching you tricking, then hey, you want to be a porn star? You want to be a prostitute? I got no problems with it. Be careful, be safe, get tested, take the proper precautions, do it in a controlled way, not just controlled so that it's not out in public, especially for children, but also so that you're safe, so that you don't get beat and robbed, and you know what I mean? Or the same thing with the guys, you know, a guy goes to hook up with this girl, gives her $300, next thing he's got a gun in his face, you know, that kind of stuff. That's the problem. But if you're in a controlled place, you want to be a hooker, well, then I ain't got no beef with you. You do it. Everyone has a right to be happy. Everyone has a right to do the what they want, as long as you're not hurting others. That's all. So I don't have a bad thing with porn stars or prostitutes, or, well, really prostitutes. I don't like to judge anybody, but I would say that prostitutes are lower than a porn star. At least a porn star is doing it controlled professionally and getting big bucks. A prostitute's like on the street, right? So, but even that, I'm not a hater. I don't, you know, just be careful, just be respectful. That's all I ever say. But if, you know, I think prostitution should be legal. But just like you can't be like drunk in the streets being an asshole, well, you shouldn't be in the corner tricking. But I'm all for casinos. Can you dig it? So, not for me. I'm just saying, you know. Anyways, I'm not like a big porn fan, but I just, through life, I've met a lot of celebrities and met a lot of attractive women, and things happen, and I just happen to know a few porn stars, and that's that. Anyways, so much for Return of the Jedi. Well, we're getting there. I'm gonna start. How did my father die? Ben. Oh, I had the high ground. Yes. No, but I got to tell you something. Luna Star in a slave Leia outfit would certainly be something to see. Holy shit. He was bad at playing the floor as Lala. Yes. Luna Star is Latina. She's got booty. She's got, you know what I mean? She's not like thick, but so she would look very different than Leia in that bikini. I think she would look much better than Leia, but you know, some guys, your taste is different. But yeah, that would certainly be a sight to see, Luna Star in a slave Leia. Yep. All right, just want to make sure I'm not missing anything. By the way, MJ, I saw this and went off on the I don't know that I said thank you. I do appreciate it. It's funny, but yeah, anyways, I do appreciate the $2. So I got all sidetracked on the Playboy thing. The floor is lava. How many of you seen that show? It's a fun show. I like that show. The floor is lava. Brought to you by rubber plant condoms from Lethal Weapon 2. If you don't like it, you can exchange it. Yes. Look at that. One of my favorite people. Dead Girls, how are you, dear? It's legal in the Netherlands, prostitution. It's not a big deal when it's not trafficking. Sadly, a lot is that hello to, I always come on at the oddest time. Yeah, if you came on, I'm talking about porn stars and Playboy model that I dated and all kinds of nonsense. Anyways, very good to see you as always, Dead Girls. Yeah, and again, I'm all for everyone, you know, whatever freak thing you're in, whatever you're into, everybody has a right, as long as you're not hurting other people. That's it. You want to be gay, you want to be a hooker, you want to, you know, now being a murderer or, you know, something like that, of course, we can't have that. But, you know, better to have legal, controlled prostitution where you're going and you know what you're doing. It's a safe environment and you handle your business and nobody's really getting hurt. as opposed to, well, it's all illegal, backdoor in the streets and needles and germs and, you know, all this robberies and, you know. And yes, the Netherlands, you know, not everybody's crazy about it, but you have the red light. You have literally buildings with girls in the windows and you can pick, you know. And I just think that's the smarter way. If they want to sell themselves and there's guys that want to buy them, then leave everybody in peace. Better than being in the streets and getting beaten or raped and robbed and diseased. And anyways. All right. Jeez. 4 hours. Hope you guys are doing well and nice to see you too. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to take a 10-minute break. We're going to get right into Jedi. And anyone that sees the stream is going to be like, holy shit, I thought this was about Return of the Jedi. Welcome to Not My Star Wars. Anyways, it's fun as always. I appreciate you guys. And when you have the high ground, you get to hold your ground. So it is what it is. Anyways, as always, I just try to have fun and try to teach you guys stuff. Not because I have to be the teacher and I have to teach you anything. I learn things too. I'm just trying to share knowledge. All right. I'm going to take a 10-minute break. I will put on an interlude and I will come back and we'll get right into Jedi because we're already here 4.5 hours. Which is fine with me, but I always feel bad because, you know, we come to see the movie and then anybody that comes along, it's like, are you watching the movie? And it's like, no, we're hanging out. Anyways, it is what it is here on Not My Star Wars. By the way, Dead Girls, a lot of everyone was asking that I do a stream on May the 4th. It hadn't occurred to me, but I guess I'm going to do a stream on May the 4th. I think that's Tuesday coming up. Most people said in the evening, so just a heads up. You can comment if you want. I was asking everybody if they're interested, but a lot of people said yes. So just a heads up, I'll do a little stream on, and we'll hang out on May the 4th. We'll do our own May the 4th. So just a heads up there. Sir, we found this Twi'lek girl hooker. What should we do about it? She can go about her business. Move along. To resumes his business with Twi'lek. Hey, I'm all for that. I'll be there. Okay, cool. If I'm the galactic, the ruler, the new galactic empire, you'll have windows and windows of Twi'leks of all colors. So. Vote for Not My Star Wars. All right. I'll leave you guys with an interlude. I have a new interlude. So, do you want the new interlude, or do you want me to save it for later and I play one of the previous 3? If you want the new interlude, put 4 in the chat. If you rather I save the new interlude for a little bit later, then put a 1, 2, or 3. Thank you. Thank you very much. There you go. All right, I got a 4. By the way, you guys I'm sure you're going to love this one. New. Okay. Roberto wants to hold out. All right, 4, 4. Okay, you're outvoted. I see you. I haven't seen you. Didn't see a previous comment. I don't think I missed any of them, but I just saw it now that you typed, so sorry. I certainly aren't blocked or I'm not ignoring you. So I'm looking back through the chat. I didn't see anywhere else, so sorry if it just, sometimes YouTube just dumb. But I see you now. Okay. This interlude is, well, they're all 10 minutes, so this one is actually a few seconds less, 9 minutes and 30 seconds or something like that. But anyways, I'll see you guys in 10 minutes. This is a new interlude. You guys have seen probably most of this, especially on my channel in parts, but you'll love it. Trust me. Speaking of wisdom and imparting wisdom on you, yeah, we haven't seen your name before, so maybe YouTube was just being stupid. Or are you on Facebook watching this? I don't think so, because you have the little YouTube thing on here. So let's see. Oh, look who's back. Hey, Princess. What's going on? Yes, I will be happy to do that for them. Thank you, Princess. It's always very nice to see you. Okay, yeah, I don't know, Mark. Maybe YouTube's just being dumb. But we see you now. So I'm going to take a 10-minute break. I've been on for 4.5 hours. And I'll be back in 10 minutes, and we will finally get into Return of the Jedi. The Princess has a transmission that a very important message of wisdom that she would like me to boost the signal out to you guys. So directly from the Rebel Alliance, Princess Leia would like me to share this very important information with you. I will see you in 10 minutes. Enjoy.
If you think of the first 3 films as one film, which is what it was intended to be, you know, Darth Vader comes in the front door, scares everybody, kills a few guys, and then you follow it through, and then you find out that Luke is his father, and then eventually it ends up with him not being the bad guy, but actually being a rather sad guy, and then eventually being the hero and killing the Emperor. That, if you saw it as one movie, that's the movie you'd see. And one of the problems I had is that Darth Vader became such an icon of evil that when it got split up over 6 years, the impact of him as a tragic character got lost. So that was one of the inspirations for going back and doing the backstory, because it really is about, it's really the tragedy of Darth Vader is the story.
The struggle in Star Wars is about passion against compassion, which is greed against giving and giving up primarily. And the whole issue is the flip side of greed is fear of losing. So you're either trying to get things or you're afraid of losing the things that you've got. And the idea is that to let go of those things and because once you start down that path of fear, then you're trying to protect things and you're willing to fight for things and you're willing to. And the Jedi's basic job in the beginning, which we never get to see too much of because we start really during the war, they were like marshals in the Old West. I mean, they would go from town to town and they would, help solve the problems and in a lot of cases the marshals and the judges were pretty much the same thing, and they would just travel and they would bring justice and solve problems for people, which is kind of what Jedi are. And they're negotiators, they're not fighters. Only they're negotiators, sort of like the mafia. They're compassionate negotiators with a very big laser sword, which they don't like to use, but if somebody, doesn't want to solve the problem, then they'll solve it for them, so to speak, which is an incentive for people to solve their problems without fighting.
The first film starts with the last age of the Republic, which is it's getting tired, it's old, it's getting corrupt. There's the rise of the Sith, who are now becoming a force. And in the backdrop of this, you have Anakin Skywalker, a young boy who's destined to be a very significant player in bringing balance back to the Force and the Republic. In the second film, we get into more of that turmoil. It's the beginning of the Clone Wars. It's the the beginning of the end of democracy in the Republic, sort of the beginning of the end of the Republic, and it's Anakin Skywalker beginning to deal with some of his more intense emotions of anger, hatred, sense of loss, possessiveness, jealousy, and the other things he's coping with. Then we will get to the third film where he is seduced to the dark side, which brings us up to films 4, 5, and 6, where Anakin's offspring redeem him and allow him to fulfill the prophecy, where he brings balance to the Force by doing away with the Sith and getting rid of evil in the universe. A lot of the issues that are in films 4, 5, and 6 become much clearer when you begin to realize what's behind the issues and how things came to pass. Because there's a lot of things that really are alluded to in the last 3 films, but they don't make much sense unless you really get the gist of what happens, and you really have to have seen 1, 2, and 3 in order to get it all. You get to see the universe, kind of, in the first 3 films. You know, you get to go to the Senate, you get to go to the center of the galaxy, you get to go to these very sophisticated planets and all this kind of stuff. And you're seeing things that are very sophisticated. You're seeing very sophisticated aliens, all kinds of things that are digitally created, you know, large scope, very vast scale and everything. So then when you get down to episode 4, it's all very small. You know, everything's real tiny. There's no scope to it at all. And it's in a very small corner of the galaxy. You talk about those things, but you never ever get to see them. But of course in this thing, you'll have already seen all those things, so you'll know what they're talking about. And you'll know when he's saying, you know, I'm stuck here in the far corner of the galaxy, you'll know what he's talking about. And you'll realize that he is stuck in a little dim corner of the universe. Found in all living things, around us, flows from us, controls individuals, yet we have free will. We have a destiny if we want to follow it. We live for a reason and must discover what it is. What happens when you go to the dark side is it goes out of balance, and then you get really selfish and you forget about everybody, and you ultimately lead yourself, because when you get selfish, you get stuff, or you want stuff. Mm-hmm. And when you want stuff and you get stuff, then you are afraid somebody's going to take it away from you, whether it's a person or a thing or a particular pleasure, experience. Mm-hmm. Once you become afraid that somebody's going to take it away from you, or you're going to lose it, then you start to become angry, especially if you're losing it. And that anger leads to hate. And hate leads to suffering. Mostly on the part of the person who's selfish, because you spend all your time being afraid of losing everything you've got, right, instead of actually living. Where joy, by giving to other people, you can't think about yourself, and therefore there's no pain. But the pleasure factor of greed and of selfishness is a short-lived experience. Therefore, you're constantly trying to replenish it. But of course, the more you replenish it, the harder it is to, so you have to keep upping the ante. You're actually afraid of the pain of not having the joy. So that is ultimately the core of the whole dark side, light side of the Force. And everything flows from that. Obviously, the Sith are always unhappy because they never get enough of anything they want. Mostly their selfishness centers around power and control. And the struggle is always to be able to let go of all that stuff. And of course, that's the problem with Anakin ultimately is you're allowed to love people, but you're not allowed to possess them. And what he did is that he, fell in love and then married her and then became jealous. And then he saw in his visions that she was going to die. He couldn't stand losing her. So in order to not lose her, he made a pact with the devil to be able to become all-powerful.
I am becoming more powerful than any Jedi has ever dreamed of, and I'm doing it for you.
But of course, when he did that, she didn't want to have anything to do with him anymore. So he lost her.
Anakin, you're breaking my heart.
Once you were powerful, being able to bring her back from the dead, well, if I can do that, then I can be Emperor of the Universe. I can get rid of the Emperor. I can do everything. I can make everything the way I want it.
And together, you and I can rule the galaxy. Make things the way we want them to be.
And once you do that, you'll never be satiated. You're always going to be consumed with this driving desire to have more stuff. and be afraid that others are going to take it away from you. And of course they are. Because every time you get two Sith together, you have the master, you have the apprentice, and the apprentice is always trying to recruit another apprentice to join with him to kill the master. And the master knows that he's basically everybody below him wants his job. The only way to overcome the dark side is through discipline. The dark side is pleasure, biological, and temporary, and easy to achieve. The light side is joy, everlasting, and difficult to achieve. The great challenge: must overcome laziness, give up quick pleasures, and overcome fear, which leads to hate. It's about good and evil in us, as well as our institutions. So, and the idea that some of us think we're really great people, but in the real world we're not. We're terrible people.
Or you can make bad choices.
Well, you make bad choices, but you run your life in a very selfish way, and you think you're doing good when you're actually not. And at the same time, it's you know, how do democracies turn back into dictatorships? Why do people who have the power to have the freedom and everything turn it over to somebody who's going to take it all away from them? It's happened through history forever and ever, and all Star Wars is a way of updating that idea to say, watch out, because there are people out there who don't play by the rules, and if you're not careful, you're going to lose all your freedom. And at the same time, those people who may not play by the rules because they're selfish and greedy turn themselves into evil people who don't care about other people.
All right. I'm not sure why it went to black like that. Can you guys hear me? Check, check, check. Someone confirm. Can you hear me? Okay. Yeah, I don't know why it went blank like that. Did it play 10 minutes of the Lucas, or did it just black out, or I don't know what happened there. Sorry about that. I don't think I was much longer than 10 minutes, if even that. But yeah, who knows? Two quick things, and let's get into Jedi. Number one, guys and girls. The reason that I was able to date a Playboy model and that I'm friends with porn stars and no celebrities and stuff like this is because I don't bullshit people. Because I didn't go up to those girls like, oh my God, you're famous, or oh my God, you were in Playboy. I don't bullshit. I'm very straightforward, and I just talk to them like a person. And that's why Luna Star, I'm not saying we're best friends, but that's why we are friends, is because, well, actually, technically, she approached me because I was at a, what was it called? Shoot. X-Run, which is like a very sexy run and like obstacle course. Just ridiculous setup. Like this big, you would climb up this big thing and it was this big slide, but the opening of the slide was like this big vagina. So all the contestants would like climb up the course, go into this thing, and then come out the slide like they're coming out of a vagina. Just ridiculous shit like that. So there was porn stars there. I was promoting hemp. I was there. She came to check out my stuff. There was all kinds of people hitting on her and talking to her and all this. She came by to see what I was doing. We started talking. I talked to her like a normal human being, and we became friends. So just a little piece of advice for the boys or the girls. Just be yourself. Just talk to people like people. People are only celebrities if you look at them and treat them that way. Because at the end of the day, they're just people like you are. So for what it's worth, that's how I could date a Playboy model, is because I didn't come at her all crazy and try to show off or, oh my God, or I was just like, hey, what's up? So for what that's worth. Second, irony upon irony. The thumbnail name of the stream is what? Star Wars Return of the Jedi. Don't underestimate my powers. So I already know that half of you came into the stream like, oh shit, Return of the Jedi, Luke motherfucking Skywalker. You know that quote. And then there's half they're going to come in here. This guy thinks he's the shit. He thinks he knows it. Don't underestimate his powers. He thinks he's so fucking hot. And that, I didn't do it like so much purposely, but that's a trap. Because you coming in here under that mentality, thinking, well, he thinks he's so great and don't underestimate my powers, shows me that you don't know Star Wars to begin with. Because you shouldn't even be thinking outside of Luke Skywalker. If you know Star Wars, you don't have to be an expert. You don't have to be the oldest fan in the world. You don't have to know everything. But you know that Luke Skywalker says, I warn you, Jabba, don't underestimate my powers. So the irony is that thumbnail and title was innocent. It's Luke. But it also shows and weeds out, but also brings in people that think they know. Blah, 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 blah. Act all fucking slick. And then prove that they don't even know what they're arguing about. Because if you knew and loved Star Wars, your first impression and the reason you came in because of what it says is you have the understanding that that's what Luke said. It's not about me. It's about the greatest Jedi in all the history of Star Wars. Some people get it. Some people don't. I just think it's an irony. So I'll read a couple more chats while I munch on my ice cream cone, and let's start the movie. Did it play the part with Kathleen and him clapping? Did it go all the way through? Yes. Yes. I'm glad you like it. Remember that everything I do here is to honor that man. And the way to honor that man is to respect Star Wars and its canon. I can't put it on repeat. I can put clips up to 10 minutes, up to 200 megabytes in StreamYard. So I have like a library. I could share, I suppose, but it just looks different. Like where it's all like a big screen like that is because I have video files in StreamYard. So that's why I can click all those little things like right? Because I have them right all in hand. So I can't put it on repeat. Not only do I have the high ground, but I have Video Man. Okay, good. Good. That cartoon where I just played, that's Video Man. That's from Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends. One of my favorite cartoons of all time. Boy, did I love that shit when I still do when I was growing up. If that's what you're talking about. Video Man. Okay, yeah. That's where it stops. Good. Yeah, because Disney's finally figuring out that their other shit ain't gonna work. That's why I was telling you earlier. They're starting to bend the knee. All those video ratios and all this shit is wrecking their shit. But on Tuesday, we're gonna go backwards because, you know. Oh well. Yeah. Mint chocolate and vanilla? Oh wow. Usually it's strawberry chocolate and vanilla with cookie chunks. Wow. Real good it was. Who makes that? Was that from a local shop? Yeah. Love Spidey. That's funny. Something's happening.
My spider sense is tingling. What's next?
Oh, look. It's Jedi Radic. Hey, buddy. Nice to see you. Hello there. You had got my spidey senses tingling. What can I say, guys?
Let's go to the library for a few minutes. See you later, guys.
What's so great about him? You mean besides being big, strong, handsome?
Video Man, the Not My Star Wars mascot. Marvel Plus. Yeah. Well, I'm sure a lot of these properties are looking back like, God damn it. I've said it many times. Man, Star Wars Plus, holy shit. On a side story, looks like Disney's going to lose Predator, which makes me very happy. Which some people are bummed because they're like, oh, we want a new Predator, but guess what they're going to do to Predator? Have you seen The Last Jedi? So, cool. Yeah, yeah. But I'm curious where that's from. Been watching Spider-Man, Oswald and his uncle Ben. Really? Patton Oswald? Really? Yeah, that's totally not who I would cast as Uncle Ben. Okay. All right. Let's let me just take a quick peek here on YouTube and see that everything's okay with the stream, because that is strange that it blacked out like that. Did I? That's so funny. I lost 3 subscribers. People hate hearing the truth about Canon. Or they're just mad that I dated a Playboy model. Too bad for you. Good for me. All right, that stream seems okay. Everything's looking kosher there. All right. Let's just double check. Time to call the troops to welcome Lord Vader's. Yes. See my tweet? Slapping their logo. No, I don't think I did. That one I don't recall. I saw one today that was like an anime or something. I can't remember. I see so many things, but I did see something you had tweeted today. But no, I don't remember Predator 2. Really? Yeah, because of Jabba. It's a trap. Yes. Okay. As always, I will read the crawl. and we will get into, in my opinion, in my educated position, the best piece of Star Wars content ever created. Here we go. 20th Century Fox. A long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away. Episode 6. Return, formerly Revenge of the Jedi. Luke Skywalker has returned to his home planet of Tatooine in an attempt to rescue his friend Han Solo from the clutches of the vile gangster Jabba the Hutt. Little does Luke know that the Galactic Empire has secretly begun construction on a new armored space station even more powerful than the first dreaded Death Star. When completed, this ultimate weapon will spell certain doom for the small band of rebels struggling to restore freedom to the galaxy. Like all the movies, another beautiful opening. Camera pans down. Oh shit. Another Death Star. And who is this gangster, Jabba the Hutt? You can clearly see that the Death Star is under construction. And while at first glance you're like, is that bigger? I don't know. Next to the planet, it's kind of hard to tell. But it does kind of seem bigger. Vader's shuttle approaching. Deactivate the security shield. The shield will be deactivated when we have confirmation of your code transmission. You are cleared to proceed. Arabesh on the screen. 3 Star Destroyers in the distance. Oh boy, is that pretty. When it comes up to the hangars, if you notice, the shuttle goes into like the smallest hangar, and then there's like these bigger hangars. And when it lands in that hangar, like, holy shit, this is a massive. So imagine the hangar next to it that's like 20 times the size. Could you imagine like a Star Destroyer could probably fit in that fucker? Lord Vader's shuttle has arrived. I love how there's a TIE bomber hanging right here. I don't know if everybody catches that, but it's hanging right there when they first show the inside of the hangar. This guy looks very nervous. Okay, subtitles are on. Vader. We're honored by your presence. You may dispense with the pleasantries. I was watching a little bit of this earlier, just to get a couple screenshots, and I was looking at this is the special edition. It's you know, the newest, latest version, but man, does this look so clean, and so it's like The Last Jedi. If you're watching the older versions, it may not look as sharp, but Jedi compared to the other films anyways is much brighter and sharper. But man, this thing looks so pretty and so much detail. Like when you look at the size of the hangar and all the detail of the walls and the floor and the reflections, just this little scene of this hangar is amazing. The scale and the beauty of it. I'm here to put you back on schedule. I assure you, Lord Vader, my men are working as fast as they can. Perhaps I can find new ways to motivate them. I tell you, the station will be operational. Emperor does not share your optimistic appraisal of the situation. He asks the impossible. I need more men. Perhaps you can tell him when he arrives. The Emperor is coming here? That is correct. I always thought that like is so irony, but what's the word I'm looking for? Hyperbole, or I guess irony. It's the Emperor's battle station. Naturally, he's going to come. If he hasn't been there, he's going to show up at some point. So in a way, it's like, well, obviously, you know, the owner is going to come to his home. But on the same token, he's like so shocked, like, oh shit, he's coming. I always thought it was just kind of like a double irony there of like, well, yeah, obviously he's going to come at some point anyways, and he knows what's going on. But the fact that he's actually coming, it's like, oh shit. So it's just kind of like the when the cat's away, the mice will play. You know, knowing that at any moment the cat is going to come through the door and you all are screwing around. So that is correct, Commander. And I love this next line. And he's most displeased with your apparent lack of progress. Well, it's coming up the next one. We shall double our efforts. I hope so, Commander, for your sake. Here we go. Emperor is not as forgiving as I am. Darth Vader is not forgiving to anything about anything. So, anything to anyone. So, for him to say that, it's just like he just dropped a whole freaking bomb on everything. You know, the film, it starts off from the get-go with like this massive scale. You already see the threat. And then you got Vader coming and doing inspection to motivate people. And then he's like, oh, and by the way, the Emperor's coming, and you know I don't fuck around. And he's less forgiving than I am. So it's like, ah, damn it. Again, the dialogue. George Lucas was a terrible writer. He sucks. Sure. Okay, so right here, it wipes horizontally down from the Death Star to Tatooine. And you see C-3PO and R2. They're walking in the desert. You don't know to Jabba's palace, or you don't see Jabba's palace yet, but you assume Tatooine because they mentioned Tatooine, and you recognize, okay, that must be Tatooine. All right. So the film, as we know, opens with Vader coming to do inspection and wiping to Tatooine, and the droids go to Jabba's palace and knock on the door. Okay. Beautiful, fine, fantastic. However, I know probably most of you have seen it. Some of you may have not. But either way, I'm going to play a deleted scene that absolutely should have been in this film. I feel that it establishes things. I think that it's beautiful. It would have hyped you up. It doesn't hurt the story at all. The reason it was taken out is, one, it wasn't totally necessary, and two, to not give you Luke yet, to make you wait a little bit longer before you see Luke. But me personally, I think you should have right away gone right into the scene. Here we go. Oh shit, it's Luke. And it's a perfect transition. I think it would have built it up better. There's no, I feel like there's no reason why we couldn't have just seen Luke from the beginning and get us like, oh, there he is, you know, right from the start. So I'm going to play, it's a 2-minute. It's a little bit longer, but I cut to where it really like the screen wipe is at, so that it would, if you imagine right when Vader is walking off and it wipes. Instead of wiping to the 2 droids on Tatooine, it should wipe into this right where I have it cut and go into the film. Personally, I think it absolutely should be in the film. It would make it better. It's a wonderful scene. Most of you already know what I'm talking about or have seen it. If you haven't seen it, get ready for a big, huge candy bar, because boy, is this yummy. And either way, you all are going to love it. So here's a 2-minute clip. And this is how it should have gone down. So here you go. Vader says the Emperor's coming, starts walking off.
Join me on the dark side of the Force. My son, it is the only way. Luke.
What a forsaken place this is. Why couldn't that bounty hunter have taken Captain Solo to a more pleasant environment? We're leaving. But what about Master Luke? I thought he was going to rescue Captain Solo. You mean we're going to that horrible fortress alone? We're doomed. Of course I'm worried, and you should be too. Lando Calrissian and poor Chewbacca never returned from this awful place. Don't be so sure. If I told you half the things I've heard about this Jabba the Hutt, you'd probably short-circuit.
Okay, I ran to the bathroom real quick, I figured. And I wanted you to see Jabba's palace there. So, that scene, I feel, absolutely should have been in the film for so many reasons. One, we immediately get a quick, intimate connection with Vader. We see him alone in the Death Star. We see him a little bit isolated. He has a chamber. He immediately is reaching out to Luke. So remember, like, Luke has to accept that Vader is his father. He's also accepting, like, wow, I had a son. So now he's reflecting. Remember what I told you in Empire, that while his fall took time, his redemption took time. It's not like Vader just turned or that he was just redeemed. It was a transition, an evolution. So in Empire, once Vader kneels and the Emperor's like, hey, the son of Skywalker, he's powerful, he can destroy us. That's the very first little spark of Anakin inside realizing, separating himself from that machine, from being just Vader. That little spark of, I am Anakin Skywalker, because there is a son of Skywalker. So you're seeing the evolution, the loosening, the weakening, the softening of Vader. It's very subtle. It's very much over time, but they both have to adjust to the reality, and they're both starting to accept it. I think at the end of Empire, it's pretty obvious they both are like, okay, that it is what it is. But you, like in real life, you know, you get news and it might smack you in the face and you realize it's real, but it takes time to adjust and to fully accept it. And that's what you're seeing, is that they both are acknowledging, or at least you see Vader is plainly acknowledging it because he's calling out to Luke. And then while Luke isn't saying anything or really acknowledging it, he's hearing it. They're showing you that Luke is hearing his father, that he's hearing Vader. Now, it's under the pretense of, come on, be a Sith, join me. But regardless, the undertone there is that the father acknowledges and the son acknowledges, and that he's reaching out to him. So that's a big part of it. They're also showing the Force connection. Now, that Force Skype nonsense that Disney created, again, is people that don't know, understand, or love Star Wars seeing something and completely misinterpreting it and going off with a whole other way with it. It's not Force Skype. They are father and son. They are the only two Jedi that are left. Sidious, I mean, yes, he's a Sith, but he's like, you know, a different level, a different thing. The only true, like, two warriors left are Luke and Vader. That's it. There is no Ahsoka. There is nobody, loose Jedi, Asajj. There is Darth Vader, and there is Luke Skywalker. Yoda technically still alive, but Yoda's not going to fight anybody. Yoda's about to fade away. There's Luke, and there's Vader. So you have that they are family, that he is a son. And they're the only true Jedi, Force users, samurai, whatever you want to consider them as. And as it is, as I had explained, Dee had asked me about this in the past, that they have pre-established been in proximity of each other. Okay, so when you've been in proximity of each other, you realize that you have the Force and you make a connection like that, then yes, later you can be a little bit farther away and you have pre-established that connection, and being family and the only two true Force users around. Again, Palpatine, yes, and Yoda, yes, but they're not like actively on the field, right? They're in the booth like the manager's watching. So they don't count in the same type of way. The two active players in the game have that pre-established connection, strengthened by the Skywalker name, their family. They've had previous contact, obviously. They both know the realization of each other now. It's not just that they're Vader and Luke, but they're father and son. They both know this. So for Vader to be reaching out to Luke like that is totally makes sense, is fine, and that's how the Force works, because that's what George Lucas shows us. Not that Snoke, a clone, is making a Skype connection between two random assholes. No. Vader is directly reaching out to the only Jedi, his son. So it's very powerful to see Vader isolated in the Death Star with full intent and reaching out to Luke, trying to lure him in through the Force. You see that Luke is hearing it and not acknowledging it. Like he knows it, but isn't totally wanting to accept it. Now, obviously, when he got his hand cut off and heard the news and went down the shaft in Bespin, I mean, he gets it. He knows now that he's his father. But as far, like I said, it takes time to adjust and to transition and to accept and evolve. So he's still kind of getting used to it. So at this point, it's not that he's denying it, but he's also not totally acknowledging it. So that is important too. Then you see him with the lightsaber. Now, everyone says Luke is constructing his lightsaber. That's not what I see. I don't have a direct reference of George saying that's what's happening. I think that most people presume that that's what is happening. I don't know of any particular text or dialogue that clarifies it. What I see is Luke is tweaking, adjusting his lightsaber. He's not building it. He's not putting a crystal. He's not tightening it or constructing it. He has his lightsaber. But any good warrior maintains their weapons. You have a pistol, you need to clean it and take it apart and open it and brush it and scrub it and clean it, wipe it down, oil it. So what I see is that Luke is fine-tuning, adjusting, tweaking, testing his equipment because he knows he's about to get into some stuff. So I don't see Luke constructing his lightsaber. He is checking his equipment. He is more than a full Jedi now, and he's just doing his due diligence and making sure his stuff is right. He's ready because he knows that something's coming. And I think that's an important subtlety, because if you take it as he's just constructing his lightsaber, it's like, oh, well, he just figured out how to be a Jedi. He just built his lightsaber, and he's just, no. He's loses his hand. He trains. We don't see it, and we don't know, but I always figure he went back to Dagobah, trained some more with Yoda, then went to Tatooine. I don't believe that he got his hand and then like 3 days later is like, well, let's go to Tatooine. I believe that some time passes, that Lando has to track him down. He has to get into Jabba's palace, work there for a while, build some trust. Weeks, months go by. Now, Jedi is a year after Empire. So theoretically, a whole year could have passed from when Luke gets his hand in the medical bay, puts his arm around Leia, and he's training. Luke's not fucking around. He's not wasting time or wallowing, oh, my father and my hand. Luke's like, okay, it is what it is. Now I know what it is. I'm going to go into this now much wiser and with a clearer vision, and I got to get to work. So Luke is immediately training. I always assumed he went to Dagobah. He didn't waste time. I know in the film later, it appears that he comes back to Dagobah, and most people assume, oh, well, he finally goes back to close with Yoda. I don't believe that. I believe that he instantly, not the same day, he hangs around with the rebels. They make a little bit of a plan. He sets Leia, gets Leia set up. This is what we're going to do, blah, blah, blah. And, Luke goes to train. That's how he's a Jedi. It's not like, oh, well, I lost my hand, so now I'm a Jedi. No, Luke gets to work. So to me, he built that lightsaber 6 months, a year ago. Right away. The first thing you're going to do, you got your hand, you need a lightsaber. So one of the very first things Luke would have done after Empire is get everybody organized. They make a plan. Leia's going to go to Tatooine. This is what we're going to do. Lando's in place. Lando finally gets in touch with them, and Luke builds his lightsaber and gets to work. So by the time a year later he's there in Tatooine, he's not building his lightsaber. He's been done that. He's tweaking it, he's checking it, testing it, cleaning it, make sure, okay, our equipment's good. Now, you don't see him put it in R2, but you see that he's in front of R2 and touches something, and you can kind of maybe guess, well, what's he doing? He's doing some sort of thing with R2. He's making a plan, doing something. We know R2 at this point, and we know Luke at this point. So, those two are up to something. I don't feel that it takes away. On the contrary, it builds. We see Luke right away, and we're like, oh, man, shit, he's back on Tatooine. The crawl says it. So you immediately are hyped. He's got his lightsaber. You're like, okay, he's been training. He's ready. There's Luke. It doesn't give you too much. It's just a little taste like, oh, here we go. He's there. And he's there not far from Jabba's palace, because the droids walk for a little bit, but, maybe a few minutes. The thing is, when they come out of the cave and they start walking, you don't see Jabba's palace. So they do walk for a while, but you don't see like the sun go down or the light change. So they probably walk for a few minutes. They didn't park that far away. And they come up on Jabba's palace. So the way that the movie plays out is you assume that, well, Luke comes later to Tatooine, that the droids go, they do their thing, talk to Jabba, blah, 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 blah. Maybe days or whatever go by. Then Bosch shows up. Then they free Han. Then then Luke comes, probably within a day of Han being free. But you take it as Luke, you don't know, but it plays out as if, okay, once everything's in place, then Luke comes to Tatooine and pretty much goes in to confront Jabba. Whereas this establishes, oh no, he's there, he's putting a plan in place, he deploys the droids. It's not like the droids were there with Leia. See, because that's kind of the assumption, right? That Leia comes with the droids, and maybe the droids come later, because we don't see Luke. There's no reference to Luke. And I get wanting to build it up to where we wait to get Luke. But I think as we see him in such a small, isolated moment, it would have been better. You get hyped up, you see him preparing his lightsaber, he's up to something with R2, and you're like, ee. And then you see the droids go off, and you're like, okay, so we know Luke's here, shit's about to go down, but on the same token, okay, things are unraveling, things are setting up. Awesome. So it's a great start. We see Luke's a Jedi. He's got his lightsaber. Things are about to pop off. He's on Tatooine. He's setting up a plan. We also see the Falcon and an X-Wing, Luke's X-Wing, parked outside. This is important for several reasons. One, it's the first time you see an X-Wing parked next to the Falcon. So now you see scale, and it's just fucking badass. You also see that they are parked next to each other, because we technically didn't know. We knew that, again, under the assumption that Luke comes a little bit later. And did we technically know that Leia came in the Falcon? No. Well, better said, we know from Empire that Chewie and Lando had the Falcon. So we would assume Lando came in the Falcon. But Luke's parked right there next to him. So they obviously had a plan. You get to see the ships. You can kind of start to form the plan in your own mind before everything happens. It doesn't take away from any of the surprise or action or what unravels. To me, it enhances and gives us a little bit more. It's about a 3-minute scene when you have all the extra of him on the Death Star. What I just showed you is 2 minutes, where it's a perfect transition. And I think it's totally a scene that should have been there. You see the ships, you see Luke and his lightsaber, you see the plan coming together. It's a badass scene. We see the connection between Vader and Luke, and it just gives that much more to the film. And it doesn't take away from the hype. On the contrary, it builds you up more, because you're like, oh man, he's there. Something's going to happen. And then on the contrary, now you have to wait several minutes, and you're like, oh shit, when's Luke going to come back? What's going to happen? And you see that the droids go up to Jabba's door, and things kind of slow down, and then you go through the thing with Leia and the carbonite and all that. So I just think that this is a scene that absolutely, it's a shame, is not in the film. It should be there. He lights up his green lightsaber the first time we see a green, which also would have been cool to see the lightsaber light up like that before. Yes, it's a nice surprise on the skiff to see him catch it and it's green, but it wouldn't have taken anything away. On the contrary, would have gotten us all hyped up like, oh shit, Luke's a Jedi, he's got his built a new lightsaber, and it's just, this shit's green, and we didn't know what a green lightsaber was, which we'll talk about the green lightsaber a little bit later, but at that time we didn't know. So it was just like a moment like, oh man, so you're hyped up, Luke, Tatooine, Vader, they're going to Jabba's. You don't even know who Jabba is. They come up on this big palace. There's the ships, and he's got a green fucking lightsaber. And you're like, ah! So to me, this was a huge mistake. This scene absolutely, if I were to edit my own cut of Jedi, this scene would absolutely be there. So if you haven't seen it, you're welcome. If you have seen it, you're welcome, because that is a badass scene and something that it sadly was left out. One other detail is when they come out, you see the ships, and you see that you don't see Jabba's palace. So then when you see Jabba's palace in the film, you see that it's big and it's pretty isolated, but you get kind of a, here, right? It's kind of a tighter shot. So you don't know, like, around the palace, how much stuff is there. Whereas in this deleted scene, you get a lot of wide shots, and at first you don't even see the palace, and then a little bit they can start walking, whatever, they're talking, and then you see the palace, and you see that there ain't nothing around. So Jabba's like out, like his palace is isolated and away. He probably owns that. Well, he runs Tatooine, the Outer Rim. I mean, in lore, he's very much in control of a lot of the Outer Rim. So you see the palace is isolated. There's not really stuff around. You see scale, you see like the environment, the depth, and again, the whole buildup of all of it. So again, this is a scene that I feel fundamentally should have been there. It would have driven everything, built upon the story, and just been amazing. It's beautiful the way the film is, but this I very firmly believe would have just upped the ante, and I think most people would absolutely agree with me that this is a scene that we should have seen or should have been in the film. Let me check real quick since I'm talking about that, and we'll keep going. Contains nightmare creatures prowling in the inner city. This sounds like a great description for Aliens vs. Predator. Most nostalgic. Something awful. What if the Disney executives ordered them to replace the puppet Jabba with the digital? Anything's possible. I like Jabba in the. Some people bitch. I like Jabba in the prequels. I thought he's fine because he's younger, and it's a little bit different. But I hate him in A New Hope. That A New Hope is awful. That Jabba looks totally different and just stupid. But the prequel Jabba I thought was fine. EU, the Empire began construction of Death Star 2 immediately after Death Star 1. Yes. Yep. Which has always been that way, and that's fine. The problem is that apparently they were also building Starkiller Base and had a whole armada of freaking Star Destroyers with planet-killing lasers on them. That's where Disney's just, again, they're fucking dumbasses. Starkiller Base, I believe, took 30 years to build, and they were building it like during this era. Return of the Jedi was the first Star Wars film I ever saw as a kid. There you go. Jabba's Palace, Lego, Gamorreans. When I was little, I thought Bib Fortuna was the real criminal mastermind in Jabba. Yeah, kind of. You at first you're like, By the way, phony baloney dumbass, Gamorrean guards are not skinny. They don't like work out, and they are fighters. So that version of Gamorrean guards are thinner. How can someone work at Lucasfilm this long, have access to the archives, and fundamentally fuck it up? Gamorrean guards, that is their race. They're tubby pigs. It's not like those guys happen to be fat because they're at Jabba's palace. That's what a Gamorrean guard looks like, you dumb fuck. So in The Mandalorian, they have two that are in a boxing ring and they're fighting and they're all thin. No. Dave, dumbass. That is great. Vader can be somewhat forgiving. The Emperor, not so much. Yes. In lore, in books, in expanded universe, we knew for decades what a fucking Gamorrean guard was like. Their stats, their height, their weight, all of that has been established. And Dave Phony Baloney came along and was like, oh, well, these guys are fighters, so we'll make them skinny. Dumbass Mandalorian show. Yes, it's fantastic. I think I just saw Real Rats when 3PO and R2 were being taken to become slaves. Possibly. Maybe Womp Rats. Great clip, yeah. Yep. Quarter Vader walkthrough didn't look like the Death Star quarters. Yeah, it did look a little bit different, but it felt, I mean, also remember that could be like a private section, right? That's Vader's wing. Okay, because the Emperor had his tower, and Vader, I'm sure, had his own section. So, and I don't know if you guys noticed, there was an R2 that went by him, a dark side Imperial R2. Star Chambers basically is Star Destroyer Executor Chamber. Yep. Jedi rocks. Lepty neck. Shut all those people who complain about Luke's plan to rescue Han. Makes no sense. Yep. Yeah. I always have been fine with the plan and the way everything works out. I know some people are like, he had no plan and it's dumb. And I'm like, are we watching the same movie? But okay. Video exposing phone. Yeah, it's coming. I have so many other things in the works, but it's coming. The thing is, when I do stuff, guys, I'm going to do it right. It's going to be full. It's going to be detailed. It's going to be researched. And I'm going to put as much fire into that thing. So the Filoni, I have a ton of shit. But, you know, I have to be in the right mind state and have the time. And right now, I have like 20 videos to schedule and put out, all these loose different things from different eras. I have to just put the knot on the Mandalorian. I keep getting tied up on other crap, but I just have to put the little knot on that child episode. And then the Empire Project is the top priority. Once I get that Empire Project out of the way, I've got some really cool other projects coming, and that Filoni is coming. Those who like to imply Jabba did more with Leia than we saw. If George wanted to imply that, he'd have made Jabba a Gamorrean warlord instead of a giant slug. Yeah, I don't believe that people are like, Jabba raped Leia and all that. First of all, I don't know that Jabba would even have sex. They may be asexual, or I mean, I don't picture him. He's Jabba has Leia and Ula as like power, as entertainment, like pets. Like, oh look, I got these. He probably likes looking at them, but I don't believe that Jabba like physically. Now, I have no doubt that Jabba licked them. It would not be for me that he at some point like pulled Leia or Ula and was like, you know, just because, you know, but actually physically like, oh, I'm going to hook up with Leia. Jabba's interested in food and power and gluttony, and he's not thinking of a little Earth woman, like, you know, or not Earth woman, but a human. Those are like treasures, pets. They're not like me and you, like, ooh, you know. Jabba's race does do asexual reproduction, both the males and females that are, yeah, from what I remember, yeah, exactly. So it's not even, you know, but you know, people are, he raped her, he probably did all kinds of stuff. Again, I totally can imagine he would lick her face or one of their arm, or, you know, that I can see just out of like gluttony and just, you know. But that's the extent of it. Those were, you know, symbols and pets, and you know, anybody that comes in the palace, he's like, oh, look at this. You know, those are treasures. Live, sexy treasures, but treasures. EU, the novelization of Clone Wars films, state the Hutts reproduced by themselves. Disney then said, screw that, and changed that. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I had mentioned it, because I had remembered at some point that that's what it is. So, you know, that whole thing is just, but anyways. Yeah. So yeah, that scene on all levels is amazing. It should have really been there. It's only a 2-minute clip. It would have hyped you up. You see the Luke's X-Wing and the Falcon. You see the droid right away. You see Luke, C-3PO and R2, and you're like, he's tweaking. Vader, Luke, green lightsaber. You're like, you know, in the first like 5 minutes of the movie. And then I used to, man, I've done so many things in my life, but one part of my life was managing a bunch of music artists, various artists, comedian and different types of music. But I had a crew of about 10 MCs in Miami. And these guys were younger, and I used to teach them all kinds of things. Long story short, we would talk about their mixtapes and their albums. And I would always tell them that a proper album is a story. It's like a roller coaster. It takes you on a ride of emotions. Albums, like some people don't realize, let's say an album has 10 tracks on it. It's not like those tracks are on there because that's the order they were recorded, or someone was just like, okay, throw those tracks on there. And no, this is very thought out by the artist and or producer, executive producer, of the flow of each song into it. A proper album is like a story. It takes you on different emotions and on a ride. And the same thing applies to film when it's done correctly. That same scene moved around can impact the flow of it. In fact, you guys just saw the video when Return of the Jedi opens. In general, those type of interviews and stuff, I don't move them around, I play it. But that particular video is all out of order. The kid's talking, the kid that's waiting 5 days before the movie, the newscaster, like the girl newscaster, she's the very beginning of that news segment, but I moved her and put her towards the middle of the news segment. I moved it around because the flow I felt was much better, more impactful, and built you up. So the same thing happens with albums. Albums aren't accidental where they just throw tracks there. A proper album has a flow of the songs. It's thought out and planned out. And the same thing in movies. So my point here is, had they put in Luke, as they should have, you have the Empire is not playing around. There's the Death Star. Vader's there. The Emperor's coming. You all are fucking around, and you better not. And then right into Luke, you're like, Luke, green lightsaber, R2, Tatooine. And then it, again, shifts gears, and it slows down. And then you show Jabba's palace, and them getting in there, and establishing the scenery, and who Jabba is, and Leia coming in. So now everything has changed tone and pace, and you're waiting to see Luke, and then later Luke comes back in, and even then, that pace is still kind of the same, and obviously falls into the Rancor pit, and it gets a little bit heated, but again, that's that ride. It's slow and steady, and then you have that build up with the Rancor, but then it goes back to, okay, well, you know, we're taking you out to the desert, and it's very slow, and then the main build up, as we know, at the Sarlacc pit. So just as an editor, as someone that understands film and Star Wars and stories and the way the flow is and the way the ride would have been, putting that Luke scene in there would have dramatically impacted the film, and I think everyone would have loved it and been like, oh yeah, hell yes. So anyways, I know that was kind of a long explanation, but let me see. Asexual EU. Jabba, does he even have an S? Yeah, I think he's all S. Rhoda is, yeah. Listen, Jabba's so fat and lazy. He's the last thing he's thinking about is sleeping with anything. He's thinking about laughing and eating and power and control and talking smack and just having things. Jabba has a lot of power. He's a very powerful gangster. He runs the Outer Rim. But at the end of the day, Jabba just wants to be a fat boy in his crib with toys. That's his ambition. He doesn't want to leave the house. And Jabba's not like out and about, you know, messing with people. He wants to chill in his palace with treasures and just eat and have people tell him how great he is and fan him. Last thing he's thinking about is having sex with anything. If anything, if he could have sex with anything, he'd have sex with himself. That's Jabba the Hutt. Jeff Bridges, Gary Busey. Okay. 9 songs that smell funny and one good one. I've been laughing my ass off these past weeks. All these YouTubers saying they want KK gone, but still defend why they plan on tuning in to watch Bad Batch. Yeah. See, and that's we can talk more about it, and I won't get too much into it. But this is what I'm telling you guys. All these people are like, fucking Disney, Kathleen, I'm done. And then Bad Batch, May 4th, we're doing watch parties. I can't wait. And it's like, okay. 95 Mortal Kombat. Added in scene where Boba's flirting with 2 women. It's added there to show. I love that scene. That's Boba Fett. Boba Fett would be getting girls. Please. Yet people, Mando's a knight and he should. But Boba Fett wouldn't have every girl in that cantina or in that palace. Wake up, people. Gamorrean's crying about the Rancor. Yes. A thick boy. Yeah, he's thick, all right. Play video games. Hey. I'm sure he's got a massive home theater. Jabba. I don't remember his age in Phantom. I know they can live pretty long. But Phantom to Jedi is 1922, 29, roughly 32 years, which is nothing for Jabba. I think Jabba can live a few hundred years. I could be mistaken, but it's been a long time. But I'm pretty sure he's a species that's around for a while. But roughly, yeah, 32 years. Would have to look that one up. Jabba the Hutt said, damn. Leia, we keep her looking like Anna. I wouldn't mind seeing Anna in a Leia slave outfit. I'm pretty sure she probably has. She does cosplay stuff, so I wouldn't be surprised if she has. I mean, we've seen her little avatar, but certainly wouldn't mind seeing that. 600 years old. There you go. Would be gushing and bragging about dating Boba Fett. Oh, yeah. Listen, Boba Fett is not a mystery. He's known around the galaxy. He's the best bounty hunter in the galaxy. He's not like a mystery. Women would be from Coruscant to Tatooine, dropping their panties, throwing their panties at him. And especially the freaky ones like Aura Singh, you know, or the one that he like grabs her chin, you know. Oh, they would be all over Boba. Oh. Yeah, I love Jabba. Thousands, yeah, wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, that's the thing is Jabba and the Hutts not only are powerful and all this, but they live very long, so they have control for very long periods. You know, Jabba's a powerful slug, gonna sit on Din Djarin's. Yeah. If you met a hooker, he wouldn't ask if she could give him an STD. We know the same one. Anna has a slave Leia outfit. She posted a picture of herself in it on Instagram. Thanks for the tip. I'll take a look sometime. Anna's not like my dream or my typical, but she's a very pretty girl. Definitely not hard to look at. Indy was the best. Why am I lost? You got me distracted with Anna in the slave suit. Anna, okay. Indy was the best, but Boba doesn't exist. Yeah, you're right. No panties to throw. You are correct. There's no underwear in space. No, all the easier for them. They're commandos, so easy access, as they say. According to Clone Wars, or saying raise Boba. Yeah. And she would still drop her panties for him. They couldn't be dropping or throwing their panties. There's no underwear in space. Yes. You're a giant slug. No one's going to touch this. Tear your face off the... I think Anna's a pretty awesome girl, and I think she's very sweet. She's smart, and she knows her shit, and she doesn't take shit. So she can be snappy, and she's not going to take shit from anyone. But, and I don't know her. I've never spoken to her. I don't know that... Well, I know for a fact she knows of me. That does she watch my stuff or care? Well, I don't think so. But anyways, but I assume if you know her and are friends with her, she's probably a very sweet girl. She and Bosk raised Boba. Yeah, I read it in the character encyclopedia, and there are no Clone Wars characters in it, so it must be true. Arguable, but in EU, long before the Clone Wars, Boba was embarrassing the shit out of Bosk. And in Empire, I mean, Bosk is a Trandoshan. He lives longer, but you see that they're both two adult bounty hunters. So the fact that Bosk right there is Boba's teacher and is that much older, again, is that canon? We have to go by what we see. I don't think that Bosk, therefore implying also Aura, brought up Boba. That's phony baloney. Southern Continent. Anna's from a farm in, I forget where she said. She's the farm girl from like Cali or something. Her family's Portuguese, but Anna's from a farm and she eats dirt. And I'm not like being mean or making a joke. Like she literally, not now, but when she was younger and lived on the farm, she's talked about how she would eat dirt. And I'm not like insulting her or anything. I just think it's funny. It's cute. Yeah, she grew up on a farm, I think in Cali. If you're talking about Anna, are you doing a true canon video? What does and what doesn't break canon? Well, if I did that, the video would be literally like 3 weeks long. Especially with what Disney did, I would have to make like a video series. No, but what I'm going to do is clearly define canon, clearly back it up by Lucas himself, clearly define what is not canon, and clearly expose the violators of canon and why we're in the mess that we are. So while there's a few people involved, you should know who the superstar of that video is going to be. Phony baloney. But his boy Pablo will be there, and so will Kathleen, and then you'll have some instances of dumbasses that think they know what they're talking about.
Star Wars is for fucking kids.
I know what I'm talking about. Dave Filoni taught me, and George taught Dave Filoni everything, and Dave knows what he... I got something for you there, Freddie boy. So no, if I made a thing of all the canon, holy shit, we'd be here for days. But it's going to clearly establish what canon is, what it is canon, and what is not, as far as like the overall and the biggest violators, and also why some people get confused. I don't want to go too much into it, but know that a lot of people assume And Sam Witwer's a funny case because he does know a lot of shit. But let's say Ashley Eckstein. People assume she knows all about Ahsoka and she knows all about Star Wars because she worked on Star Wars. Meanwhile, the girl doesn't know a damn thing about Star Wars. Neither does Katie Sackhoff. Neither does Gina Carano. They all have admitted, like, I became a Star Wars fan yesterday when I started working on the show. We don't see the scripts ahead of time. I don't know the story arc that's coming. I don't know the Star Wars universe. I mean, they themselves admit it. But yet people assume, well, because he was in Star Wars, he knows more than you. No, actually, the actors don't know a damn thing about Star Wars. They're given a script, they read their lines, and they go home. Now, some of them know a bit. Some of them were a fan when they were kids and they have an action figure. Some of them like it and get into it. But for the most part, it's they go in, they do their job and read some lines, get paid, and go home. Ashley's not at home with like a huge Star Wars collection and the EU and reading, and she doesn't know the first thing about Ahsoka or Star Wars. So that's another big problem is people assume that, and then you got these people in interviews like Ray. Everybody has the Force, and this is why we're where we're at. Episodes 1 through 6 is perfect, and I think I should take it to school, show a friend of mine that this book isn't dated. Yeah, but never underestimate. Are we talking about Anna, or I'm not sure who you mean? Personally, I don't agree with everything that Anna says, although most of it. I'm not a fan that she's that Star Wars girl and does videos about other stuff. I'm not criticizing or saying she's wrong. On the contrary, she does the smarter YouTube thing than I do. She gets a much broader audience and more views because she's doing other stuff. So I'm not faulting her. On the contrary, she's actually doing it smarter than me in a way. But if you're a Star Wars channel and your name is That Star Wars Girl, just me, you should only be making Star Wars videos. Have another channel. Do all that other stuff. But that's just my thoughts on it. That's what I feel is what you should be doing. Outside of that, I think she's pretty cool. She's awesome. She's probably very sweet in person. She's certainly nice to look at. And most important, she knows Star Wars. That I will never deny. That girl knows Star Wars. So, and she knows Star Trek and other stuff too. But what I care about is Star Wars, and I have a lot of respect for her because she knows Star Wars. In fact, I'd argue that she knows the EU better than I do. Boss better show up in the Book of Boba Fett. Yeah, I don't know what they're going to do there, but it would be pretty awesome. Portugal. Yeah, her family's from Portugal, but she wasn't born in Portugal and she didn't grow up in Portugal. She grew up on a farm here in the States, dude. I don't remember what she said, but I think in Cali. Trandoshans don't live past their mid-80s. Their religion and beliefs are very interesting. The Jagannath points and their deity, the scorekeeper. I don't remember, but I thought they lived like 200, 400 years. I could be mistaken. And it's strange. I don't talk about her. I don't really talk about many channels, but if you guys bring it up. But I have a lot of respect for Anna. Again, I don't like all of the stuff she does. I don't agree with everything she says. But I think she's awesome. She's nice to look at, and she knows her shit. So, mad respect. Let's scrap him and make our own character. He's like Bosk in every way, except his name's Bob. So it's completely different. Clearly an original character. Bob will make billions. Billions? More invested in Canon, but the last decade hasn't been, yeah, well, it's a freaking mess. There is no Canon anymore. Well, there's always 1 through 6. I mean, up to 2012, it's arguable. There was a lot of EU and then the Clone Wars and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, 1 through 6 is what Star Wars is. That's the canon, and everything has to revolve around that. So anything that's violating that deviates from that. There you go. You already know. It's not Star Wars. I have nothing but respect for Anna. She helped me find my voice in the YouTube world. Yeah, I don't have a bad thing to say about her. Again, I don't agree with everything she says. I don't care for all the videos she makes, not because they're bad or anything. I'm just not interested in some of that stuff. But I think she's pretty awesome. I'm about to hit the sack. You're welcome. Have a good rest. I'll be here for a while. So, Friday night ritual. My pleasure. After the prequels. Yeah. 1 through 6 is the complete Skywalker saga. They use jetpacks, John. They've been using them since the Clone Wars. Yeah. Which, some props to him, because at least he knows that much. But 1980 is when we learned about my backpack's got jets. So. Yeah, I'd put her on my council. And I'd grant her the rank of master. Be safe, brothers and sisters. May the force be with us all. You too. Have a great night or rest. And I'll be here for a while, if anything. After 1 a.m. This can't be smart. I do this every Friday. Jeremy Griggs toured with her. It was a bossy thing. Toured with her. I know they met at Star Wars Celebration and they've been friends since, but toured with her. And it tells me. I've caught her make like a little mistake here or there, but she knows Star Wars. You know, like it's pretty rare that Anna makes a mistake. Like very rare. I just don't agree. Like she loves Baby Yoda and goes on to me like you're part of the problem. You're damaging the whole cause and the franchise with that Baby Yoda bullshit. But yeah, she's a girl, and I get it. That's Wookiees who live past 200 transition to standard lifespan of 60, with any living past 70 being highly respected. Okay. So let's do a little math game real quick. If they live to 80, let's say, right? Like experienced, long living one lives to 80. And in Empire, he's certainly not a child. He's probably 30 or 40 years old. He's an experienced bounty hunter. 20 or earliest, but I would say he's 30, 40 years old. If you subtract the 32 years for the prequels, is he a newborn training Boba Fett? You see why canon matters? And you could say, well, okay, he doesn't train him till after Attack of the Clones. Boba's on his own. His father's killed. Okay, well, Clones is only a couple years. No, what is it, 10 years? So if he's, let's say, 5 at best in Phantom Menace, then 10, he's 15. He's training Boba Fett. Canon matters. Bosk. I love Bosk, by the way. He's one of my favorite. I love the bounty hunters. Speaking of Boba Fett, how about the nostalgic critic said about Joker henchman Bob the Batman 89? Critic said he's the Boba Fett on Batman. Nostalgia Critic? I don't know. Who's Nostalgia Critic? I don't know that channel. I'll have to look for him. Boba Fett. Let's see. Joker said about Joker henchman Bob. From Boba Fett 89. Bob, Joker's, he has the hair, he's like his main guy. He's the Boba Fett on Batman. I don't know. I don't know where the exact correlation is there. I mean, I like the dude. He's a badass. I'm just not really understanding it. Maybe I got to go watch the video to get clarification. I'm not totally. Bob from Batman. He's a Boba Fett little Batman. I don't totally see the equation, the correlation there. I think he's cool. He's awesome. But the Boba Fett? Nostalgia Critic. I'll have to check that out. I don't know that name. I met Anna when she was in town and for the Star Wars convention. She's cool, but she's an annoying drinker. Oh, really? I don't, I've maybe seen her drink once or twice. I don't imagine her drinking that much, but hey, I don't know, the girl, maybe she does all the time. I think she's, I don't want to turn this into a conversation about Anna, but I don't think she's arrogant, but she's very confident. Like, she knows she's a really pretty girl, and she's smart, and she's snappy, so, you wouldn't want to be on her bad side. I mean, she's tiny. She's not going to do anything, but she certainly would give you a piece of her mind, I would think. I don't know. Maybe she's super shy in person. Just saying. Anyways, I think Anna's pretty awesome. Have the system called Jagannath Points. And the side note, you notice how I've said in the past, this is the realest Star Wars channel, and there's not really good Star Wars channel. See, and that's the thing. I love Anna. I think she's awesome. She's super knowledgeable in Star Wars. I would be happy to talk with her about Star Wars any day. But that goes back to my point. To me, she's not a Star Wars channel. And it kind of breaks my heart because someone that knows and loves Star Wars so much and is called That Star Wars Girl, but I don't consider her a Star Wars channel. So there you go. She's the channel that makes Star Wars videos and knows Star Wars and talks about Star Wars, but she's not a Star Wars channel. Have the system called Jagannath Points on points, and depending on how deadly their hunts are, is how many points they get. The more points, the better their afterlife. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know a whole lot about. I know stuff about Bosk, but like from the perspective of Boba Fett. I haven't like really studied or looked much into Bosk. I know a little few things, but not. Which is ironic because I really like Bosk. Well, yeah, that's interesting. They captured their points, go to 0, which is probably why Bosk keeps bounty hunting well past his retirement. In May I was born. 25th? Which ironically, my father's birthday is May 25th. It's an important day for me. It's Baby Yoda. At 15. Yeah, I mean, I suppose. Well, I don't know. Is that right? If they live to 80? Here's the thing. 53 years. I wouldn't think so. He was probably born. I mean, again, if you see him In Jedi, I'm perceiving him to be 30, 40 years old. I could be totally off. Maybe he's 60, maybe he's 12. But I'm perceiving him to be 34 years old. Here's the thing, though. Regardless of in his race, 15 may be an adult. Like Baby Yoda, like 50, he's 50. But he's just a toddler. While that factors in, and it's important, at the end of the day, it kind of doesn't matter because 15 is 15. You've only been in the universe for 15 years. And at 15, you don't really know much of anything, regardless of your race or who you've been around. Or now, granted, if you grew up around bounty hunters and your whole life you were brought up by bounty hunters and experiencing and like Boba, you're right. He was always around Django, then other bounty hunters in this rough universe. So Boba at 10 is a lot farther advanced than most 10-year-olds. But at the end of the day, he's still only 10. So if Bosk is 15, regardless, he's only been around the universe for 15 years. He's only going to have so much wisdom and experience. Feel me? So regardless of that relation in his species, he's still only been in the galaxy 15 years. So for him at 15, being an adult or not in his race, to be training anyone, one of the first wave famous YouTubers or something like that. Yeah, doesn't ring a bell. I have to look. Apparently, I have 2 pieces of homework: Nostalgia Critic and Anna's Instagram. Too funny. Always around us. No, in the country, you should do critical thinking. Anymore, everyone considers him to be a top-notch critic, but when you think about it, yeah, I don't know him. If it's Nicholas, I can't argue that. That to me is the best Joker. That his video production sucks. He never went to film school, and he claims he's going to be the next Spielberg. It's a pretty steep claim. And bullied girl, now she's the master. Good. Furthermore, she knows like more different nerdy things or pop culture things than I do. I can barely tell you about Star Trek. She knows all kinds of Star Trek stuff. Comics, she knows a lot of Marvel and stuff, and DC. She loves her Henry Cavill and all that mess. So I wouldn't even be able to hold a candle to her knowledge in that stuff. Star Wars, that's different. But yeah, she knows a lot more diverse of that kind of stuff than I do. Me, I've said it many streams ago, but I'm not like your typical nerd. I'm not into all that stuff. I like that stuff. Give me a Marvel comic, go watch a Predator movie, whatever, all that nerdy stuff. I like it, but I'm not like your typical nerd like most of you guys are that likes all this different stuff and knows all this different stuff. I know Star Wars. I love Star Wars. I will hang with anyone. I will destroy Dave Filoni. But when it comes to all this other Marvel and all this stuff, you guys know much more than I do. But I've said it since I was very young. If loving Star Wars makes you a nerd, I'm the biggest nerd on this earth. Outside of that, well, I don't know a whole lot. I'm not oblivious, I love Spider-Man and different stuff, but Anna would crush me like, Marvel, DC, all this other stuff, as with many others. Research on the show or movie that he's talking about. Still torture nerds to the extent I'm just surprised she's this famous. Well, why? Anna? Why? She has a very good, nice voice. She has a good presence. She's very pretty. She knows her shit. She's dedicated to doing her stuff, making videos and streams. Why? On the contrary, sometimes, like, I'm kind of surprised her channel isn't like twice as big. But then again, I'm surprised my channel's not twice or 10 times bigger, but such is life. May the 4th be with you. It will be on Tuesday. All his humor in these days is reference humor and being loud, everything after stretch. Doug Walker. YouTube best. No idea what the stream is about, but I randomly found you and recommended videos. Well, in general, it's about Star Wars, it's about George Lucas, it's about Canon, it's about respecting the franchise, and it's characters and stories. Every Friday I do a stream. Usually we hang out and talk, and I read everybody's comments, and we talk about them. People ask me questions, or I elaborate, share stories, whatever. This stream is supposed to be part of a series of in-depth look at the movies. So today is Return of the Jedi, naturally. As usual, my streams go into different parts of we're having conversations and comments, and we go in different ways, but the main purpose or topic of this particular stream is to watch and talk about Return of the Jedi. But in general, Star Wars, some pop culture, but a little bit of Playboy models and other stuff, but for the most part, getting there with my videos, and they become amazing. I would never claim to be the next Spielberg or Kubrick or Tarantino or Cameron or some other big name movie director. Yeah. He definitely honest with me. Oh, I'm as real as it gets. That's why when I say this is the realest Star Wars channel on YouTube, that's not even close or a question. She's bloody annoying. Who, Anna? Man, I'm all confused now. You sound like you like her, but then you're like, oh, Ethan. Yeah, I watch Uncle E from time to time. I watch a lot of people. B-Day is Star Wars Day. Damn it. May 25th. That's Star Wars Day, unless you're saying May the 4th. But Star Wars Day is May 25th. In timeout? Did somebody time you out? It shouldn't be. There's no reason. It's weird. I certainly didn't time you out. I don't know. That's weird. Angry Joe, Jeremy Johns. Some bad calls about the Star Wars prequels. Anomaly, yeah. Smoke my BD gift. I know that you're alive. Happy date to me. So, your birthday just happened because it just went past midnight, I guess is what you're saying. So happy birthday. Smoke your gift, your cake. Yeah, Star Wars Day is May 25th, 1977. It is also my father's birthday. And there's also, my family's from Argentina. In Argentina, in the United States, soccer is a game. In Argentina, and pretty much the rest of the entire world, but in Argentina, football is life. May 25th is the day that River Plate was established. If you know anything about football, that is one of the most important and greatest clubs in all history of the sport. That is my team, River Plate, and they were established on May 25th. So the reason I mention this is because it's a very important day for me. Star Wars, my father, River Plate. And my daughter's May 18. She was almost, I would have been a home run, but close enough. May 25th is Star Wars Day. We love them when they annoy us. Are you two just now seeing each other? You've both been around? Be with you always, yeah. We were talking about May the 4th earlier. I mean, it's cool, you know, I say it, it's fun, but it's not. I mean, May 25th is Star Wars Day. This female clone bullshit, what? Ray the hand thing? I talked about it earlier. It's nonsense. Is that what you're talking about? That there were rules, and one of those rules was the prequels suck. That's not a rule. You're just looking like a dick who thinks he's better. I pushed my latest comment, Nostalgia Critic, and it didn't go through, saying I've been timed out. Well, I didn't time you out. I don't know that Wes is around. The only other mod right now, I think, is That Guy Says. I don't know if D is still around. He wouldn't have timed you out. So that's weird. YouTube being screwy, maybe? Not to mention everybody knows you here, so can't imagine someone would time you out. And as Force Ghost maybe timed you out. Latest comment. Yeah, I don't know what's up with them. It's not a fan. Yeah. Smoker and Joker. Midnight Toker. Soccer hooligans. Bilingual? Yes, I am. Yeah, I suppose so. Too funny. Yes. 1,000 years ago, yeah. No way worse than field mode clone from a bad. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't. Thing is, I don't know where that's going to go. What are they going to do? So, but we're going to find out. I'm going to watch it, and you know, they have already broken canon before the show has even been released. So imagine when the show's released. I have an ego, and I would admire. It was you. And then it's full of crybabies. They can't take a joke anymore. Flash mobs that adore their utility. All right. So, boy, this is going to be another one of those 2 or 3 parters. Let's at least try to get through Tatooine, and we'll see where we're at from there. So, Emperor's coming. Vader walks off. The whole scene, Luke. Luke in the cave, talking with R2, lights up the saber, tweaking it, would have hyped it up. The droids start walking. We see the Falcon and the X-Wing. The droids walk off. And then we also, another part of this is we see more of Tatooine. We see them walking, that it's a little bit of a ways. They wouldn't have parked terribly far, so these droids aren't walking for days, but they have a bit of a walk. We see more of a scope of Tatooine, and you also get a view of Jabba's palace, a wider shot that shows you that there's really nothing around but Jabba's palace. So now we cut back to the film cut, and the two droids are walking along. We don't see Jabba's palace yet. Of course I'm worried, and you should be too. Lando and Port Chewbacca never returned from this awful place. And now we see Jabba's, which in the movie you do see that it's pretty isolated. But those extra few seconds of them walking, I think really kind of gives you more scale. If I told you half the things I've heard about this Jabba the Hutt, you'd probably short circuit. So, again, Lucas dialogue. What they're telling you is that if 3PO has heard of Jabba, that means that Jabba's name is known around the galaxy, because 3PO hasn't been to Jabba's palace. He has no reason to be mixed up with or looking into Jabba. He's been off doing other stuff, right, with the rebels and all this. So for 3PO to have a reference of Jabba, that means that Jabba was well known, at least around these parts, but definitely in the Outer Rim. In lore, the Hutts like run shit. They've got all the casinos and gambling and pod racing. They control the entire Outer Rim. Like, the Hutts are no joke. So they come up to the massive door, which this door was touched up and made much bigger in the special edition. I better knock, I suppose. There's no one here. Let's get out of here. 3PO. Hey, look, it's the eyeball droid from Mandalorian. R2-D2. Love R2. Say 3PO. Oh. I don't think they're going to let us in, R2. We better go in 3PO's room again, ready to start scooting. And R2's like, dude, I'm going in here. I'm standing in here, and I'm going in. R2 doesn't screw around. I don't think we should run shit into all of this. The spider droid. There's a whole story behind them. Hey, look, it's a piggy. Just you deliver Master Luke's message. Speaking Huttese. Look who it is, Bib Fortuna. Right now I'm getting sleepy and I don't remember the exact story. I would have to pull up some lore. But there is, I'm sure as most of you know, those spider droids have a whole background. They are like powerful beings. I think they're force sensitive. And it's like their essence is within that bulb. Those are robotic legs, and they're like these ancient, wise species that are in those spiders. Now this again is EU, so, but they're there, they're in canon, so. They're establishing lore in EU. They do have a story, but again, while they are canon, they're there. On the same token, if we had George Lucas here, he might be like, "Oh no, they're this, this, and this." So it's not to say that the canon explanation is, or the EU explanation is absolute canon, but they do have a backstory. And right now, I'm just getting tired and can't think too much about it. Bib Fortuna. By the way, Fortuna is fortune. We bring a message to your master, Jabba the Hutt. Gift? What gift? No Jabba, no Bata. Give me the message. RG's like, no. Our instructions are to give it to Jabba himself. Only to Jabba himself. Disney is literally backwards. Literally the inversion of what Star Wars is. Skinny Gamorrean guards and fat Bib Fortunas back from the dead. Literally, Disney. Completely upside down and backwards. I'm terribly sorry. He's ever so stubborn about these things. Another Gamorrean guard. Ooh, smoking my hookah. I always liked I can't for the life of me remember the name of the dog, the species, but right when they Bib Fortuna's coming at the steps with 3PO behind him, there's that like dog alien that's right there. I always liked that guy. I think he's cool. And we got Yak Face here. Hey, Jawa. I bet Jabba's got the best spice in the galaxy. I don't know that he's smoking spice. I always took it as he's got a tobacco hookah, but maybe he's high as shit. I don't know. It would explain why he's such a fat boy. He's always got the munchies. So R2 pops up the hologram. Greetings, Exalted One. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Luke Skywalker. Okay, so now let's put this back in context. We look at it like this. We don't see Luke's lightsaber scene. Okay, so it's cool. We see the hologram. We assume he's on some other planet, but he's coming, and you get hyped up. Okay, here comes Luke. Now let's look at it the other way. We saw the scene. We know he's not so far away. He's back. He's got his hand. We saw the green lightsaber. So now you're seeing this hologram knowing like, well, Luke's just around the corner basically at this point. So again, building up the hype, getting you excited, and knowing a little more context that while it's nice to have the surprise, when is he going to come to the planet and show up? It's also nice that Falcon and the X-Wing are parked not far away, and Luke is good to go with his new green lightsaber. And he's talking to Jabba. Jabba, I assume that he assumes Luke is, wherever, maybe on another planet or far away on Tatooine. He doesn't realize that Luke is like, maybe a mile or two up the road. Well, I don't know the exact distance, but they're not that far. So it gives you a little bit more context and a different perception when you had Luke there in the beginning. You also assume that Luke has his lightsaber. Jedi Knight and friend to capture Solo. Huh. I know that you're powerful, mighty Jabba, and that your anger with Solo must be equally powerful. I seek an audience with your greatness to bargain for Solo's life. I think in the last stream I spoke about it. Most of you know this, but just for the fun, Phil Tippett was an amazing, well, he still is, worked at Lucasfilm. He does amazing effect stuff, in particular stop motion, like all the Tauntauns walking around and different stuff. It was Phil Tippett. He does the Rancor. Phil Tippett is a legend. One day after work, they go, or I think it was during lunch, they go to have lunch. They have a few drinks. They're trying to figure out what to call Salacious Crumb. They couldn't come up with a name. Phil Tippett is tipsy. They are getting ready to leave to go back to work. His shoelaces aren't tied. He's trying to tie his shoes, and right now I don't remember the exact quote, but he basically says shoelacious, and it comes out kind of between his slurring and the way he said it. That's where salacious comes from. They added the crumb, and that's where Salacious Crumb comes from. Is Phil and the crew having beers at lunch? True story. Anyways, I love Jabba. I think he's so freaking awesome. Ooh la. With your wisdom, I'm sure we can work on an arrangement which would be mutually beneficial and enable to avoid any unpleasant confrontation. Token of my goodwill, I present to you a gift. These two droids. By the way, a little fun fact I just saw the other day. I believe it's Ula, but definitely one of the Twi'lek girls. I believe it was Ula. No, Ula gets gobbled up, right? So or yeah, it is Ula. Ula did the original scene in Jedi, right? Years later, in the special edition, they brought her back because there's extra dance scenes and extra scenes of Ula. It is the same girl, and there's a comment like she was in such great shape, like her body's the same, and she looked amazing. So it looks seamless. Like it doesn't look like that they did extra scenes, but in fact, she came back, special editions, filmed more scenes, and literally looked like the original Ula. What did he say? Both are hardworking. Will serve you well. This can't be. You're playing the wrong message. He's no Jedi. There will be no bargain, Jedi. We're doomed. I will not give up my favorite decoration. I like Captain Solo wear his. Which is really cool exposition because they come into the palace, they go down the stairs, you mostly see Jabba, but you see there's some stuff going around, people hanging out, and it's kind of like a cantina. Between the fact that they're like in a scummy place. We know that Han was taken. And then you compound that by Luke in the hologram saying, "Hey, I know you got Han. Let him go. We can make a deal." So if you're thinking and connecting dots, that Han has got to be in this palace or right around. But it's very cool exposition that he's like, I like my favorite decoration where it's at, and then the camera turns and zoom, and it's like, oh, he's right there. Like, holy shit, there's Han. So you might not be consciously thinking about this, but when you watch the scene in pieces and you think about it, you're like, oh shit. For the past few minutes, they walk in, the droids, the hologram, and you're not realizing that like Han is right there on the wall like a painting. So it's pretty cool. And he's still frozen in carbonite. 3PO always stating the obvious. Salacious. I always like Salacious Crumb. I know that some people hate him or say that he's annoying. I love that little shithead. Han. Oh, the rats in the window, James. I see what you're saying. The hand in the cage. And the tentacles that go around 3PO. So much props to Anthony Daniels. Anthony Daniels is a bit of a twit and a twat. He's a bit of a twit, and he's I don't know if arrogant's the word, but like he really like thinks he's great. And when I say that, like in person, like I haven't met him in person, but just so many interviews, like he's kind of a princess. And he often talks like, I'm Shakespearean, I'm such a fantastic actor, but props to him, because man, 3PO has so much character. You can't see an expression, yet you totally see his expression. So well played, and he so well plays like all the caveats of like, he's not quite a coward, but he's always like not wanting to deal with shit or be involved in stuff. He just wants to be chilling. He's always very quick to like, okay, we're out of here. But he, more than anything, he really, and R2 as well, but R2 is very much a robot. You know what I mean? He's kind of like a little boy, but he's very much a robot. Whereas C-3PO, you sometimes kind of forget that he's a robot. Because he's so well played, and there's just so many instances of 3PO, like for no logic whatsoever, having feelings. So I mentioned this because like the tentacle a minute ago in the cage that goes around him, like a droid wouldn't even compute or care. A droid would just, if anything, a droid would like, just out of like functionality, necessity, would just try to move the tentacle, but he wouldn't be like, oh, slimy tentacles on me, I'm freaked out, like a girl would be, right? If she saw a spider. That's 3PO. So with that said, a lot of props to Anthony Daniels for really selling that type of stuff, where you feel like 3PO has feelings and emotions, and he's scared and he's disgusted and he's freaked out. Meanwhile, he wouldn't feel or notice any of that. He's just a freaking metal thing with chips in it. But props to Anthony Daniels. The gonk droid getting his feet branded. Another droid that's like, oh, he feels it. No, he's a droid, but Star Wars. That's the beauty of Star Wars, that any creature, any rogue, even down to the droids, when you've got droids that have more emotion, and we as the viewers have an emotional connection to robots, Disney's doing it wrong when your lead characters and the main actress, Mary Sue Ray, you can't connect with at all. That in itself, outside of all the other stupidity of Disney, the fact that you are in love, concerned, connected to two robots, and yet you cannot find anything to cling to with any of them. Finn, Rey, Poe, Kylo, but in particular Rey. An attractive young girl who's supposed to be the protagonist and the hero, supposed to be a properly trained and beloved Jedi, and you have none of that. You have, if anything, you have disdain for her. Meanwhile, two droids, you feel their pain, and they would not feel any pain. The difference between George Lucas and Mickey Mouse. So anyways, there's a droid on the side here with his arms like tied up, and he gets pulled apart, and EV99, right now I'm a little bit tired. I can't remember his exact model, but EV is one of my favorite droids. I love him. I think he looks awesome, and I like his voice modulator. You are a protocol droid, are you not? I love his voice. I am C-3PO. Yes or no will do. How many languages do you speak? Over 6 million forms of communication. It's pretty impressive, 6 million. Granted, some of it is like being able to speak the code in a microwave or a toaster, but 6 million forms of communication is pretty impressive. You got the droid in the background. There's a story behind him too. Right now I'm again tired and I can't remember, but there's a story behind to that droid in the corner. In the left, the white droid with his arm up. Right this second, it's not clicking to me his story, but he definitely has a backstory. Well, everything in Star Wars, proper Star Wars, has a backstory. We have been without an interpreter since our master got angry with our last protocol droid and disintegrated him. Not for nothing, but wouldn't pretty much all the droids speak 6 million forms of communication or 6 million languages? They're just droids. It's just a memory chip. Anyways, again, George selling to you. You only think of that if you like sit down and think about it, because George sells it so well to you that 3PO is a particular type of droid. He's a protocol droid with a certain type of personality, and he has all these forms of communication. Disintegrated. And now they pull this other poor guy apart. This protocol droid may be useful. Fit him with a restrainer bolt. Takes him to His Excellency's main audience. R2, don't leave me. Okay, that's number one. Jabba's got his droids programmed to call him Excellency. How ridiculous, Jabba. Again, his ego. And 3PO, when he backs up, he does this, which is exactly like that droid I was just describing, which you may or may not have noticed, but there's that foreshadow of the droid there in the corner, and then the conversation, and then 3PO is backing up, and the reflection of, this could be you. You're a feisty little one. You soon learn respect. I have need for you on the sail barge, on the master's sail barge, and I think you'll fill in nicely. No! You're branding my feet. Max Rebo's band. Ooh la. hold on, let me see. Do that again, Jabba says. And the band was just playing. Play it again, Sam. Okay. And I'm pretty sure 99% of you much prefer the original song and dance of Jabba's palace. I'm not a huge fan of all the extra and all the extra creatures and the new song, and I don't hate it. And I always try to remember that technically these are for the young at heart. So I try to remember if I'm 12 years old and I'm watching this as an adult, I'm not crazy about it, but as if I was 12 years old and I'm watching this, sexy girls, goofy dancing, funny characters. I'm 8, I'm 12, I'm 5, I'm 9. I can't imagine. The thing is, I was older. By the 97, I was 20 something. So when I saw this, new song and dance, obviously I have a different perspective. I never hated it. I definitely prefer the original much more, especially size noodles and but you always got to try to be objective and fair, and remember that just like Jar Jar, at the heart of this is for kids. So if you're tapping into your kid at heart, it's goofy, but it's a fun scene. It's a little more played up and funny than the original. I don't hate it. I don't love it. I would prefer the original, but I don't hate this new. It's not like it kills the movie for me. There's much worse scenes and things in Star Wars, for what it's worth. Oh god, what's his name? Right now I can't think of the species. The one pounding on the drums. It's pretty. There's some goofiness to it. But again, I'm thinking of like a 12-year-old watching this. I could see them giggling and it being fun. Boba. That's funny. This Twi'lek is... I don't know, it might be the makeup, but she looks very Asian. It's a shame there's no diversity in Star Wars. Boba. Max Rebo. Oh, he's like Max. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of extra going on in the special edition. I would have left the song and dance number. She was not having it, and Jabba was like, all right, well, then to the pit with you. It's not a good day to be green and Twi'lek. Let me snack on a frog while I watch this woman get devoured. Here, Blaster, everybody's. So, me personally, I would have left the old song and dance. I think pretty much everyone agrees. The original song just was better, and the scene was better. But from there, they cut with like Boba Fett with the girls and all that. I'm cool with all that. I think all that, all their extra stuff is cool. The song and dance, I don't hate it, but Who's this? Is that Chewbacca? I have come for the bounty on this Wookiee. At last, we have the mighty Chewbacca. Bubba with the girls. I am here, your worshipfulness. The illustrious Jabba bids you welcome and will gladly pay you the reward of 25,000. I want 50. Boba gets the babes. I feel like I got to play on that. I smell a shirt coming. I remember seeing this. I never felt like Luke didn't have a plan or this is all disorganized. And I know people make fun like your plan is to get everyone captured and then free them. Well, when you think about it, it's a way to get everybody in the palace. You're all around together. It's a way to rally and get it. What if they all came marching right together? Obviously, Jabba's going to put up a resistance, send all his guards. It's going to be, this way you're like inserting moles all through. You get Han out of the carbonite, so now you got, if not another fighter, at least he can now walk and run and move, as opposed to like, how are we going to move this big block around, right? So you get Han out of carbonite, you get everyone assembled in the palace. And to think that Luke Skywalker and Princess freaking Leia, who is a general and a princess and a strategist and a leader, that they didn't sit down for 5 minutes and make a plan. Be real. Is it all exactly planned out and they know exactly what they're going to do and it's all going to go exactly as they planned? No, nobody's saying that. But just think that Luke just like, willy-nilly, I'll just go and whatever happens and risk my friends. And no, they obviously talked about it. They obviously came up with a plan. With that said, this plan is very improvisational. Improvisational. So props to Leia that she walks in, she's very confident, she's very diminutive, but she walks very proud and tall. She's got a massive Wookiee under her in chains, right? On a leash. She has some serious weaponry, some serious hardware on her. And she plays it and improvises masterfully. Because Jabba's like, I'll give you 25. And she's not like, okay, or no, 35, or, she plays it exactly like a real bounty hunter would. Take some notes, Dinjarin. As a real bounty hunter would behave. She comes in with a bounty that is twice her size, flexing her fucking skills, authority, power, because we assume she's a bounty hunter right now. And Jabba's like, I'll give you 25, and she does the exact what you should do. I want 50, fool. What you talking about? This is Chewbacca. So Leia is improvising. It's not like Luke was like, he's gonna offer 25, so say 50. No, she's walking in here, and her strategic, cultured, educated, badass mind is like, you got to give me 50 for Chewbacca. And that's how a real bounty hunter would behave. Mando, Pando, Obando. What did I say? The mighty Jabba asked why he must pay 50 grand. Not because he's Chewie, not because this is a heavy bounty, not because I'm my boss, bitch, not because that's what I want, but like a real bounty hunter would, because he's holding a thermal detonator. Boba immediately, one of the coolest little scenes, Boba, snapping with his rifle. By the way, I'm sure you all have noticed it for decades, but 3PO has all that green slime on him. I remember when I was younger, especially like in the videotape days, it was never clear, like, is that a defect? Or, sometimes it was kind of, if you saw it in the theater, it was pretty clear, but being back then is you didn't have as much context and you only saw it like the first time or a few times. You could confuse it for like, is that really what it looks like? And yes, or really what it appears to be. And yes, he's all slimed. So as a real bounty hunter would do, no games, no pussyfooting, no negotiating, no, I want 50, not because he's worth it, not because I brought him here, not because I want to, but because I got a thermal detonator in my hand, bitch. That's what a real bounty hunter would do. Din Djarin. Oh. It's Christmas every day in Jabba's palace. This bounty hunter's my kind of scum. Fearless and inventive. So, Jabba immediately, respect scale goes like this for Bausch. Everyone in the palace, respect scale goes up. And most importantly, whose respect does she get? You already know the answer. Offers the sum of 35. And I do suggest you take it. Yato. Yatak. He agrees. 3PO all slimed. So, a real bounty hunter doesn't have to live and die with the 50. She or he made his point, flexed with the thermal detonator, and being a smart bounty hunter, negotiated. The presumption is that he knew he wasn't going to get 50, but he also wasn't going to just take whatever Jabba was offering at 25. He flexed, gained position. He knows that Jabba is a notorious gangster that runs the Outer Rim, that you really don't have a choice, but stood her ground, played it right, pulled out the bomb, and made the wise negotiation of 35. At the end of the day, she wins because she got the advantage. She made her statement and she raised the value as opposed to just giving in. Now, not only is that what a real bounty hunter would do, it would also gain respect, but let's look at the adverse. Oh, 25? Okay, sure. So she hands over Chewie. Immediately, Jabba's going to be like, you're not a real bounty hunter. You're a fraud. Arrest her. Or arrest him. Kill him. Understand? She played it exactly as she was supposed to. Because a real bounty hunter isn't going to bend the knee. Isn't going to be a soft ass. Din Djarin. So well played by Leia. And again, she gains the respect of everyone, but who, most importantly, does she get the respect of? We all know the GIF. We've all seen it 10 billion times. GIF. Saying it correctly. She finishes the deal with 3PO, looks over, and Boba Fett nods at him. That in itself is like one of the biggest pieces of dialogue, written endorsements, trophy accomplishment. He, at this point knows who Boba Fett is. And I always felt that Leia inside the suit is feeling pretty damn good about herself right now. Like, holy shit, all these guys believe it. I just got 10 grand more out of Jabba. They all respect me. And of all people, badass Boba motherfucking Fett just nodded at me. So I always pictured Leia inside of that helmet, smiling with such satisfaction and pride. And so well played by the princess. Again, Princess Leia was always a badass. We always know it, and we always loved her for it. Disney never got it. We always did. A lot of you get it. Boba Fett putting down his rifle and nodding at you is probably the biggest shining endorsement that you could have in the entire Outer Rim. So props to Princess freaking Leia. Who's this strange guy? Oh, look. It's surprise, surprise, Lando in disguise. I don't have a huge problem with it, but I always thought, even from when I was little and saw it for the first time, like, why does he? I mean, for us, okay, but we know it's him. We can see him. We knew that he went there in the first place. You would presume it, but we can see, dude, we know it's you, Billy D. But like that whole, like, let me pull down the mask and really show you that it's me. It's a little bit funny. But again, we got to be fair to a 9-year-old, a 12-year-old, just to really be clear. You know, oh, look, it's Lando. I always thought it was kind of like not that necessary. They could have done so many other little things there, George. But I mean, it's not like cringe or terrible, but it's just kind of like you went the extra mile to show us that it's Lando. And it's like, come on, dude. Surprise, surprise. Lando disguise. We know. Chewie. Well played by Chewie, too. Chewie's very strong. And Chewie is, a warrior and a decorated warrior. So, it's not like he couldn't be fighting back or tossing around these Gamorreans. But, he plays it well. You got me. Put me in myself. By the way, what a beautiful shot of the palace, the twin sons, the little I totally can't remember his name right now, but the little sand creature on the side that with this tongue it captures the little rat or whatever. It's such a cool little mini shot that for like no reason but exposition, and bravo, because that's proper exposition. Totally unnecessary, yet absolutely fantastic that you did this and that it's there. And George Lucas. The dust. Beautiful little shot. So now it's nighttime and everyone's sleeping. Almost everyone. Now you get a much better shot of Bosch, and at a wide angle, you see him walking. I'm sure you all, like me, in 1983. I mean, it does look kind of feminine. I don't know. I'm sure somebody guessed that it was Leia, but for the most part, right, you have no clue. But if you start to kind of pay attention, you notice, he's not that big. He's pretty slim, and kind of the way he slinks. If you were really thinking about it, you'd be like, I think that's a female. She's very small, very petite. But Bosch was always a badass. I always felt like Zori Bliss is Bosch gone bad. Like that helmet, it's like as if really strong wind or like a really hard punch to the face made the helmet go back. It's like a very cheap and terrible facsimile of Bosch's mask. Anyways, we see Han on the wall, the beautiful painting of Han Solo. Not painting, but you know what I mean. As if he were fine art. Hitting switches, as they say in Cali. He's melting. Han Solo. I don't know if it was last week's stream or the other day. Somebody was bitching like, hey, it looks so terrible. When Han came out of the carbonite, somebody was bitching about it. Back when I was a kid, the original versions, special editions over the years, I always thought the carbonite looked fine when he comes out the red with the glow. And I don't know why anybody bitches about that. I think it looks great. And I also think, man, this scene, as far as like just pure acting, there's not much dialogue, but like emotion, acting, the two of them bouncing off of each other and really selling their current situation, their current mood, their current reaction to each other. Not just arguably the best, I don't know if narrative scene, the best way to describe it in all of Star Wars, but just in film. This little section, and I know so many people are like, that's dumb, the carbonite, blah, blah. To me, I think this is some of the finest acting I've seen is right here, Han and Leia. Him selling that he has the carbonite sickness, the way that they react to each other. Who are you? Someone that loves you. The dialogue and the acting in this little section here, I just think is fantastic. It's so well played and so believable. You're free of the carbonite. You have hibernation sickness. And here they throw you off again because you're like, man, that dude's kind of small. Kind of looks like a female. And then he starts talking in English and you're like, it's got to be a guy. Your eyesight will return in time. Where am I? Jabba's palace. Who are you? Leia. I remember everybody hooting and hollering, man. And she took off that helmet. I got to get you out of here. Oh. I was just on my way to pay you back. Um, officially, we don't know because I've never heard specific commentary on this point, but an observation of my own and how I always interpreted this. Leia hits the switch, the carbonite goes dong dong, right? Which sometimes in the middle of the night, everyone's sleeping, a sound can happen, and if it's just subtle and fast enough, it may not wake everybody up or not, right? Some people may not hear it. Okay. You presume that, okay, nobody's stirring, nobody seems to have woken up, so she got away with it. And you assume up until this moment that she did get away with it. But then when you see that as soon as they're like, oh, let's get up and get out of here, and he's like, aha, you think you're doing anything, the drapes open, all of a sudden everybody's awake and looking. And so to me, this goes back to Jabba's gluttony and arrogance, that he knew, at least as soon as the carbonite, right, block had dropped down and against the wall, he woke up, he knew. What I'm getting at is, I'm pretty sure Jabba was aware, maybe even others. He could have right then and there been like, stop him, to prevent Solo from being taken out of the carbonite. Remember my favorite decoration? But Jabba, being the arrogant glutton, he liked the challenge and the idea that I know that you're not a real bounty hunter. I know that you're going to and wanting to free Solo, and I'm gonna like watch you do it and let you get away with it so that you think you got away with it, and then as soon as you think you got away with it and you're gonna get out of there, oh. That's how I always interpreted it. Not that they get free, Master, wake up, and they're about to escape, and then at the last moment, oh, wait a minute, where are you going? No, Jabba knew from the second to boom, boom. He's watching and waiting, giving them the confidence, because he's about the show. He's about the entertainment. He's about the having the card. You think you have the hand, and yet he's got the ace up the sleeve, at least in his mind. So that's how I've always seen this scene, is that he wakes up as soon as that hits, and he's just waiting, get their little confidence up, and then just when they think, oh, we might be, it's too late for that, Solo. Jabba is basking, is reveling in the fact that Solo is now out, and that while he loved his trophy, he more so loves being able to talk smack to Solo, who just thought he was about to escape and got his girl and had a little glimpse of hope, and then Jabba's like, nah. That's how I always see this scene. You may have been a good smuggler. What? Han Solo's a smuggler? I didn't know that. According to Disney, he's not a smuggler, and a very poor one at that. Imagine that. The most ruthless and powerful gangster in the Outer Rim calling Han Solo a good smuggler. Has anyone at Disney watched Star Wars? But now you're bantha fodder. Everybody's laughing. Take them away. I'll pay you trouble. You're throwing away a fortune. Bring her to me. What's this little morsel? We have powerful friends. You're going to regret this. I'm sure. Ew, the tongue. I can't bear to watch. Again, 3PO putting life into an inanimate robot. Like, why the hell would a droid care to even, if whatever Jabba did? But Fifi, 3PO is like, oh my god, that's disgusting. Okay. Again, if you think that Luke and them don't have a plan, then, I mean, what planet do you live on? The point is, they now have freed Solo, and they're all assembled. Regardless of what Jabba and you, the viewer, think, like, oh, they screwed up now they're all caught, and think bigger, think out of the picture. Luke now has all his friends assembled. They can rally and fight together. They're going to stick together, fight together, and either win and escape or die together. Luke is coming. I just need you guys together. Get Han out of the carbonite. From there, we can get the ball rolling. As long as Han is in that damn brick, we're going to have trouble moving him around, getting him out. So get him out, get him conscious, make sure he's alive, get everybody rallied. I'm coming. I'm right behind you, Leia. Don't worry. You can handle yourself. He obviously didn't say, hey, you're going to get put in a bikini and you're going to be a slave. But Leia, without question, is like, hey, one, I'm going to get Han. Because not only is that her guy, but because that's what rebels in general do. But this crew is a crew. They're friends, and they would all die for each other. So she's like, I'm going to get Han. So she doesn't have the concern or fear of what's going to happen. She's going to get in there. She's going to get him out of that block and improvise. And from there, Luke is coming right behind me. So whatever I got to do and I got to go through, we have at least a loose plan. Luke is coming. So look at the big picture and what they have accomplished. Han is back with Chewie. He's back in human form and free. He can move around, run, walk, pick up a blaster. They're all gathered in the surprise, surprise, land of disguise. They're all rallied in the palace. Luke's coming. The droids are there too. So the gang is all together. They most certainly have a plan. Is it fine-tuned, step by step? No. But they have a plan. Han here totally looks like a swashbuckling pirate. His clothes and like his shirt's open, he's all wet. Chewie, I can't see, but I can smell you. Luke's crazy. Can't even take care of himself. Much less rescue anybody. So again, to say or think that Luke and them didn't have a plan, are you paying attention to the movie? Are you listening to the dialogue? Because George Lucas, as we have done through all these deep dives, very clearly spells it out for you. You just have to pay attention. There's an old many years ago, a friend in Miami was on shrooms. And he said to me, it's like the earth is talking to me. And I said to him, remember, I've been an activist and a guy that knows about hemp and a lot about earth and these types of things. And I said to him, the earth always talks to you. You just have to listen. Most people don't listen. That's part of society. Sports, politics, work, bills, taxes, COVID, all this shit is to distract you from tuning in and listening to the earth, listening to your friend, your family, your wife, your kid, paying attention. You're too distracted to connect with the very things that matter. So if you listen, you can get so much enlightenment. And it's the same thing with watching these films. If you just watch it like, wow, that's dumb, and how come they're in a cell and they got themselves caught? But if you actually think and listen and pay attention to the dialogue, obviously they have a plan. Luke's coming. A Jedi Knight. I'm out of it for a little while, and everybody gets delusions of grandeur. I'm all right, pal. So, while it's very cool that he says a Jedi Knight, and we're like, oh, you see how it kind of defeats the purpose. Like, why didn't you keep the scene in the beginning? Because if you were going to leave it as a total surprise that you don't see this lightsaber, you don't know that R2 has it, that he's going to come in. Well, if you're sitting here stating that he's a Jedi Knight, that you did the hologram, that he's a Jedi, that he's coming, you should have just kept that scene in the very beginning to hype it up that Luke motherfucking Skywalker is coming. That's, you know what I mean? If there was no mention of Luke and it was totally about surprise, okay. But we have all this exposition of, you know, Luke's coming. So you should have just from the get-go been like, oh man, Luke and a green lightsaber. Holy shit, it's about to go down. I'm all right, pal. I'm all right. Oh man. The big door opens and you just barely see a black robe. And they're like, is it? Could it be? It's Luke. By the way, Luke does not force choke the Gamorrean guards. That is a dark side power. He does not force choke them. Furthermore, he doesn't. Luke. So, either A, he's doing a different force power of them suffocating, choking themselves, or B, which is more likely what happened, but I don't have any definitive answer from Lucas. But from what I see, I understand, and has been the most popular theory, is that Luke does a mind trick that makes them believe themselves that they're choking, because technically they're not. 1, it's a dark side power. 2, a Jedi wouldn't do that. A Jedi wouldn't choke you like that. Jedis are about defense and peace and center and knowledge and wisdom, not forcefully choking you. Luke convinced the guards that they themselves believe they're being force choked. Further showing the power of where Luke Skywalker is right now. That he's got you believing that you yourself are choking. 2 times. Fat boy sleeping again. What does this guy do? Eat and sleep. They added that Doug in. I don't remember if that's supposed to be Sebulba or not. I don't remember if there's a reference there, but there is definitely a Doug that comes walking in. Leia's tummy's kind of yummy in that shot. Poor thing laid out on Jabba. Anyways, behind the scenes, she adores Jabba, so she says he's a wonderful Yomaka Chippewa Skywalker. I must speak with Jabba. Jabba no Susan. No bargain. You will take me to Jabba now. I'll take you to Jabba now. You serve your master well. And you will be rewarded. All these deadbeats just hanging around and sleeping at Jabba's. Doesn't he get sick of all these people mooching off him? No, he loves all the attention of the audience. Look how great I am. Master Luke's come to rescue me. Notice he said to rescue me, not us or Leia or Han. He's come to rescue me. It's freaking 3PO. Master Luke Skywalker Jedi. I told you not to admit him. I must be allowed to speak. You weak-minded fool. He's using an old Jedi mind trick. You will bring Captain Solo and the Wookiee to me. By the way, everyone in George Lucas, Star Wars, knows of the Force, about the Force, that there are or were Jedi. The Jedi have been gone 19 years. Luke is the only Jedi. And yet, Jabba's referring to them. And Din Djarin has no clue. Space wizards? Oh. I love how Leia looks at Luke, and then Luke looks at Leia. Like, again, very good acting. Leia is not happy about her situation, naturally, but she's also tough, badass, and she sees the bigger picture. She can deal with being in a bikini for a day and yanked around on a chain because she knows that they're going to get Han out of there, and if Jabba, fucks around, Luke's been training. Luke's been in the gym. So, she doesn't have a face of despair. She has a face of confidence. Like, remember that everyone around doesn't know that they know each other, or that they're brother and sister, or that they're rebels, or they're connected. So she looks at him like, I'm not real happy right now, but I'm calm, I'm cool, good to see you, Luke, because she doesn't know brother, but good to see you, Luke. That, like, kind of like between two athletes that understand in that unspoken eye contact, like, okay, we know the play that we're going to run, right? They're communicating it like through their eyes. So set up the play, and we know where we're going here. Again, do they know every detail? Do they have a detailed plan? No, but they're here on purpose for a reason, and they know what they're going to do. And Leia not only has the confidence in Luke because of their previous adventures, and she trusts them in the rebellion, but also because Luke's been in the gym. Luke's learned a lot. And Luke has a green lightsaber that he's about to put down on that ass. So Leia's not freaked out because she knows. Your mind powers will not work on me, boy. I'm taking Captain Solo and his friends. You can either profit by this or be destroyed. It's your choice, but I warn you not to underestimate my powers. What? Where did Luke get that from? Why would Luke have such arrogance? Why would Luke say, don't underestimate my powers? Where would that come from? Why would Luke Skywalker say that? Like father, like son. George Lucas is no fool. Only you thinking that he is. You are the fool. And yes, like poetry, it rhymes. Funny how people say Shakespeare's so amazing. And yet Lucas, oh, well, he's dumb. Man, you guys been chatting because the chat is... I can't even go back up to the top of the chat, so hold on a second. I love this fucking movie. Yeah, the chat won't let me go back. Let me see. Maybe. Okay. No, won't let me go back. So I might have missed a little bit of your guys' chat, but not the end of the world. We'd better go very quickly. The eyeball thing from The Mandalorian. Yes. Is Jabba having a sleepover? That must explain why no one has a bed. Yes. I'm British. You squat, junkie. Master Luke would be very disappointed. The Boamar monks. Yes, thank you. I'm a little bit tired, and yes, absolutely, the Boamar monks. And they have a whole backstory. George Lucas is worth $7 billion. I'm sure he's worth like 3 times that, at least. Listen, when you sell your baby for $4.05 billion and then you just donate that, he's probably worth about 5 times that. Bass backwards, that they are so sad to say. R2, behave yourself. Does R2 ever behave? Bless his little heart. I'll need an oil can. In the Solo Book of Legends, it is told that Hutt species are very ancient. Yes, they were living a lot of years in the galaxy even before humans. There is some sort of luxury lifestyle to Jabba. Huh, that I don't know, didn't know about. Boamar monks were a religious order, right, that believed in isolating themselves from all physical sensation to enhance the powers of their minds. To that aim, enlightened monks had their brains transplanted. Yep. And they're very ancient as well. Again, I'm tired, and it's been a long time since I look at that, but I definitely have looked at them in the past. Real Lucas watching. No. You will not betray, sister. McClunky. This will be the end of you. My layers of sword will prove true. Sure enough. That wasn't dramatic. I have a fun fan theory about Jabba. Talk to me. Basically strangled. Oh, well, she didn't basically. She strangled that fucker. Again, props to, it's a shame there's no female characters, especially not strong ones. Jabba was going to kill Luke, but then he was going to give Han one last chance to join him and serve him. For Leia and Chewie being spared and able to live with him when he wasn't running spice for Jabba. Jabba was going to kill Luke, but then he was going to give Han one last chance to join and serve him, in turn for Leia and Chewie being spared and able to live with him when he wasn't running spice for Jabba. Not impossible. I don't hate it, but let's use a little bit of Star Wars knowledge and common sense. Jabba wants his money. He's obviously not going to get his money. So he was satisfied with having Han as a trophy in carbonite. That was worth more than the money. Now that he's out of the carbonite, he's not a trophy anymore. Now, while having Han in a cage is fun and cute, it's not the same as having this dope-ass carbonite block on your wall. So at this point, he's like, ah, fuck. Now I got to feed him and deal with him, and the fun's gone. So he's either going to put him in some sort of show, game, entertainment, or naturally just kill him, because at this point he's not worth anything to him, because he owes Jabba. It's not like Jabba has leverage with a third party to use Han, right? So at this point, he's going to get the most satisfaction out of torturing or killing Han. So I don't see him as far as letting him live to run more spice. I think they're both over that. Jabba's like, you done fucked up. I'm done. I had you in carbonite. Now you're just being a pest. Flip side, Han. Why would Han want to run any more spice? Regardless of Leia in that situation, Han's, not impossible, but I like the idea. I like the sentiment. I'm just trying to use Jabba, Star Wars, George Lucas logic here. Jabba, and then Leia in turn. Yeah, that's another thing. He's not going to keep knowing the Leia freedom and says someone that loves you and kisses him. Now Jabba's like, now I got a pawn. I've got a card. So he's going to kill one or the other to make the other one suffer. You dig? How can he really fucking piss off and hurt Han, enslave and or hurt, or better yet, kill Leia? So what I see is Han is like a little prisoner. He brings him out of his cage every now and then. Leia, he's pulling her, yanking around on a chain. Han can't do anything about it. One day Leia's like, no. Jabba's like, oh really? Boom, down to the Rancor pit. Han's like, ah. Leia's, that was a yummy chocolate chip. And you see what I'm saying? Jabba's not going to waste time, negotiate, barter, dick around. He's gonna like straight up like the iron poker, the hot iron poker. So he's going to use the leverage of making Han suffer. I don't think he's concerned with more spice or smuggling or money from Han. At this point, he's like, it's not a bad idea, but just under the logic of with Jabba, he would be like, nope, you're going to suffer, buddy. One of my favorite. Oh, I love Jabba. There's 6 people inside of him, by the way. Diego Luna and guys with RC remote controllers to do his eyelids and his eyes, which I'm sure most of you have seen the behind the scenes, but like just his eyes are super complicated and articulate. The eyelids, the way they move, and like Jabba's a highly sophisticated, especially in 1980 when they were making this. Never mind even today. It took 6 people inside and then a few other. It was about 10 guys just to have Jabba do his thing. Diego Luna says on many interviews that he always wanted to touch Jabba's belly. He's curious about the texture. Yeah, I don't know. I guess it's not the weirdest thing. I'd be curious. If I was in the model shop or the arcade, this is something. If I ever went to like the Lucasfilm archives, I don't know that they would like me because I would be touching everything. I want to feel the material of Boba's suit. I want to feel Jabba and all the aliens' skin and hair, and like I would want to be touching all that Vader's helmet and blasters, and sit on a speeder bike, and Like, I would be a terror because I'd want to touch every fucking thing. Now, I would be careful. I'd not to break it or, but I would want to touch every damn thing. So I can understand. I don't think, me personally, from the outside, somebody would be like, that's weird. Me, as a Star Wars fan, I could totally be like, I wonder what Jabba feels like. What's his belly like? I would probably be more compelled to, like, touch his tail and, like, his face, kind of, like, feel his head and the wrinkles and the eyes, and as nasty and slimy as his mouth is, just kind of, check him out. But, yeah, I could see. It's weird, like, in general. It's totally normal for a Star Wars fan. Makes perfect sense to me to wonder what Jabba's belly feels like. It could have been John Goodman. Yeah. Because Luke was the only one he was out to kill at first. Then Luke killed the beastie, and Jabba went up to the big sand monster to kill Luke. But Han was a favorite for him. Luke had to fight the Rancor beast on his own. Yeah. And then they sobbed. He was very sad. Real Luke is exactly where he needs to be. Correct. Sebulba. Yeah, I don't know. I think it is Sebulba. I have to go back and double check. I don't want to say that for sure, but there is absolutely a Doug that, and I believe it is Sebulba. I just, right now, I'm tired and I can't remember a specific reference to 100% confirm that. But I believe that, yes, it is. Happened to Jabba's son. I've asked that too. Again, that's not canon. That was inserted later as a story, So, and this is the problem with those types of things. When you start, especially when you go backwards, you really have to know the universe and plan things out. Because when you start inserting shit, Ahsoka and Grogu, and then you start making up bullshit stories. Grogu was trained by many Jedi masters in the temple. Now you have opened a whole can of worms of where's the proof? Where's the fingerprints? Where's the footprints? Where is the connection? Why didn't Yoda immediately go to save Grogu? You have opened so many fucking problems, Dave Filoni. Now, of course, Bitch Batch is going to fucking do all kinds of stupidity. We're going to see Ahsoka. We're going to see Anakin. And guys, put on your seatbelts because we may see Grogu. Because Dave is desperately somehow now has to validate that Grogu was in the temple. Which is going to further complicate the thing because now that implicates Fennec Shan. So now Fennec saw maybe he's the one that saves Grogu. You see, now they think they're being clever, like, oh, look, continuity, we're connecting all these dots. And because your Star Wars brain is this big. Meanwhile, I'm seeing the whole room, and you're creating all kinds of problems, Dave Filoni. Now you're going to use Bad Batch to try to justify fucking Grogu. Mark my words, guys. And further dig the ditch. And this is the problem when you want to start fucking inserting shit backwards. So the same thing happened with Jabba's son. Now, granted, that was George Lucas, so he could have easily had an explanation and or an out. But on the same token, as that was never canon, and George Lucas knew it wasn't canon, it was a fun side story. It's not a problem that Jabba has his little son, and then, whatever happens, happens. If he's forgotten or missing, it's not a big deal because it was never meant to be canon to begin with. Not true canon. Whereas Dave Filoni is doing the opposite. Like, oh, I'm so clever. I know what I'm doing. I can just I'll make Ahsoka fit. And here we go. Now you got to start, because you had to force Ahsoka. Now you got to do all these extra steps to justify her existence. And that's where you're going to run in trouble. Because you ain't George Lucas, phony baloney. Remember, as I've said many times, you ask a little kid a question and that kid lies. And then you ask another question And now the kid has to lie a second time to cover the first lie. Then you keep asking questions, and now they have to make a fifth lie to cover the third lie. And then it just keeps compounding and pounding. You got to keep lying and making shit up, and it gets worse and worse and turns into this big snowball until the whole thing is just a big fucking lie. Instead of from the beginning leaving the shit alone and telling the truth. Ahsoka fucking died. Nope. Here we are. Biggest can of worms. The entire OT is broken. Right now, at this moment, Ahsoka is alive in Filoni's fan fiction, which complicates and breaks this entire thing that we're watching right now. Anyways, back to the point of Jabba's son. That's, again, one of those problems where when you start doing shit and then trying to insert it in the past, you better be a solid-ass storyteller and know the overall arc of everything if you think you're going to pull that off. And that's where Dave Filoni fails, because Dave doesn't even know what happens tomorrow or yesterday in Star Wars. Never mind how I'm going to fit a baby Yoda species in the Jedi Temple 20-some years ago. Fucking dumb. But at the end of the day, why does he do that? Because he thinks you are a dumbass. They don't know about canon. They're not going to care. They're going to see a baby Yoda, and that's all they're going to care about. It doesn't matter that it doesn't fit, and that we have to explain it, and we're going to have to create all kinds of story and episodes and comics and books and novels and guides just to fucking fit him in and justify and explain Grogu. Nope. He's cute. We're going to put him in there. They won't care. We'll just say he was trained with Jedi in the temple. Okay, Dave. If 50 is a toddler for Yoda, and he would have been in the temple at Order 66, 19 years. But then you don't meet Grogu, and he's not taken until 7 more years, which is Jedi, which is 19 and 7 is 26, plus 5 years later for the Mandalorian. So you're talking about 31 years. If he's 50 years old, minus 30, that means he's 20. And in Baby Yoda's age, he's already a toddler at 50. Imagine at 20. He's like a freaking tadpole. But he was trained by many masters in the Jedi Temple in the ways of the Force. Right, Dave Filoni. Fucking dumbass. Jabba or one of the other Hutts probably killed him. Yeah, or has him, or who knows. It's not important because, again, it was an insert, right? I liked him. I liked the Clone Wars movie. Ironically, I think that the art got better, but Anakin getting a scar, the baby Jabba, I didn't have any problem. I liked it. What was his name? Stinky or whatever she was calling him. But one, it wasn't meant to be taken serious, and two, you see again the point of all that I just said is when you start trying to insert shit in the past and you aren't as clever as you think you are, you're just setting yourself up. You're backing yourself into a wall. Jabba, one of the hits probably killed him. It's possible. Han, step back. In fact, in one of the books, I think Jabba kills a Hutt. I don't remember that. It's possible. I seem to remember that the Hutts were very competitive and always arguing and fighting over like territory and control. I seem to remember that the Hutts were pretty much related, like it's a family business, and they bicker like siblings and struggle for power with each other. But that Jabba was like, I don't know if it was the eldest or the most powerful one, and he pretty much was the big dog. It's just been a long time, so They think I'm a god now. How old is Jabba? I would have to look back. I don't remember off the top of my head. He's not very nice. No, he's not. But he's very cool. R2, back off. Alex Keaton. He's oblivious. R2 is a garbage can. No. The droid is sentient, yes. Props, defo. He's like any other Brit. Well, yeah. He him said, Anthony Daniels says, and you can see this in the Skywalker Legacy documentary, that 3PO is basically like a British butler. He doesn't want to get his hands dirty. He doesn't want to have to deal with all this drama. He just wants to, like, you know, serve drinks. Open the door, you know. Self-preservation protocol, might be worried about potential corrosive acids being on the tentacles. Yeah, it's not that it's not, doesn't make sense that the computing would say, oh, danger, this is not a good thing that this tentacle is on you. It's that the way that he plays it and makes it so human, like, oh my god, I feel it, you know, like, ah. That's the thing. Anthony really sells that. Namby-pamby for droids. Keep Lando away. Anthony Daniels saw 3PO as a robot that wanted to be human. Yeah. After he tries to understand human behavior. To a machine. Also, the Crumb in Salacious B. Crumb was a nod, homage to underground comic artist Robert Crumb. Yeah. That is true. I had forgotten. I knew that the Crumb name, but I couldn't remember at the moment, like, what the connection, what the reference was. But yes, that is it. That was, sorry, exactly. Rancor owner, a Star Wars story. Oh, that was good, James. I like that. I like that very much. It wouldn't be terrible. I mean, you could have some fun with that. Another thing they could do is, they could have back when it was Star Wars and they had the opportunity to respect it and do this correct. Now it's a mess, but what they could have done is like a movie of a bunch of short stories, or TV. They were like short 5-10 minute episodes, right? Just little short stories, whatever. And that would be right there a great one. A 5, 10, 15 minute, half hour short story, whatever. There was a famous book, Tales from Jabba's Palace. They could have done something like that with a bunch of short stories, and you could have totally had Rancor owner, a Star Wars story. That's awesome. Much like Ken Jeong. I know exactly what you see. The Rancor owner is so funny and unique. After all, the nasty and huge thing had some love. Yeah, boy, is he sad when the Rancor gets crushed. Now you understand. Data was better than humans. Most droids only spoke in beeps, bops, and boops. So does Gina Carano. My Excellency, but I have a Baby Yoda. Yes. There's Bib Fortuna on the sail barge. How did he survive and take over Jabba's empire? This bounty is the one you desire. La la la. Don't change perfection. Just thinking of the words "jizz whaler" makes me giggle. You make me feel old. Ethan Van Sciver does. Recreated the scene of the Sarlacc pit when I was younger. Ethan, as I'm sure you guys know, loves Jabba. I love Jabba too. And he has like the full Big Daddy Jabba skiff. I'm so freaking jealous. That thing has like a kitchen and bedroom and all. That shit is so freaking badass. That sail barge, not skiff, his Jabba's sail barge, it's gorgeous. And has Jabba's little platform and all these rooms and levels, and he's got all the. He bought a bunch of the action figures, and I'm so jealous. That thing is so badass. Like, of all the toys, there's lots of toys that I like and would like to have, but that Jabba's sail barge would definitely be on my list. So badass. Never liked the Song of the Palace, at least. We see Boba and Playboy, yeah. Yeah, I prefer the original. Luke's hand got shot. It was originally going to fall off when he got shot and crawl around. The Thing. What if Luke's hand was the Thing? Geez, I live in a loud neighborhood. Such a Chad. He is the Chad. R2 and 3PO were the Fulcrum to the rescue from Jabba's palace, especially R2 with the lightsaber. Is Tango 732 Victor. Too much is more. Lando was in disguise and Leia was in disguise, as well as everything you said was so right. Several 8s. Real bounty hunter type shit. The mighty Jabba has decreed. The thermal detonator. Run. Jabba was so good. Yeah, the green on 3PO. How did he get past security? Come on, that's Luke, dude. The Queen is king. Shirley. Don't call me Shirley. Party time is just this. Jabba. Leia found out to be a bounty hunter. Look at that. Wow. How you pull off subverting of the expectations. Ryan Johnson needs to take notes. Needs to take them notes as well. Yeah. Imbibe on duty. You need a better man. Actual queen will come and save your frozen butt. Carbonite, you're so jet. Participation award for the Mandalorian. Not even Anna. Boba Fett is here for the music. Chewie's all grrr. Cyberpunk. T-shirt. Surprise, surprise. It's Lando in disguise. Yeah, I don't know how. They probably don't have that copyright. Because that was just from the commercial, just a saying. The thing is, I can't think of a graphic to use, and well, I suppose if the shirt and text said "Surprise, surprise, I'm Lando in disguise," a lot of you would understand and giggle at that one. Surprise, surprise, I'm Lando in disguise. There's an idea. There's 2 shirts for the day. What was it? Revenge and surprise, surprise, it's Lando in disguise. If I find the Lando tee, if I find a Lando tee, you're the one buying. He's not as big as a Wookiee. You don't want to depress him in chest, yes. Good night, D. Gray. Take care. Thanks for hanging out. Every Friday we're here, so always feel free to stop in. I'm not so talkative at the moment. I'm getting tired. Yeah, I'm getting a little bit tired myself. Not a smuggler, not a general, not a father. By the way, he's named Solo because he's by himself. Good one. Hashtag Solo lost moolah. Hello, Mr. Bentz. Blue Moon Milk. Being told what to do, that's for sure. Yeah, well, most people sure don't. I actually thought Luke was choking them, showing that while he might still be good, he's lightly dabbling in the dark side, at least until the end. No. Luke never dabbles with the dark side. On the contrary, Jedi avoid that at all. You do not want to dance with the devil because you risk falling to the devil. Number one. Two, choking, not only we know is this, that's been established canon. We also know in lore that's a dark side power. And we also know that choking, you would be sustaining the choke, like as if I had my hand around your throat. I have to sustain that. Another thing is when you wave your hand, as we know the Jedi mind trick, and once he does the command, his hand is at ease. He's not maintaining the choke. So he has fooled the Gamorreans to believe that they are choking, which is only further exemplifying or putting weight to and validity to how powerful Luke is. That now, one thing is to have the power to choke your ass. Another thing is that I'm so powerful, I'm going to make you believe that you're choking. So yeah, no, he didn't choke. And number four, that's not the Jedi way. A Jedi wouldn't choke someone like that. Not on that kind of like loose, passive, defensive stance. If you were being directly attacked and you had to fight for your life, then okay, Jedi will defend himself and do what it takes. But in that kind of situation where you can just walk in and be like, "You think you're choking?" It's not the Jedi way to be choking them. I like the old news clips you find for your channel. Oh, thanks. I'm glad you like them. I have many. There's many more coming. It's like I said earlier. The only way we're going to start to have real Star Wars conversations is when I guess I got to do it myself because nobody else is doing it and putting up with the shit, is to establish that foundation, to give the ground work for everyone to be on that page and remember and understand, because some people will get it, but a lot of people forgot or didn't get it to begin with, or all freaking confused by Disney's nonsense, or are just younger and never really saw them or understood them to begin with. So by setting a foundation for people to be on the same page and understand what the fuck Star Wars is, then we can start to have real conversations as to why certain things are a problem, or why they don't work, or why canon matters, or how Star Wars could potentially be good again. But until we, as long as we're like, oh, but we hate Kathleen, but Bad Batch is coming on Tuesday. Like, do you hear yourself? Do you see yourself? Sequels aren't canon. Never were. I'm excited for Bad Batch, though. Well, I won't count it as canon. Nothing but the 6 films in Clone Wars are canon. I am excited to see what they do. I'm not that excited, but I'll check it out. But just remember that the same people that are bitching about Kathleen Sus, you got to get rid of her, Star Wars, she's done all this stuff to Star Wars, yet on the adverse, oh, here's some crumbs, a Bad Batch bullshit cartoon, and people are like, yay. There is no division at Lucasfilm. There is no, well, but I can like this Star Wars and not this. No, guys. She is the president. Everything that is being made under Star Wars is under Kathleen Kennedy. She is the executive producer of most of all these projects. To think for a second, she's not allowed on the set. She doesn't have any influence. They're arguing and fighting. They're having disagreements. Be real. So just know that while you complain about Kathleen, I'm not saying directly you, George. I'm saying this is a general statement. That while people complain about Kathleen, she's so terrible, she sucks, blah, blah, blah. But then 2 seconds later are very, very easy. Oh, but Mandalorian's great. And I can't wait for the Bad Batch. There's no distinction there. If you are supporting Mandalorian and or Bad Batch, you are supporting Kathleen Kennedy. You must understand that. So if you support that stuff, we're just going to continue with the bullshit. It's up to you. We could get it sold off, decanonize it all, and make proper Star Wars. Or we can continue with the bullshit, and Mandalorian's going to connect to the sequels, and you all are going to be fucking crying, and I'm going to be laughing at you. You support anything Disney, you are supporting Mickey Mouse and fucking Kathleen Kennedy. Understand that. I actually made a video on Jabba's son, Roto, on my lore account, Home One. Interesting. Dead girls. Calling someone Jabba is still one of the best insults. Jabba. I meant, sorry. Yeah, I got you. There was a for those that may not know, there was a coffee shop. There was like 2 or 3 locations called Jabba the Hutt. It was like a Starbucks. Jabba the Hutt. Little fun fact. For bed. Have a good night. Have a night. Star Wars. Have a good night. Yeah, you have a good night, MJ. Good to see you. Goodbye, MJ1. Yes, sir. See you soon. Thanks as always for being around. Jabba. Okay, where are we at? Right. Let me just take a peek at what we got. I'm getting a little tired myself. Okay, let's keep moving. I want to at least get to the Sarlacc pit, if not get through the Sarlacc pit. You're standing on. There will be no bargain, young Jedi. I shall enjoy watching you die. Oh, wow. No. Down the pit. One of my favorite scenes in the entire... Oh, look, it's Stenkar. One of my favorite scenes in the entire freaking... The whole Rancor thing is badass, but when the Rancor picks up the Gamorrean and breaks him out, I freaking love it. How amazing. In 1983, you're like, holy shit. So badass. And as probably most of you know, but just in case, the legendary Phil Tippett, the Rancor is a hand puppet. It was first a full suit, and it just looked all dumb and didn't work right. So then they it became a hand puppet. So the Rancor head and mouth and all that, that's Phil Tippett's hand. Believe it or not. It's funny. because it looks awesome. I remember as a kid, I totally believed that Rancor. One of my favorite Star Wars creatures. Come here, little piggy. Crunch. Love that. Dengar, what are you doing there? He slips up the hand. I've got a bone to pick with you. Damn it, I've got something stuck in my tooth. The jaw was checking it out. the big Rancor hand, the finger, and then Luke hits it with a rock. So awesome. No, there's another door. I can't escape. Ah. By the way, I don't know that I'll be able to catch it. It's fast. Here, I can actually show you. And I don't know that most people ever really truly noticed it, but let's see, can you see that? Yeah. Luke doesn't throw a rock at the panel, which everybody's like, oh, he throws a rock. It's a skull. This is a little detail. As you can see it. That's who is that? Who can we who can we say that is? Bob Iger? I don't know. Whose skull is that? Anyways, I don't know how many people really catch that. I think most people assume that's a rock, which is fast. It looks like a rock, but it is indeed a skull. That's called using your head. Jabba, Rota, Star Wars. Just one of the best, calling someone Jabba. Hit the bed, good night. I still think the 90s had better movies than the 80s. Boo. I like... Ah, damn it. I had a perfect shot there. Let's see if I can get that again. No. I'll get it later. I was going to try to catch a screenshot of the skull, but I can get it later. No, you killed my pit bull. Leia gets a good grin out of that. The Rancor handler, a Star Wars story. No. Bring me Solo and Noage. They will suffer for this outrage. My Rancor, no. Are you all right? Fine. Together again. Wouldn't miss it. How are we doing? Same as always. That bad, huh? Where's Leia? I'm here. His high exaltedness. The great job of the... I hate long waits. Cast into the pit of Carcoon. Nesting place of the all-powerful Sarlacc. Find a new definition of pain and suffering. For 1,000 years. You should have bargained. It's the last mistake you'll ever make. He pulls Leia. This extra little scene of the Banthas walking before it cuts to Jabba's skiff. I think that's an awesome scene. I was just thinking of the guy that's in the Jabba suit with the hand. Like, how much fun did he have yanking on Leia? And she's like, shit, back on Jabba's belly. I'm sure that was a fun moment for that guy. Pulling on Leia like that and squishing her on Jabba. R2 the bartender. Max Rebo's mobile band. Instead of a big dark blur, I see a big light blur. There's nothing to see. I used to live here, you know. You're going to die here, you know. Just stick close to Chewie and Landy. I've taken care of everything. Again, because, you know, Luke Skywalker doesn't have a plan. Soon you will learn to appreciate me. I like how he pulls her and she's like, ah, and Bib Fortuna comes up behind her and is like holding her. It's very trying to think of a good whorehouse, drug den. Like, I don't know how else to describe it. I'm trying to think of the right way to. So they're like forcing her. I don't know how to properly describe it. R2, what are you doing here? How do you not recognize R2? Well, I can see you're selling drinks, but this place is dangerous. They're going to kill Luke and us too. I wish I had your confidence. I don't hate the new Rancor with the beak, but he should have left it the freck alone because it's a pit, and we all loved the original Sarlacc pit. I don't hate the beak or the tentacles. It looks cool. I'm fine with it. It gives a lot more life, but I like the original. Just simple Sarlacc. There. He hopes that you will die honorably. If for should any of you wish to beg for mercy, Jabba the Hutt will now listen to your pleas. Slimy piece of worm-ridden filth. You'll get no such pleasure from us. This is your last chance, Jabba. Free us or die. To be fair, Luke has given him several opportunities. Not that Jabba's going to give up or surrender, but he did give him several opportunities. R2. To this day, one of the greatest action scenes in all of cinema. Obviously, the brilliance of John Williams' music, but as soon as you see Luke do you're like, ah, shit. Boba. You're it? Where is it? Boba wraps up Luke. Boba Fett. Boba Fett. No, Boba. He'll be back. Okay, couple notes. I'm sure you guys know, but we'll talk about it. Number one, Luke kicks the guard. Yes, he misses. If you look closely, it's like a total kick in the air. But you're little, and if you're just watching it fast, you don't notice. It's not so terrible. Number two, I'm sure the website entry came many years later, but on the original StarWars.com, there was a reference to the backpacks. The jetpacks. There's different models. Boba's is a specific model. Right now, I'm so tired I cannot even pretend to think of the model. But in the description of that, and I have it, not only do I remember this, but I literally have a screen of it from the Wayback Machine. And in the description of Boba's jetpack, or that series of jetpack, CR1, I want to say. Man, I'm tired. I can't right now think. In the description of it, they make an explicit note of while they are reliable and functional and etc., they are very susceptible to, if they take a knock on the back, they're susceptible to firing off from the impact, right? So that one is, it was on StarWars.com, and I'm sure that was after the fact to kind of justify why Boba gets tossed in there so quickly, so easily. He dies. But anyways, it was officially on the site years and years ago that his particular jetpacks were sensitive to a knock. If it got hit the wrong way, those jetpacks were known to fire off, and that's why Boba, right on Boba Fett, and turns and hits his jetpack, and Boba goes flying off. So, just for what it's worth, I'm going to take a 5-second moment of silence for the best bounty hunter in the galaxy. Rest in peace, but not really, because you're a bad motherfucker and you will be back, Boba Fett. So anyways, I know it's kind of silly and it was an after-the-fact justification, but it did say that on StarWars.com that his jetpack series was a little bit susceptible to getting knocked. If it got knocked, they were well known for firing off. And that's why that shit happens to Boba. Okay, so you've got the kick, which isn't terrible or super noticeable, but it's there if you look. You've got Boba Fett's jetpack, and then the third elephant in the room is the green lightsaber. All right. Originally, the lightsaber was blue. The color was not showing up well against the blue screen, so they changed the lightsaber to green so that it would stick out. Now, that's fine. Makes perfect sense. It was an obvious and great solution. But I always wondered, and this is something we would have to actually ask George, is did he think of green lightsabers before, and their hierarchy, did it exist before? Or was it purely out of necessity, like, well, we're screwed, we got to do a green one, and then, well, now that I have a green one, I'm going to have to create a story. Because as most of us know, red period is dark side. Blue is Padawans, Knights. Green is Jedi Masters. Unless you're BMF. So that's a question for George Lucas. It would be interesting to know if he had any forethought on that, or it was on the fly fix. How he came up with the hierarchy and the fact that there's blue and green. But anyways, that's why it's technically the lightsaber is green there, is because of the blue sky. That could also be part of why you don't see the green lightsaber till now. Lucas wanted to build it up so that you have no clue that he doesn't even have the lightsaber or where it is. It comes out of R2, and then on top of that, it's green. I love it. It was great. It's always been fantastic, but I still insist they should have put that deleted scene in the beginning. It's okay if we know it's green. We would have been hyped the whole time, like, holy shit, he's got a green lightsaber. How is he going to use it? What's going to happen? When is he going to use it? It wouldn't have hurt. It only would have made things better. For what it's worth. So the only thing I don't know is how much of an after and or before thought the green lightsaber was to Lucas, or was it just totally random? And then later he's like, oh, well, it's green because those are masters. I would like to think Lucas had some thought on it, some conversation about it, but anyways, that was the main issue, that the blue wasn't showing up against the blue sky. Leia jumps over the back, throws the chain over Fat Boy's neck, which, not for nothing, but ain't nobody helping him or looking, or they're all like, hey, I'm out of here. He is just a big slug, but man, is he that weak? I guess he's got flabby arms from eating all day. Nobody's helping him. He doesn't have a weapon. I don't say this like it's a problem. I don't mind. It's all good. I'm just saying, damn, Jabba, you're like the baddest gangster, and you get choked by a girl. Poor Jabba. You see his tail wiggling. One too many cheeseburgers for you. Grab me, Chewie. I'm slipping. Luke jumps across, climbs up the skiff, or the barge, rather. Luke's chopping people down. Hold on, Chewie. Gently now. Tentacle grabs Lando. Luke chopping people down. I thought you were blind. I can see a lot better. A little higher. R2 cuts Leia's chain. 3PO like a dumbass getting his eyeball chewed out by Salacious. Get the gun. Archie bumps 3PO. I gotta say that Leia has fantastic makeup for being a slave in a desert palace and in this battle. Her makeup is top notch in this scene here. They swing across. Again, swinging across with Leia. Let's go, and don't forget the droids. Okay. Number 1. Bib Fortuna is on the fucking sail barge. The sail barge gets blown up to smithereens. Here we fucking go. Here we go again, Palpa fucking teen. He's dead. Bib Fortuna on the freaking throne in Jabba's palace. They did all that for member berries that breaks canon and doesn't even make sense to then just turn around and kill him anyways. Fucking Dave Filoni, man. It could have been any alien. It could have been anybody, anything that is occupying Jabba's palace. It could have been full of cobwebs and Boba comes in and the place is abandoned and he takes whatever. Why are you member burying a character that we know is fucking dead? Oh, but one EU book said that he escaped and on a little skiff and got away and got back to Jabba. Okay, Dave. Okay, Disney. I mean, yes, there's the EU story of it, but that was totally hypothetical, not canon. We see the shit blow up. Why are you breaking canon for a 2-second member bury that you're just going to go behind and fucking kill them anyways? Oh, because they'll think it's all, they'll see Bib Fortuna and be like, oh my God, look at how cool it's Star Wars. Recently, someone was bitching about that the droids fell into the sand and the 3PO's head went first. And first of all, these are kid movies. Second of all, what 3PO got knocked off the barge? Of course, he's going to go head first into the sand. Not only that, it's logic. It's realistic, and it's funny. I don't understand what the problem is with the droids falling in the sand. I mean, what else are they supposed to do? Stay on the fucking barge and blow up? Don't forget the droids. It's a good thing that R2's a metalhead. They're able to magnetically pick him up. Get it, metalhead? Heavy metal. Enter Sandman. Okay. If you're watching along, you saw it. If you remember the movie, You know it. Disney. Dave fucking Filoni. Stop the bullshit. We all saw the motherfucking Death Star blown, not even blown up, evaporated. Stop with the bullshit. We all see Jabba's sail barge. Stop with the bullshit. Bib Fortuna and nobody else survived this fucking thing. There are no tracks. There are no skiffs or ships, or the shit got blown the fuck up. All right, there's no tracks. There's no skiff, speeder, walking guy, helicopter, crate dragon swimming under the sand that transported Bib Fortuna. He fucking died. We all see it right here. Dave fucking Filoni. Stop with the bullshit. You dishonor and disrespect the EU. You turn it into legends and make fun of it and disgrace it and shit on it. And here you want to be like, but in the EU, you escaped. Stop the bullshit, Dave Filoni. Look at this shit. Tatooine's pretty planet. Pretty planet from the outside. Meet you back at the fleet. The line should be assembled by now. Thanks for coming after me. Okay. So, looking a little bit at the big picture, 30 minutes into A New Hope barely is establishing, man, the droids just coming on Tatooine and walking around, just getting captured by the sand crawler, perhaps. Whereas Empire and Jedi, like the first half hour, first few minutes is right into it, you know, Light of Hoth, Jabba's palace. Just an observation, great, you know, and our beginnings to these films. 37 minutes in, like, we've seen so much already, so much badassery, so much Jedi Knight Luke. And there's an hour and a half left. So, that's right, R2. We're going to the Dagobah system. All right. Let me see what's going on here. Jabba wrote 90s movies. Boo. Honestly, the fandom should rally behind releasing the Star Wars trilogy unaltered cuts and every other released cut on Blu-ray, DVD, and streaming. I mean, I'm not against that. I'm all for it, but rallying all the fans. You guys don't want to rally around fucking laughing at Bad Batch, and you think all the fans are going to rally around all the cuts of the original Star Wars. I'm not trying to shoot it down, or not that I don't care, but on Tuesday, are any of you gonna, well, you guys will, but are people gonna even remember what Return of the Jedi is, or what Star Wars is, or care about canon, or at least for a day, and probably for a month or two? Everyone's gonna be like, oh, Star Wars again, and you're gonna get all excited, and then you're gonna be reminded 3 weeks later when they're shitting on you on Twitter and calling you names and breaking canon, and Kathleen's still there, then you're going to remember, like, oh shit, this sucks. And why are we still in this spot? And what is going on? You guys got excited for Bad Batch. Remember what I'm telling you. You're going to pay for it. Sarlacc his ass. I don't hate it, but yeah, they should have left it alone. Let's hope there is no glue sniffing in Pensec Mama's boy's house in here tonight. Yeah, let's hope. That's too funny. Yeah, I definitely prefer the original Sarlacc. The whole beak. I don't hate it, but it's like not necessary. It worked fine as a big pit, you know? That's the point. It's a pit as opposed to being like a creature. And Lucas himself, like I remember in the behind the scenes, he's like, it didn't look very intimidating or real. It just had a few tentacles and it was a hole. And I wanted it to look more alive and intimidating. But it really, we all loved and respected and feared this Sarlacc pit. It's this massive pit with spiky teeth. And if you fall anywhere near that thing, you know you're getting digested. Not just digested, but for 1,000 years. And he added that extra shit. Again, I don't hate it. It's not the worst of the additions. It's not the end of the world, but if anything, add a couple of tentacles. When I was a little boy and I saw the Sarlacc and I didn't know anything better, I have to admit that not in a literal sense, but seeing the Sarlacc, I kind of thought like, oh, look at this big vagina that's like couples people up. The mind of a child. It's still a thing, yeah. Somehow, some way. Okay, I need a break. Getting tired. We're obviously gonna have to do a part 2, maybe 3, but definitely a part 2. I think we should leave it here because I'm tired and it's late, and we should stop here right when they leave Tatooine, and Luke says we're headed to Dagobah. This is a great spot. The rebels go off do their thing. We'll see Luke meet up with Yoda, and this is a great spot. So, first 40 minutes, fantastic. Love this movie. I would have left out the beak. I would have left out the dance number. I left the original dance number. I'm all absolutely insist Luke's lightsaber should have been there. Fucking George, why did you not leave that shit? The Boba Fett with the girls, seeing Boba a little bit more in the palace, fine, awesome. I don't mind Sebulba or whoever that dug and those little things. Looks good. Like all that. You know, it's kind of amazing with Jake Skywalker and people getting all excited for Mandalorian, and I'm shocked that people don't watch more of Luke Skywalker or this Luke Jedi. It's like people are so thirsty for Luke. I made a big deal over Mandalorian season finale when all you had to do was watch this and you get the real Luke. And I get it. You've seen it 1,000 times. And the Mandalorian's something new, but that's not even Luke. When the whole time you have the real Luke right here. Anyways. I'm always up for more Luke, and it's so good, but between being thirsty and some of you forgetting who the fuck Luke Skywalker is, No wonder why people got excited for that little 30 seconds of nonsense in The Mandalorian. No. Got turned from a vagina into a phallic monster. Well, I guess it's the beginning of the transgender. It's a transgender pit. Also, going off canon, look at the Sarlacc. It's not like a cave, right? That you walk into a horizontal or a vertical surface with an opening. It's a horizontal pit in the ground. According to lore and EU, there are several of those mouths, pit openings throughout Tatooine. I don't remember how many. It's not like thousands, but they're around. They're not necessarily right next to each other, but the idea was there was like this whole nesting, like intertwined caverns under the sand of the pits being connected. So in other words, like the Sarlacc was actually like a massive thing with mouths in different parts of Tatooine sand. In lore. So that's definitely not consistent with Mandalorian. Canon, what we actually see, it's one horizontal freaking pit in the ground. My point is, I don't see any crate dragon coming along and eating the Sarlacc pit and emptying the cave, and that's where the crate dragon lives. Come on, Dave Filoni. I mean, technically, the Sarlacc pit, the original pit, maybe not the little beak, but the original Sarlacc could swallow up a crate dragon. So, to think that a crate dragon is going into a vertical cave, eating the Sarlacc out, and occupying the cave. On the surface, it maybe doesn't sound terrible, but when you know Star Wars and you understand it, and they're trying to justify bullshit with what we already pre-established. Oh, Dave. And how convenient that a crate dragon likes to eat Sarlacc pits. I can't imagine anything that would want to eat those big-ass spiky teeth, spikes, whatever, around the mouth. Oh, Filoni. For China to the phallic muzzle. Watch reruns the Mando. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Have a great night, morning. What time is it? 5:30 for me. So you have a great morning. I'm not sure if you're going to take a nap, but have a good sleep if you do. I mean, I know we're in the Disney fan fiction era, but me personally, I'd rather have a pit than oh, Disney. All right. I need a break. I'm very sleepy. I need to get up and move around and grab a drink. We are at 9 hours. I'll give you the typical speech. I'm tired of shit. I'm going to take a break. I'll come back and we'll hang out for an hour. 5 hours later, after my third and fourth win, we'll still be here. But I do really want to get under the 12, because once you go over the 12-hour mark, it starts hassling you as far as like trimming content or editing anything or doing stuff with the video, it will curate more than the 12 hours. Not much, but it will. I know you can do at least 13 hours, but it just complicates me in the back end later, being able to trim or edit or do anything with the freaking thing. And I'm really tired. So I'll play an intermission. I will be back in 10 minutes, and we can chit chat about whatever. Right this second, I'm really tired. We'll see when I come. I'm sure after I get up, move around, come back, I'm going to be like, hey, second wind. But either way, we're going on the 9th hour, so at best 3 hours more. The way I feel right now, I got maybe an hour left in me, so we'll see. I'll be back in 10 minutes, depending on who's here and what you guys come up with. We can chat some more, or we can all go to sleep. That's not a problem either. But yeah, I'm going to take a 10-minute, and I will be back. I am definitely sleepier than usual. It's because I tend to stay up late. I work until late. Then I only sleep a couple hours. I'm up at 7:30 generally. And then I get up, hyped up, and I'm doing stuff all day. And instead of like going back, taking a nap, sleeping, I'm like, nah, I got shit to do. Next thing I know, it's you got to do the stream in the next 45 minutes. Like, I can't take a nap. I can't have dinner and take a shower all at once. So I'm like, fuck. So then there goes that nap or rest. And next thing you know, here I am recycling, and I'm freaking tired as crap because I've been up since around 7:30 yesterday. Wow, almost been 24 hours I've been up. Anyways, just saying, not complaining. I do enjoy it. Okay. I'll be back in 10 minutes if anyone wants to continue the conversation. If not, no worries. I'll come back and we'll just fall over and fall asleep. It's not a problem. But I already know, as usual, I'm going to come back and be like, hey, I'm awake now. See you in 10 minutes. In case you leave or whatever, we'll leave Jedi here. We will pick up right when they leave Tatooine, and Luke says they're headed to Dagobah. A lot of great stuff coming up. The rest of the film is also fantastic. Man, just the Jabba scene is about 40 minutes, and what a great, awesome opening. The only thing I could ask for there is it would be nice to take those two little things out that aren't necessary, the changes, but main thing, man, he should have had Luke's lightsaber scene in there. That's a shame. But anyways, so in case you do leave, thank you for being here. I will be back next Friday, and we will continue part 2 of Return of the Jedi. If you are still here, well, I'll see you in 10 minutes. So there you go. And I suggest you do the same. Stand up, move around, chick around, get some water, run a lap around the living room. And I'll be back before you know it. And this is the droid you're looking for.
Fade in.
Another mechanical creature from the movies, R2-D2 from Star Wars.
Funding for this program is brought to you in part by
historical fiction thriller called All Up. Basically, it's supposed to be, I tried very hard to make it an entertaining, page-turning book about the first space age. It comes out on July 14th. It's you can get it as a Kindle book or Apple book, and there'll be an audio book, but it won't be coming out. The audio book will be a little bit later, August or September. And it's, you know, it's a book about what I consider to be, you know, the great adventure of the 20th century, the development of the rocket, which happens during World War II and before World War II with Robert Goddard, and then with you know, the secret German weapons program during World War II, and MI6 is trying to figure out what the Germans are doing. There's a lot of cat and mouse and a lot of intrigue, and it's all very interesting, I thought. And it was a ton of research behind it. So about 90% of the book, I'd say, is based on what really happened. 10% is either speculation or stuff that can't be proved definitively. But and then it goes into the space race and the Apollo 11 trip to the moon. And I think people who give it a chance and read the first 50 pages will be hooked. I'll go out on a limb and say that. Obviously, no book is for everyone, but I hope people who have read my other books will give it a chance, because it's kind of it's a behind-the-scenes book in the same way that making a Star Wars and Indiana Jones and Alien were behind-the-scenes books. This is also a behind-the-scenes book.
and by the annual financial support of viewers like you.
I'll just have to run him over and wreck it, otherwise he put me out of business.
A brave, bold future without limits for each and every storyteller.
Leaving all of us wondering, where's the story gonna go next?
I will be the most powerful Jedi ever. I will even learn to stop people from dying. It's all Obi-Wan's fault. He's jealous. He's holding me back.
Oh, my poor circuits. It's all so very complicated. I don't see how they ever put all this together. Well, really, R2. Of course we all want to see how it worked out.
Wipe them out. All of them.
Star Wars is for fucking kids.
Star Wars, it's a journey, y'all.
Streaming our favorite shows, keeping in touch with our loved ones, and even our banking is mostly done online these days. We'd like to think our information is safe, but as our online footprint increases, so does our need for proper security. Surfshark adds an extra layer of security when you're online to keep all of your passwords, photos, and videos safe. There's a lot of websites and hackers that take your info without you even knowing it, but you can swim under their radar using Surfshark VPN, a virtual private network. Surfshark is a VPN service that protects your information by encrypting all of the data that you send through the internet. You can stop websites from tracking your info and selling targeted ads to you. With the click of a button, you can forget about data mining and intrusive advertisements. One of my favorite features of Surfshark is that you can see content not available in your area. Disney Plus or Netflix, for example, have different movies for each country. Access should not be tied to a region. In China, YouTube and most social media websites are banned. With Surfshark, you can solve the problem by simply changing your location. Just connect to the service and refresh the page. Surfshark is an app and browser extension that enables you to place your laptop or phone anywhere in the world and allows you to access the internet as if you were in that country. You can watch any content anywhere in the world on any of your devices. Surfshark turns you into an anonymous and hard-to-trace online user and makes the internet a safer and more enjoyable place for you. I use Surfshark every day. It automatically starts up whenever I start my PC, and whenever I need it, I activate it with just one click. Surfshark is the only VPN to offer one account to use on an unlimited number of devices. If you want both protection and freedom online, use my code NMSW, short for Not My Star Wars, to get 83% off plus 3 extra months for free. Surfshark offers a 30-day money-back guarantee, so there's no risk to try it out for yourself. The link is in the description below. All right, R2. I'm pretty freaking tired. Well, there's 7 of you. There was 5 a second ago. Shanks, you would show up right now. Let's see where we're at. Glue sniffing. Morning. Good tunes. Morning, Shanks. Good to see you, buddy. Before I forget, the young Anakin I will be the greatest Jedi ever. Standing there with the glowing lightsabers is really badass. That and the guy at the office that takes the sequel trilogy and throws it out in the dumpster. That was, I'm tired, so I could be wrong, but I'm really confident that was It's a Vase Productions. So props to him. Many months ago, he made them, and I asked to use them. And he was like, yeah, sure. So anyways, those are two cool little things. So props to him. I will double check it if I said the wrong person, but I'm really confident it was It's a Vase. So shout out to him. I'm pretty tired, so I've got I don't think I would last another hour. I probably could hang out for another 15 or half an hour. If there's any little things you guys would like to discuss. But Return of the Jedi is awesome. We will further dig into stuff. We'll be going to Dagobah, which is awesome when Luke goes back. And again, we don't see between Empire and Jedi, and there's a whole year there. I don't have any confirmation because there's nowhere that I've seen that George has spoken on it or in text. I don't know if there's anything in like the visual guides or anything, not that I remember, but I have always been under the presumption that Luke didn't waste time, didn't bullshit. He got his hand. The rebels went to a new rendezvous. They rallied, came up with a loose plan for Tatooine. Luke goes back to Dagobah, trains for a year, makes his new lightsaber, gets his shit together, and then we pick up with him in the cave with the droids. At least that's what we should have gotten. And then, the whole Jabba's palace. It would be nice to have confirmation on that, but the only way that we would get that is through Lucas. So I don't know that we'll ever know for sure, but that's, a very safe presumption that Luke wasn't just training on his own or wasting time. Luke made a promise to Yoda. Luke was meaning business. Luke had the urgency of getting his shit together so that they could get Han and keep on keeping on towards the Empire. So and it's kind of funny, you don't really think about it because you see the next movie and you're like, oh, this is where they're picking up, but remember that Han was in that carbonite for a whole year. Sometimes you don't connect that or think about that, but yeah, you see, it seems like, oh, he's been there days or months. No, it's been a whole year that Han is in that carbonite. Which, as I've discussed in another stream, because of the Clone Wars nonsense with the carbonite, it wouldn't matter if you were in the carbonite for an hour or a day or 6 months or 10 years. You're frozen. You're in suspended animation, so it's the same. If you 10 minutes later got out or 100 years got out, you would have the same sickness, the same effects. It's not like his body would know the difference. He wouldn't age, he wouldn't change, he wouldn't be any more or less sick. He would come out and have the carbonite sickness to the same effect. I'm with Busey. Get my shit together. Luke was the patriarch. What Kathleen hated, yes. It's for every Ken. Yes. And every Tom, Dick, and Harry, too. Use the force on the like and subscribe. The carbonation. Yes, the carbonation sickness is serious. It blinds you. Too much carbonation and you definitely get sick. A year of carbonation, you definitely get cross-eyed and sick. The sleepy monsters are kicking in. So anyways, sparkly water is blinding. Yes, it can be very blinding, especially right shot in your eyes. Let's see. All right. So yeah, I have a couple little things for when we do the next section, which we will get to. The Boamar monks. Yeah. They have a whole backstory, which I haven't looked at in a long time, but they were very enlightened. And in fact, I seem to remember them having a connection to the Wills. They were highly advanced ancient beings. They put themselves in those spider vases. I'm tired and it's been a long time, so I'd have to look back at the details of that. But yeah. Fat comedians die first. Not always. Robin Williams wasn't particularly fat. He was a little meaty, I guess. Hey there, Jace. What's up, buddy? Where you been? I haven't seen you online. I haven't seen you around. Have you been off for a while? What's going on with you over there in Norway, in Hothland? Well, there is a discussion. What, the comedians, fat comedians die first? Betwixt Belushi, Candy, and Farley. Yeah. John Candy. He was something else, wasn't he? Barf. Oh, man. Sorry, I lied. I've been on streams and on the podcast. Sorry. Yeah, I haven't seen you around. I haven't seen you getting online or like on Echo Base or anything like that. So I was wondering what was going on with you. All fat and not caring. Sounds like a space slug I know. Or new, because he's done now. Working with new intros, new logo. Been working hard. Good. Keep at it. It's not easy. It's a ton of work. But just keep at it. Nice. 65 likes. 1 dislike. Doing pretty good. Now there's 10 of you. People coming in and out, back and forth. Let's see. I remember you did a stream a couple weeks ago and you were asking me to come by, and I forget. I think I don't remember specifically now, but I think I had been working late and did a bunch of editing and I fell asleep, and then by the time I woke up you were like done with the stream, or I can't remember. Is that a new logo? I thought, didn't you have that? Or you didn't put it up yet, maybe. I don't know if any of you have been experiencing this, but like lately, I'll go to a YouTube page, and for the most part, it usually works. But there's times where like the page, like right now, Jace, I'm on your page, and it says this channel has no videos. Didn't you have a couple videos to leave some live streams, or are you deleting them or unlisting them? Even on my own page, sometimes I'll come to my page and it's like the shit is not there. It'll just be like the top part and I can't scroll down. There's no page. YouTube has been screwbally lately. How do you only have 16 subscribers? How is this possible? Didn't you have more than that? What the hell? Or is this shit not loading? Let me see. Oh, my page is loading. Only 16? How is that possible, Jace? Well, then again, if you don't have any content on your page, is that YouTube being stupid, or? Oh, I think I know what it is. It's because you, that's another page, right? He was in Spaceballs. Yes. Spaceballs. Watch out. One of these days we'll do a Spaceballs watch. So stoned. Who, me? No, not at all. Tired as hell though. 5 a.m. has to count for something. Or are you saying you as in this guy? I'm not. I wish I was. A lot of it's, yeah, I just realized that. Keep in mind, I'm on my 9.5 hour of streaming, so I'm a little bit tired. Yeah, what was 540 Studio, right? My brain is shutting down right now. The Jace. Bloody virtue. Chat and watch it. Got you. Right, 540 Studio, right. I was gonna say, I know you gotta have more than oh, look who's there. But I'm not entertainment. See what's going on over here. it's studio, right? Yeah, 540 studio. For some reason, I put entertainment studio. Sleepies. And sleepies are winning. 540 studio. 5. Okay, that would be why. Because I can't spell 40. There we go. All right, that's a little bit better. 65. Mortal Kombat. When you have guess, it is who's the Ray with glasses? When you have guests, it's not a bad idea to put one or a few of the guest names in the title. Now, I know that a lot of you have smaller channels, but still, some people will see it, and in the future, you all are going to get bigger. So you're giving yourself the opportunity. For example, like I see Tim there, right? So I don't know how many subs Tim has right now, but let's just say 100, right? I'm guessing. Well, maybe next month or next year, he's got 5,000. So you're giving yourself the opportunity that if Tim's community grows and people search for him, then one of these streams that he's on will get picked up in search. Also, when you're live, you're increasing the chance of someone picking up on the stream because you have them in the title. Like the day that I was on there, you should have put like "Not My Star Wars" in the title, you know what I mean? And or whoever else. So just a little trick for you. Assuming the title has enough space. And especially if you have like, let's say like you tend to have like the same 3 people, but then you have someone that's there that's not usually there, put their name in the title. You can also put it in the tags and description, and it will help you. You know, you potentially will get more traffic. Like if I was on your stream right now, I would, like I did last time, I posted it on my community tab. So from my end, you could get some views, but also from your end, just putting "Not My Star Wars" in your title, like, you know, Disney Canon with "Not My Star Wars," or whoever, just using myself as an example, you're increasing the chance of someone randomly looking for Star Wars or "Not My Star Wars," or of course people from my community picking up and finding your stream. So just a little piece of advice there. Furthermore, the stream that I was on with you, you could go back and put, I don't mind if you put featuring or guest or whatever, or just put, you know, "Not My Star Wars" there. I don't mind if you do that. It could potentially help you. I'm not saying that all of a sudden that the video is going to get 10,000 views, because it's not, but just saying putting guest names in there like that can help you. A Marty, a woke Jedi story. 33 seconds. Here, let me take a look at this. What you got going on here? What are you, a Sith here? Are you young Palpatine? Last Jedi rocks. I would make that a short. 52 views. I would make that a YouTube Shorts. Personally, it's the perfect length. I assume you have some sort of editing software. Go into that software, make the format 1080 by 1920 as opposed to 1920 by 1080, or you could do 720 by 1280. But I would do 1080 by 1920. Take that same video, just scoot it so that it fits within that vertical space, right? Stretch it out. If you need an example, look on my channel at my shorts. So make it 1080 by 1920. Scoot your video in there. You might have to chop sections, right? Because you're changing camera views, but it wasn't much. It was like 3 or 4 different views I think you had there. Luke, then you dancing, and then Ray. So you have basically like 4 main scenes there. So 1080, 1920, stretch that out, center it, chop the sections if you have to, because you're like, if this is your whole video, right? And if you move this, then when it changes to the next section, it's going to be off. So cut each section where you change camera views and then center those into the vertical. As long as it's under 58 seconds and it's vertical like that, it'll be a shorts. And those shorts potentially can get a ton of views. So it would take you only minutes. The video is done. Go in, change the ratio, scoot it so that it fits, stretch it so it's the full thing. Give it a little bit of a different title so that it's not conflicting with this video. You could literally swap the title around. A Woke Jedi Story space a Marty, or just a Woke Jedi Story, and put hashtag shorts in the title. Also put it in the description, and that little shorts video potentially could get, I mean, it's limitless. I have one with over 2 million views, but even if, let's say, it gets you 300, 500, 1,000 views, that's more than, here, let me see what your videos have. Yeah, all your videos have like 50 views. 124 was, is that the one that I was on? 540 stream with Guess. See, like, I'm noticing like you've got Tim in all your, right? So Tim is like a staple. Well, he's part of your Snap crew, right? So he's always there. So don't put, I mean, you could put Tim's name if it fits, but put someone that's not generally there in the title. But back to the short, I mean, you could potentially, that video could, let's say it gets 1,000 views. Well, that's more than all the other, that's more than all your videos combined. So that'll help your channel get some views and exposure, potentially some more subscribers. One short or any short is not necessarily going to change everything, but it might pick you up some subscribers, some more views. At least get you to 100 subscribers. As Jedi say. New video. Yeah, I did, right. I just watched it. So do that. Make it a short. Guarantee that short is going to have more views than all your other videos put together. And potentially the first day. Definitely within a couple weeks. Shorts are funny. I have many of them. Most of them take like a week or two. They even take a month before it like gets the shelf and then takes off. But some of them, same day, they go into the short shelf and gas by now. I got 7,000 plus subscribers off of one short, so keep that in mind. And it's not to say you have to start making shorts all the time or do a bunch of them, but if you have a video that's sitting there that's under the 58 seconds, and it would be a very quick and simple edit, you might as well take advantage of it. You have nothing to lose and everything to gain. Just change up the title so it doesn't conflict with this title. I want to be invisible. Don't want power. As pals. You can get famous here. 55 inches in 4K. Yeah, I thought you looked a little bit different there. Again, I'm just tired. But yeah. We're horizontal. Files for divorce. Unlimited power. In Snap on YouTube? Or YouTube? Why? What happened there? He retired? What the hell happened? It really sucks that his other channel like poofed. I feel bad. Yeah, that sucks that you're. What happened with Tim? He just you're not really gonna crash out. Great stream. A good tomorrow to all. Yeah, have a great day. That guy says, remember that I will, I guess, apparently be doing a May the 4th stream. So it might be a little bit earlier, but most of you said evening, so 5 o'clock, 8 o'clock, I don't know, somewhere in there. We'll hang out. We'll do our own May the 4th. So for anyone just coming in or bouncing in or out, or here's this replay or whatever, May the 4th, I'll do a little, we'll hang out for a few. It'll probably end up being another 8 or 12 hours, but yeah, we'll hang out for a few. If I could be Tim Pool, I wouldn't. Worst people to be, I think. Kid is smart, and he's certainly making a lot of money. A lot happened. He deleted. Appreciate the time. Born on the day. Okay, but like, did something happen? Like, was there an argument or something happened, or he like just randomly like just deleted and disappeared? What's going on there? Was it because of something that happened, or he just like force ghosted himself? What happened? You don't necessarily have to say a bunch of details, but I'm just curious. This is the thing, like, I know him from seeing him on Echo Base. I never really looked at his channel or saw any of his videos, so I don't know much. But as a YouTuber, as a creator, I hate to see, someone lose their channel or whatever. There's a lot of channels that I don't care about, that I don't watch their stuff. They're not my type of content. I think he likes some of the Disney stuff, and he very much is like Kylo Ren's stunt and double. So his content may not be for me, but I definitely tried to be supportive because, as a creator, and even though his stuff may not be for me, I don't know his stuff, so I can't say. But even if his stuff isn't for me, doesn't mean that I don't want him to, or any of you, to be successful or to create the videos that you like and want. You can't worry about me or anyone else. You guys have to make the stuff that you care about and that you want to do and that is fun to you, regardless of what, how it aligns with anyone else. So just from like a creator view, I just felt pretty bad that, and I don't know the whole story, but from what I understand, his original channel just got like deleted by YouTube. That whole shit sucks. So. Something I can't. Oh, okay. Yeah, no worries. I'm not trying to be like blow it up or be nosy, but I'm just, just concerned as a little bit of a bigger channel. I don't want you guys to fail or give up or, It's not easy. It's a lot of work, but it's like anything. If you give up, well, you're gonna obviously not go anywhere. Rando, I'm Rando. You're not Rando. Rando Mando. Okay. Not an insult. Well, at almost 10 hours of streaming and I'm freaking tired. Yeah, I probably am pretty rando right now. Wants you for breakfast, but that's not my problem. Well, I know that she has a boyfriend for a long time. I know that she loves Henry Cavill, and I ain't nothing like him. And to her, she probably thinks, oh, he's an old man. So I can't imagine Anna wants me for breakfast. But she's more than welcome if that's what she really wanted. Oh, too funny. We'll make this louder like Crowder. There you go. Can't deny Anna is a very pretty girl. I'm still friends with Tim and gonna get him on 540. Okay, well, yeah. We can't all be Cavill. Yeah, I'm not pressed on being Cavill. I'm not jealous or bothered by it. Just saying that's like her thing, and I'm not like anything like it. Although I'm pretty sure I'm smarter than Cavill is. Not to say that he's dumb or anything, but I think he's a very good actor. He's obviously a very handsome guy. He seems like a cool dude. But I've never seen like any kind of brilliance out of Henry Cavill. Then again, I don't follow him or know much about him. So for all I know, he's like a scholarly guy and written papers, but I've never really seen that. He's just a good-looking dude and a great, very good actor. So, which doesn't matter because at this point there's going to be a black Superman, so that goes up. Henry's pretty much done there. So yeah. Again, I've never seen like anything Tim has done. So, but that's irrelevant. I still want him and everybody that tries this to, have success and try and push and YouTube is not easy. That's for sure. And the bigger you get, the less easy it gets, believe it or not. In ways things get easier, but more pressure, more responsibility, more people, more. But my main thing is I don't want anything to, hopefully, first of all, that not like, oh, he was in a car accident or something like that. And I don't want any of you to get discouraged or give up. Maybe at the end of the day, doing YouTube videos is not for you, or maybe you're very casual and you do one a month or whatever, and that's fine. But I just, don't want to see anybody fail. It was okay. Part 1, anyways. But we had a good time. Is his official stalker? Cowboy, I assume, not me. I wouldn't be upset if she was my stalker, but obviously she wouldn't be. Nonchalance. Casualty is where you find the more sane. Casuality is where you find the more sane. Yeah. I gotta say, I'm kind of shocked though about the. Do you still have the Snap crew? Is it just that Tim left or whatever, or is it that y'all just scrapped the whole Snap crew? That made sense right now. Sometimes things do make sense in the moment. I thought you guys kind of had a thing going. Okay, going on without him. Yeah. Tim is a radical skater, like for real, or are you just randomly, or are we talking about a different Tim? Yeah, I felt like you guys were getting a little bit of traction. Anyway, just remember, if this is something you'd like and you want to grow, you just gotta keep at it. Every video you make, it gets easier. You learn more. It gets faster and easier. And one of the hardest things for a channel, for me, it was different. I clearly knew what I wanted to do. I know the knowledge that I have, and I knew exactly. But for a lot of channels, you have to find your voice. So that works in different ways. One, like some people don't really know what their channel is about. They have certain interests and then they kind of find their way. You might create a channel talking about 5 different things, but then you see people react to like 2 of those things. So then you start to become that type of creator, making videos about those 2 things. So finding your voice. But also within that, when you find your niche or your direction, you also have to find your voice within that. Like, how are you expressing that? And with time, you figure it out. The way you talk, the way you introduce, the way you react, the way you run your streams or do your videos. And some people find and figure that out faster than others. So, but the way you're going to find that voice is by keep going, keep trying, keep experimenting, trying different things. A few dents of the noggin, who knows? If I can make a channel, anyone can. Yeah. Hinterpapple. Iron Man is your pet animal? Oh boy. Too funny. See, Jace, you could be big like me and have insane admirers. We know what we want to do, etc. Okay, well, good. Or at least you think you do, because again, you may a month from now, 6 months from now, figure out you can change directions. My channel, for the most part, has always been on the same path and direction, but yeah. For example, at first, I would do streams pretty randomly and really not much at all, except for like the special ones, like what Star Wars means to us. But the community grew and people wanted to see more, and I did polls and everybody made it clear, like, yeah, we want you to do Friday streams. And so then it grew into, now I've got a bunch of people that like trying to find the word expect, or I don't know if expect is the best wording, but that have gotten used to and look forward to me streaming on Fridays. And that wasn't planned. I didn't know that I would be streaming every week or whatever. But you kind of figure it out along the way. You fall into it. If a bunch of people wanted me to stream every day and there was like 1,000 people in the stream, I would have no problem doing it every day. But that's not the case. So again, you find your voice. You may think that you want to do streams on Fridays, but for whatever your audience might be much more conducive to, like on Tuesdays, you would have a bunch of people. So you figure that out with time. You try things, you talk with your community, and the channel will kind of shape itself regardless of your plan. Know that as a YouTube channel, it's kind of rare that like, this is what I'm going to do, and then that's exactly what you do. You start to realize that there's certain things that your people are interested in. You know, you could start a channel about, camping equipment, and then it end up evolving into like a tent and camping equipment reviews channel, or a survival channel, as opposed to what had begun as a camping channel, stuff like that. Anyways, the more you do it, the more you will figure it out and shape yourselves. I want all the pretty girls on Saturday night. Can't argue with it there. But it's only Friday. Isn't it Saturday? It's not Friday. Pair Chris. Side thing will make films and series and other stuff. Sounds good. I'm not at all trying to discourage you, but think. How are you going to fund these films? Do you have a bunch of money around? Even if you're able to do very low budget or pretty much free films, who are you going to show them to? Who are you going to distribute them to? So don't assume that, okay, I can make a short film and be completely inactive from YouTube for months, and that short film is going to go anywhere. You should be actively growing your YouTube channel and community so that when you do have a short film, you already have a built-in audience to watch that film, short, skit, whatever it is. Hopefully that makes sense. Marchie's making games. One's on Steam. Really? Oh, that's cool. It's pretty cool for you, Steve. Snickers. The candy bar or laughing? Orange. Make itself? No, I don't believe so. Nope. Oh, Lord. Oh, perhaps. Boy. Oh, all right. I'm pretty freaking tired. With Woody. We will fix and find out everything we need, and we know what people to show them to. Well, I can say we have things kind of ready, and what we're doing now, is more writing and doing stuff. Yeah. True. Inexcusable. All right, I'm really tired. Was the Joker any better? You don't like to rush things? No, I'm not telling you to rush things, but keep going. Don't get stagnant either. Continue to grow your channel outside of whatever other main or side projects you have. Because one, your channel could potentially on its own do very well. But also if you have side projects, you have that built-in community to show them and help grow more. Nine-hour stream, get some rest. Yeah, I'm about to. If you ask the right questions, you get the answers women don't like. Yeah, that happens sometimes. Too funny. too funny. All right. Well, it was a pleasure doing the first part of Return of the Jedi. We will pick up next Friday with part 2. Luke and R2 on the way to Dagobah. Got the hiccups. So that'll be fun. I love Return of the Jedi. Nerf herder. Just woke up. Have a great weekend and week and fellow programs. Yeah. So we'll pick up with Dagobah next Friday. We'll see if it turns into a part 3 and part 4, but there will be at least a part 2. Tuesday, early evening, May the 4th, I will do a stream. We'll just chit chat and hang out. Maybe I can put a couple goodies together. We'll see. That should be this Tuesday. Yeah. So just keep that in mind. I'll do a little May the 4th hangout. In the meantime, I'm going to go pass out because I'm really freaking tired. Not just from a 10-hour, I'm now at 10 hours in a minute, but because I've been up since 7:30 yesterday. And do your best, Daniel-san. All I can tell you, Jace, is keep at it and find your voice. Don't just get stuck on, well, we have to do these major projects because this is what we care about. And keep doing little things in between and find and build your community. And if you keep at it, then you'll have your channel will grow. And all of that can happen after. After what?
After. After what?
After.
So Mr. Miyagi has spoken. after. Tonight is what it means to be young. Yeah. Or crazy. I'm passing out also. Don't get stuck on Wall Street. Oh boy. All right. So it's been fun. I wish you guys a great night. We will definitely do part 2 on Friday. I will do a hangout on Tuesday for May the Farce. And I should probably do a stream on May 25th and do an official Star Wars Day stream. I have to think about that. Trying to think if there's anything to mention in the meantime. No, I guess not. going to be a good night no matter what. So, all right. Have a great day, everyone. I'm going to sleep for a good part of the day. And I will see you guys. Be back soon. Yeah. Bring them in. Oh boy. All right. Thanks as always. Always remember. Oh boy.
Please like the video if you liked it. If you didn't like it, keep your comments to yourself.
Bree has spoken. Alrighty. Where is, there you are. All right, I'm going to go pass out now. So thank you for hanging out. I hope you all had a good time. We will pick up Jedi next Friday. See some of you guys. He likes the second time. See you guys on May the 4th. And who knows what this week will bring with old Disney. Oh boy. Bad Batch will be interesting for sure. More mess they're going to create. All right, guys. I'm a bit delirious. So I'm going to get some sleep. Have a great day. I will see you soon. May the 4th be with you always. Like boobs? Who doesn't like boobs? Too funny. All right. See you guys soon. Thanks for the support. Lost the stream. I'll watch it later. Good rest. Happy May the 4th. Yeah, you too. Yeah, I'm on 10 hours and I'm exhausted. But we had a pretty fun the first 4 hours was us talking smack and all kinds of stuff. So and then I did the beginning of Jedi through when they first leave Tatooine. So there you go. Okay, guys. Take care. See you soon. May the Force be with you.
Please like, subscribe, and comment on the video. May the Force be with you.
Impressive.